Fenadorg FIM Junior GP World Championship is back in action after a long winter break. 7 rounds comprise the series in 2023, starting at the iconic Estoril circuit before finishing up at Valencia in November with lots of high adrenaline racing action across 4 classes. The Stock European Championship now with their own class, European Talent Cup, Moto2 and the Premier class, creating the stars of tomorrow, Junior GP. You won't want to miss a second of the action here today. It's time to go racing in 2023 for Junior GP. There's no better place to kickstart the season than the brilliant Estoril circuit, enriched with so much history, set just 30 minutes outside Lisbon and surrounded by the stunning Estoril hills. Chris Jordan and myself, Liam Hodgins, bring you 6 races today, starting with the European Talent Cup at 11 AM local time, Moto2 race 1 at 12 PM, Junior GP at 1 PM, and then ETC race 2 coming up at 2 PM. With Moto2 at 3 and then the Stock European Championship rounding out the action at 4 PM. It's a brilliant place to be to start the year, and Chris, are you looking forward to the season as much as I am?
Oh, absolutely. It's an absolute privilege to be here. It's an absolutely beautiful day too as we look outside the commentary box. Bikes already on track here, and as you can see, the rolling green hills, this historic circuit nestled upon them.
And this is what happened last year for European Talent Cup in 2022. It was reigning champ Max Keeles that crashed out on the opening race. But it was Joel Esteban that took the double victory in the opening weekend, then sharing the spoils with Max Keeles in Valencia. He would end up missing the next 2 races at Jerez, and the action unfolded brilliantly throughout the rest of the season. Dodo Boggio picked up his first 2 race wins of the season, launching him into championship contention and the championship lead before it all came crashing down with 4 non-results. Guido Pini would take his first victory of the season, launching him into championship contention before the Irishman Casey O'Gorman would wrap up his first race win at Aragon. But the season belonged to the Italian Guido Pini as he planted the Christmas tree in the gravel at Valencia, and as Casey O'Gorman took his second victory, it was Guido Pini that wrapped up the title. And there they are, the class of 2023, the European Talent Cup riders. They were there for the class photo yesterday, and you can see Guido Pini, who's running the #1 this year, in the centre of the action in the AC Racing team. And Chris, there are many, many riders this year. Too many to pick from, really, that could all challenge for the title.
Yeah, there is a lot of talent out in the field this year. Just as you mentioned it, things you absolutely love to see in motorsport, the #1 emblazoned across the front of a bike, a champion out to defend his crown. Guido Pini is the man to watch, but of course we have Maximo Keeles as well, the 2021 champion. He's going to come back with a vengeance. Dodo Baggio, Brian Uriarte also have some pedigree in this competition, and they will very much be a threat for the throne.
Yes, very much they will be. All race winners, as you mentioned there, Chris. Dodo Boggio, a 2-time winner last season at Jerez, and also Brian Uriarte, who we mustn't forget about. He was a multiple race winner here last year and in the entire 2022 season. Brilliant from the young Spaniard, and we'll be talking plenty about him in the action here today.
Yeah, absolutely, mainly because, Liam, he's starting on pole with a pretty sensational lap through his qualifying. He starts on pole. We've got Hakim Danish then on P2. He topped his qualifying session in Group A, and he also has plenty of pedigree at this circuit. He's picked up a double P2 here last year at Estoril rather, and also one at Jerez. So very much one to watch today. Here we can have a little look at Uriarte and what he had to say from yesterday's pole position.
Pero bueno, pasamos con 4 segundos de antelación, que fueron los justos que nos dieron la pole de hoy. Y bueno, que quiero agradecer a toda la gente que me apoya, a mi equipo, mi familia, mis sponsors. Muchas gracias a todos. Vi unos pilotos que me estorbaron, pero bueno, fue lo suficiente para lograr la pole de hoy, la primera en la Talent, y bueno, estoy muy contento. Creo que desde el principio ya rodamos bastante rápidos y tengo la confianza suficiente como para rodar rápido con rebufo y sin rebufo, o sea que la moto va ideal y el piloto también, o sea que un conjunto excelente. El objetivo es la victoria.
The goal is victory. That's the sound of a very confident rider. Mentioned that a few riders were bothering him during qualifying, but it just wouldn't be the ETC if there wasn't a little bit of close action and contact on circuit. So he starts on pole, his very first pole position, 0 wins, 0 podiums as of yet. 14 years of age, the Spaniard. He'll be looking to end that podium list streak, shall we say, today.
Well, he'll be going from pole position from both races today, and he will be well and truly in the mix throughout the entire race. And we know that he likes to get his elbows out. And there is the #1 emblazoned in front of Guido Pini. There's been a lot of that in motorcycle racing across the many championships in 2023, almost said 2022 there. And as we said, well, as we see in many of the championships, the #1's actually been bringing a lot of good luck for these champions of last year. Guido Pino will be hoping to take that #1 to glory again this year. And there's Hakim Danish, a very fast young Malaysian rider, 15 years of age. He's been around the circuit quite a long time, has Hakim Danish. Asia Talent Cup champion last year, and well, one of the riders to watch with the Monlau Motul team as well. A very, very prestigious team he's riding for this year.
Yeah, definitely one to watch today. Starting P2, as we mentioned, quite fast in qualifying in trickier conditions. Yesterday was a little bit warmer. They were a little bit slower than the Group B that went a bit later. However, he still came out on top and deserves his place at P2. P3 then, we should be seeing him, a young Finn, Rico Salmela. Here he is now. He's also got some pedigree at this competition. He came P8, finished 8th in the European Talent Cup in 2022 with a double podium here in Estoril. 0 wins, 0 podiums and 0 poles in 2023 so far.
Yes.
That's what the graphic is, just so it doesn't confuse those at home.
Yes.
And he'll be looking to at least knock one of those up a mark.
Yeah, 100%. You can imagine that Rico Salmela, the young Finnish rider, will be hoping to emulate one of his heroes, Finnish heroes, Mika Kallio, who took his first ever Grand Prix victory at the circuit here 18 years ago. So we know that the Finnish riders go extremely well around this circuit. And well, 18 years isn't that much of a difference. He'll remember that. Well, maybe not him, he's too young to remember it, but I'm sure some of his family will be bringing him up to speed, and he'll be hoping to put the first win of his career in the European Talent Cup here today. And then here we go, Pugliese, the young Italian rider. Now he is looking very strong this weekend. The 14-year-old has been very fast throughout practice, very fast throughout qualifying. But then again, we still didn't expect him to see him that far up the grid, Chris.
Yeah, at the end of last year, he began to show signs of a lot of promise. He picked up his first points in the competition at the season finale in Valencia, P14 and P29 overall in the Cup. And yeah, let's see, he's a rider with potential. He could do something here today.
He can indeed. And then there's the next Italian rider on the grid, the #1. It is Guido Pini, taking his first race win at Aragon last year in race #1. And his consistency was what really brought him the championship last year. Only 1 race win, but many, many podiums for the #1. 5 podiums to be exact. And he will be looking to add a lot more race wins, a lot more trophies to his cabinet this year, as he hopes to take that #1 to the very top of the championship once again, and then hopefully go on to even more things in the future of the championship.
Yeah, very much so. Confident rider. He's got the #1, as we mentioned, and I will mention that a couple more times today because I do love to see it. Here's another rider with pedigree, Alberto Ferrandez, the number 93. We all know another Spaniard who has that number.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very iconic number.
And yeah, he's got some pedigree, as I mentioned, in this class. He's picked up a few results in the past before.
And you'll see that he's got a very, very popular and very well-known umbrella person next to him. That is Alonso Lopez.
Very good spot, Liam.
Yeah,
I didn't notice that in the shade.
It's like he knew they were talking about him as he starts laughing away as well. So maybe he's got us on in his commentary ears as well. So yeah, Alonso Lopez with the Finn at Work team this weekend taking care of Ferrandez, and he'll be hoping to, well, emulate his left-hand man on the grid there, and will take lots of victories as Alonso Lopez has done in the Moto2 World Championship of last year. Now, a young Australian that we should keep an eye on is a race winner in the Asia Talent Cup. That's Carter Thompson, the 15-year-old. Now, he has been just progressing better and better throughout the weekend. He started off lower down the field throughout the practice, but as qualifying came to its crescendo, he took 7th place on the grid.
Yeah, his best result so far, or in 2022, was a P6 at Aragon. Starting a little bit further back, but he's got an opportunity to go well today. 2 races, fly the Australian flag on top of that podium. It's a possibility.
It really, really is.
The competition is indeed tough.
It's big competition throughout the entire field, as Hamid Al Saouti on the Impala team will be setting off from 8th place on the grid, and he took his best result of the year at the Algarve last year, and well, with an 11th place, he will be hoping to go a lot better here today, and starting from 8th place in the grid is not a bad way to start. And then we've got lots of riders, lots of talent throughout the European Talent Cup grid, and well, Chris, we just can't decide who will come out on top here today.
No, it's very difficult. As we see the number 46 hat there in the distance. A couple little incidents from qualifying yesterday that we must run through as we look at David Gonzalez here on starting from P9, the number 11. But if we look towards the back of the grid, there was a couple unfortunate incidents, big names as well starting
Huge
at the back.
names.
Max Quiles and Dodo Baggio start at the back of the grid for race 1 alongside Guillaume Planck. And why, Liam? Because they were guilty of some slow riding during qualifying. And to add insult to injury for the 2021 champion Quiles, he also has to go through the long lap penalty loop for crashing under yellow flags. It's a big ask to come from the back of a 30-rider strong field, but we have seen it done before.
Yeah, we've seen the greats of like Pedro Acosta, for example, coming from pit lane to win his first ever Moto3 race. We've seen, even more recently, lots of riders come through in the World Championship to take podiums as well. So it can be done. And we know Max Quiles, who has been on fire this weekend, can 100% do that. Now, we must remind everyone that this isn't to be applied to both races. It'll just be race number 1. With race number 2, they will be reverting back to the normal grid positions, and Max Quiles will not have to serve that long lap penalty. But we will keep an eye on them coming from the back of the grid. But one man that has absolutely no issues is the man starting in pole position, Brian Uriarte. So the riders get ready on the grid. The horn has beeped to sound that the mechanics, the team personnel must get off the grid. And it's Brian Uriarte who starts from pole position with a 146.1 ahead of Hakim Danish. 6/10 of a second between the top two, and Rico Salmela going from the outside of the front row.
Yeah, Pugliese, Pini and Fernandez on row 2. While we have Carter Thompson, Al Sahuti and David Gonzalez, as we saw. Fernandez on 10. Rush Moodley, the South African, starts from 11th, with Pau Alsina in 12th.
They've got Perez in the head of Luciano in 13th and 14th. Further back, we have the likes of Alomar in 19th and Agostini, the 21. We've got Emmanuel Brinton, who's a little bit further down for the Brit Watch there on the number 43 and 23rd position on row number 8. He's had a struggling qualifying so far this weekend. The British Talent Cup Championship leader. And then there we go, the 3 of the big names, Quiles, Planck, and also Baggio going off the back row of the grid. Now, Chris, we have to bring everyone up to speed. A little bit of housekeeping before we get underway, as we're missing 2 big names. That will be Casey O'Gorman and Johnny Garness. Now, Casey O'Gorman was here this weekend, but he had a big crash in qualifying yesterday, coming out of turn number 9, the chicane, and he has a broken radius, so he'll be out of action this weekend. And we send our wishes, as does everyone in the Junior GP paddock, to Johnny Garness, who suffered a crash here in testing last weekend, and we hope to see him make a full and speedy recovery and back on the bike very soon.
Yeah, a huge shame to be missing both very, very talented riders here. Just to re-emphasize the good wishes towards the Johnny Garness camp. And we managed to sneak a word in yesterday with the Casey O'Gorman camp. They were thinking about participating today, but as they said, the schedule they have coming up is quite busy for young O'Gorman. He's got the Red Bull rookies as well, and a couple more junior ETC races, coming up. So they've opted on the safe side, but with broken radius, it would have been very difficult to pull off a big result here today.
Yeah, better to be safe than sorry sometimes and just miss the first race of the season, because, as you said, Chris, he has a busy schedule, as some of the riders will be, well, testing out the long lap penalty loop just in case they are given it throughout the race. Now, we have seen in the past year that the green on the outside of the corners is a happy hunting ground for many of the riders to run their wheels onto the green and pick up some of the penalties. Now, remember, you will get 3 warnings, and if you go over those 3 warnings, you will be given a long lap penalty. So we will have to keep an eye out on that throughout the entirety of not just the European Talent Cup race, but all races here today, all 6 of them.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's a clear advantage taken from going onto the green, you're going to incur the wrath of the race direction and stewards, and you will be given a long lap penalty should you do it too many times. And it should also be mentioned on the last lap too. Should you gain an advantage going onto the green, you will be penalised and you will drop down 1 place.
Yes, it happened to Jose Antonio Rueda here in the Junior GP last year. So we hope that no races are decided with penalties, especially on the last lap.
And here they come, coming all around Parabola, Ayrton Senna, lining up on the grid. They are streaming by the commentary box now. We are only moments away from the green flag being waved here for the opening round of the European Talent Cup in 2023.
Now you can feel the tension building as the riders prepare themselves on the grid for the first racing action of the season. And Estoril, an absolute beautiful circuit under the Portuguese sun. The crowd already in the grandstand. We've got a great crowd here today, very much soaking up the action, and of course the sunshine here in Estoril. Guido Pini on the #1 machine, going from 5th place on the grid. He will have his work cut out with Brian Uriarte and of course Hakim Dinish and Rico Salmela, the Monlau team on the front row of the grid. The red lights are about to come on here in Estoril. The revs will be rising, as will the adrenaline, and it's lights out and we're off. Brian Uriarte, great start. Rico Salmela from 3rd place on the grid, dropping back immediately. But the Monlau team, it might be Hakim Danish who's got an even better start. It is the number 13 down towards turn 1. But late on the brakes, Rico Salmela trying to get the up the inside of his teammates. And in 4th spot, that is one of the Fenwick the Fenwick team machines. That will be of Ferrandez, the number 93 of Ferrandez into 4th spot. But it's the Monlau team, and we've got a change of lead almost as Danish looks up the inside of Uriarte for the lead here in Estoril. So it's Danish who leads away ahead of Uriarte and Salmela. That's a great start for the Monlau team.
Yeah, superb start from the front row, all getting off the line well. Danish clearly the best of them as he leads the trio, coming around into the kink at turn 5. We're leading into parabolic interior here. Will anyone get onto the slipstream? Will they try and move up to the left hand here? Here comes one now from Brian Uriarte. Will he make it stick on the inside? He's just not close enough. And the number 7 there of Beñat Fernandez is pushing on between the two Fenwick Mir Racing Team bikes. Indeed, it's actually the number 50. My apologies.
Yeah, Rishi Moodley is in 4th spot, ahead of Carter Thompson. So Carter Thompson from 8th place on the grid has a fantastic start, and he's in 5th place already, but there's a gap opening up already on this opening lap with the Monlau team. Some chopping and changing further back. That was Guido Pini was looking up the inside of Ferrandez as the chopping and changing coming through the chicane. You don't want to be too hard on the throttle there to high side yourself over the handlebars, but so far so clear at the moment as the riders round the final corner, the Parabolica, which we've seen so much action throughout the years. And as the Monlau team already open up the gap, there's a big gap back to 4th place.
Yeah, and just looking down the timing screens at Max Quiles, he's starting at the back of the grid. He's already up to P18. He's got to do his long lap penalty coming through now as they come through over the next lap. The Monlau team in control here.
14 laps to go, plenty of racing action here in Estoril. There's a bit of a change further back. That was Alsina up the inside of Pini for 8th spot. So the champion already slipping even further back than what he wanted. But Brian Uriarte all over the back of his young Malaysian teammate and going for a move up the inside into turn number 3, and he's done it late on the brakes from Uriarte. That was absolutely brilliant. They don't want to be holding each other up too much as Uriarte tells Salmela this time to just hold back and follow me, as they're hoping to pull away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, that's something we see time and time and time again in this class. Someone follow the leader, but it never or rarely comes to fruition. Let's see, will Salmela make a move coming up here? I don't think he's going to be close enough, is he? No, Uriarte will take the lead. A little bit further back, we can see the Fenwick Mir boys slowly making their way through the pack. Where is Guido Pini at the moment? He's in P9, he's a little bit off the pace. But yeah, Monlau in control. It's a Team Estrella Galicia 0-0-1-2 at the moment, with Monlau Motuls Hakim Danish in P3.
We just saw Dodo Boggio making a move up the inside of Perez in number 25 for 22nd place. So Boggio's not had a good start. He's not had a start like Quiles has had, who's already up to 14th, but we just saw the notification in the bottom of the screen there that he must serve his long lap penalty. So if he does that within the next couple of laps, he will be okay, but if he doesn't, he will be given a black flag for a disqualification from the race. So he must serve the double long lap penalty. But look at the top 3 of this race. The Monlau Motul team pulling away from the rest of the pack as it's come across the line now. It was 1 second between third and fourth last time round. It's across the line this lap. It is Uriarte, Salmela, Danish, who's dropping back from his teammates ever so slightly, but it's still a gap of 0.8 of a second back to the chasing pack.
Yeah, with 13 laps to go, let's bring you a little update of where everybody is. It's Uriarte leading.
Uriarte just running on the green there, so that'll be a 1 striker on his name there.
Apologies, yeah. Uriarte leading with some... Well, my live timing has disappeared. There we go. Uriarte is P1, Salmela P2, Hakam Danish in P3. Mudley, Thompson, Ferrandis are in the next 3 positions as they will look to try and gain on the leading 3. A 146.464 from David Gonzalez there. That is the quickest lap so far of this race. He's in P11 behind Guido Pini and Giulio Pugliese.
We have someone down. We have a few riders down at the fast kink of turn number 5. I just saw the gravel kick up there. I'm not sure what's happened, but fingers crossed that all riders okay. That's one of the Fenwick Mir machines dropping down.
Ferrandis and Carter Thompson on the way down the timing screens.
Thankfully, we see
That's
Carter
unfortunate.
Thompson walking away, but that is an unfortunate incident there. That is really blowing the second group wide open. We'll have to see if Ferrandis is okay, but we saw Carter Thompson go down as well and walking away, so very unfortunate there. So that leaves Rushi Mudley, the South African, on the number 21 in 4th spot with a big gap behind him to Alcina in 5th. And that's a good sight to see there. Both riders walking away seemingly fairly okay as they both have a little chat about the incident. And here we go, that's a replay. What happens here? Oh, that is Ferrandis who clips the back of Carter Thompson. Carter Thompson very lucky not to be hit with Ferrandis biking. Yeah, a little bit of a high five there, a little bit of a hug and a shake there, and we'll go racing a little bit later on.
I think Thompson has accepted that with quite a bit of grace.
He really has.
A little bit unhappy, but accepted it with grace. They'll get another chance, hopefully, as long as they can get their bikes up and running for race 2 later in the evening. I believe I see Alomar's name falling down the timing screens. We may have another faller, but yet to see a replay. There we go, Pedro Alomar. He's gone. The number 17 has left the circuit and will enter pit lane.
Now, Quiles, there is Alomar just walking away there, but Quiles, watch, he's up to 7th ahead of last year's champion. Amazing from Quiles. He still needs to serve his long lap penalty though, but Quiles is on the charge ahead of Guido Pini, last year's champion, both of our former champions, the 2021 champion of Quiles, Pini, the 2022 champion, and you can see he's already making more moves further back as Quiles. Will he come in to serve his long lap penalty this time? He'll have to do it very soon or he might get disqualified.
Yeah, this is an absolutely outstanding ride from the young Spaniard. He's out here with a point to prove. Starting from the back of the grid, not much of a problem for him, is it?
Not at all. Max Quiles, we know how talented he is. He's been a race winner this year in Red Bull Rookies Cup as well. One of the championship favourites over there. And you've got to say, Chris, one of the championship favourites here as the Monlaw team are still chopping and changing. We saw earlier on the lap, Uriarte retaking the lead into turn at number 3 as Salmela had taken it coming across the line. Very diminutive Rico Salmela is very quick along the straight. A bit of a bobble there coming through turn number 12 for Salmela. That's just opened up a small advantage for Uriarte.
Yeah, they've got a 1.7 second advantage from Danish to Mudley, is what I see on my timing screen. They've really put the effort in. You'd wonder how much of their tyres they have used in the opening laps here to open up that gap. So maybe they're looking at conservation a little bit. And then we'll go into a final lap shootout between the 3 amigos out front at the moment.
It looks very much Linus down in cycling terms, just using each other, helping each other to pull away from the chasing pack, as you do in cycling as well. So the Mountain Motul team are on fire here today, and it's not just the colour red. They are absolutely brilliant, pulling away from the very, very lonely Mudley in 4th spot. As we must admit, in the Fenwick Mir junior team is putting on a brilliant performance ahead of Gonzalez, the Cuna de Campeones team rider, ahead of Pini, and we can probably confirm that Quiles, we haven't seen it on screen, has served the first of his double long lap penalty because he has dropped down to 11th, so he'll serve the second of that this time round, you must think. Side-by-side action coming down the back straight in towards turn number 6, and Danish is now up into 2nd spot ahead of Salmela. You can see Uriarte just gapping them ever so slightly, so maybe he thinks that Salmela doesn't have the pace of Uriarte, and he does, and he feels that he should get onto the back of Uriarte. I thought Salmela was going to make a comeback into turn number 7, but so far it's as you were.
Yeah, the incident between the number 50 and number 93, Carter Thompson and Ferrandez, will be investigated after the race, so stay tuned. We'll bring you any updates as that happens in race 2. A special mention here for Rush Mudley. The South African is having a sensational ride. He'd be on for his joint best ETC finish.
Yeah, Rush Mudley is really picking up and going strong in European Talent Cup as of late. You can only imagine that first podium is not too far away for the young South African rider. Further down the field, we've got Guillaume Plonk, one of our other riders who was starting at the back of the grid, as we see that Hamid Al Souti has crashed out of the race as well. But Guillaume Plonk, the French rider who started from the back of the grid, is also in 9th spot. He's just dropped back down behind Pugliese, the Italian from the starting 4th on the grid. But Plonk and Quiles running on track together after Quiles has served, we can imagine, both of his long lap penalties. Dodo Boggio is now finally in the points. He's in 15th spot, so Dodo Boggio hasn't really hit the ground running quite as much as Plonk and Quiles. But Dodo Boggio, we saw last year, very consistent before his run of DNF towards the end of the season, and shows a lot of fast pace towards the end of the races.
Yeah, disappointment for Al Souti that crashed at turn 9. We'll get a replay of that if we can, but thankfully it's rider okay, and he'll be able to take his place in the race this afternoon. Looking at the front, it's staying the same. Rush Mudley maintains in 4th position, but David Gonzalez is gaining on him. There's only a couple tenths between them at the moment, and it's only a matter of time, I think, before Gonzalez makes his move for 4th.
Well, we saw Gonzalez set the fastest lap of the race earlier on, so we know he has the speed, and he's bridged that gap from the previous group up towards Rush Mudley, who is setting a good pace himself, but he can't stay with the top 3 and he's been sucked back towards the chasing pack. That also includes Guido Pini, Alcina Ferrandez, Pugliese and Guillaume Plonk, with Max Quiles just a little bit further back as well, recovering from that double long lap penalty, and of course the back of the grid start. Now towards the front, it seems that Danish and Salmela have closed up the gap towards their teammate Brian Uriarte ever so slightly there. So Brian Uriarte setting a fantastic pace at the front, but Hakim Danish and Rico Salmela, they all look the same as a flash past the commentary box window to complete another lap. 9 laps to go, and the lead is 0.4 of a second towards Salmela and Danish.
And as we look at the front 3 make the move through turn 1, will we see David Gonzalez? No, he just gets that wrong. He was in the slipstream. It looked like he was lining up a move on Rush Mudley, but he just got it wrong on the brakes, turning into the right-hander at turn 1. That gives Mudley the advantage once again.
Guido Pini looking for a move.
Guido Pini, here he comes.
Oh, great move there from your champion of 2022, the number 1 emblazoned, and with the yellow, Dayglow yellow Dainese suit. We've seen that before in the past. It takes 4th spot from Rushi Mudley, so he's now showing good pace. Can he get his head down? Can Guido Pini catch the top 3? It's a big ask with 3.6 seconds, but Guido Pini, we've seen in the past, very consistent, very fast, but Rush Mudley's coming back at him, down the back straight, in towards turn number 6, and he has him on the brakes. So this is a great fight, but both are holding each other up and allowing the pack behind them to close up. But it's almost all changed at the front, as Salmela and Danish have now closed the gap to Brian Uriarte.
Yeah, this battle for 4th is only going to intensify. We see Mudley and Pini going wheel to wheel over this lap, over the last few corners, but there's a pack of hungry riders coming hot on their tail. Pugliese, Alcina, Fernandez and Plonk are all in contention here for a top 4 finish.
And Dodo Boggio is only a couple of seconds off this group as well, so he can find himself in this battle for 4th position towards the end of the race. So don't count out the Asper Junior team rider of Dodo Boggio, who is a couple of places just behind his teammate of Max Quiles.
Yeah, let's keep a special eye on the number 28, Max Quiles. He's currently in P11, having served his long lap penalty and having gone through, having started from the back of the grid. He is up. Alberto Ferrandez now on screen, clearly very disappointed. A very disappointing outing. He had a lot of promise this weekend. So far, he'll get another chance, thankfully, in race 2.
Yeah, well, look at the camera there, not looking too happy with the incident, but we hope that, we're glad to see that both riders were okay after that incident, and hopefully both can avoid any penalties, because we want to see them both at the front. Carter Thompson and Ferrandez looking brilliant in the opening couple of laps of this race. Now, at the front, it's all closed up once again. It's concertina together, and a bit of a moment there from Uriarte. Not sure what happened there.
And he's gone wide.
Yeah, it's gone wide. There was a bit of a bobble going into turn number 4. I wasn't sure if they just let his teammates pass. He might have, having set at such a searing pace at the front. Both Salmela and Hakim Danish have been able to follow him, but It's Salmela that now leads the way here, the Finnish rider ahead of Danish on the number 13 machine, and Brian Uriarte, who was leading this race so brilliantly, has now dropped back into third spot. But you can imagine, as they all look over their shoulder, yes, boys, you've got a 4.3 second lead. I think you're safe and sound at the front. It's just a battle between you three for the top 3 positions on the podium.
Yeah, friendships will be put to one side over the next 8 laps. Imagine this one getting a little bit more intense as we get closer to that checkered flag. As they come through the chicane, all through there, the uphill chicane, left to right, pretty clean, sweeping round now for the right-hander, through the S's, onto the left, and we'll come into the final, sweeping Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, as they close another lap.
This is something we don't usually see in the European Talent Cup, a breakaway between any of the riders. We usually have a group of 10 to 15 riders strong, but this is like classic action here. A group of 3 lead the way as a last pass across the line. It's Danish that takes the lead from Salmela, and Uriarte is looking to retake his lead that he lost a lap of go into turn number 1. Late on the brakes, it's Uriarte, the 51, up the inside of Danish on the number 13 machine. As clean as you like into turn number 1, and the team look on and just praying, hoping that they don't take out each other. Further back, you just saw Rush Moodley and Guido Pini once again at it, hammer and tongs, crossing swords into turn number 1. The number 1 Italian getting pushed out wide as Moodley retakes 4th spot.
We couldn't see it on our screens, but I saw it through the commentary box. The battle for 4th saw 3 riders abreast going into turn 1.
That's what you
and
like
that has pushed Guido Pini back down to 6th behind his teammate Giulio Pugliese, with Rush Moodley still in control of that 4th position.
Now Pugliese, he's brought himself back into contention. He was just outside the top 10 only a couple of laps ago. So Pugliese, the number 31 rider on the AC Racing Machine, along with Guido Pini, well and truly in the mix. And Pugliese is looking for his best results in European Talent Cup, his best so far as well. He's only competed in 5 races as of last year and has only scored 2 points in the championship so far. So as long as he finishes inside the top 13, he's definitely well and truly on for his best results so far.
Yeah, that's absolutely super ride from him to get up into the 2nd row as well from qualifying. He's shown a lot of promise. Now here we go. What are we looking at here? 3 abreast as they come down into the corner. An exchange of lead, the number 13 of Hakim Danish running onto the sides. And I tell you what, we took a spin around the circuit yesterday, and it is not smooth running when you're up there.
No, the rumble strips on the outside of the corners are very bumpy indeed, especially coming out of turn number 2. I took a ride out there yesterday, and must admit I need to see my local dentist for some fillings after yesterday, because they are very bumpy on the outside of turn number 2. As Rico Salmela now takes the 2nd spot from Hakim Danish, slots in behind Brian Uriarte. Now these 3, you can just feel, are just biding their time, swapping position, eyeing each other up, seeing where the other ones are strong. But it seems to be Brian Uriarte that seems to be leading comfortably at the front for now.
Yeah, they've opened up a near 6-second gap over people battling for 4th. That's Rush Moodley and Fernandez Pini, and there's Gonzalez has just pushed himself up into P5 as we look at the timing screens. But the top 3 are pretty comfortable at the minute. P4, we see Rush Moodley. David Gonzalez is now in 5th with Pini in 6th. Fernandez in 7th. Max Quiles, he is in 8th position, only 2/10 behind the man ahead of him. Pugliese in 9th, and Pau Alsina rounds out the current top 10.
After his great start from the back of the grid and serving his long lap penalties, I must admit, I did think Max Quiles would already be at the front of that chasing pack, but maybe he's just saving his tyres. We know Max Quiles, who was a former champion of the European Talent Cup, is a very wise, cool head on such young shoulders on the number 28 machine. He might just be saving his tyres after pushing so hard early on to mount a challenge for 4th in the closing stage of the race. But you must admit, Rush Moodley is doing very well, who's just fallen behind David Gonzalez on the number 11 Cuna de Campiones machine further back, 6 seconds behind your race leaders, but he's really holding his own in the top 5 positions for now.
Yeah, it's an absolutely super ride from the South African. Special mention too, we're giving a lot of credit to Max Quiles, but Dodo Baggio and Gilles Planck have also come from the back of the grid to get themselves into strong point scoring finishes as another lap is ticked off by the leading 3.
Now you can just feel that Rico Salmela on the 27 machine as Uriarte gets a little bit out of control on the brakes into turn number 1. You just feel that that Salmela, the Finnish rider, very, very small rider, has got a lot of speed along the straight, is just holding back ever so slightly, not really showing his hands just yet, as he doesn't really want to give Brian Uriarte any inkling that he's strong on going down towards turn number 1.
And I thought Gonzalez was going to make a move
Oh,
there,
he has
and he
got up
does.
the
Wow,
inside.
he got it back up the inside. Guido Pini, can he sneak on through now coming into the left-hander? Not quite, but it is a guy. Oh, maybe he can, maybe he can. He's got a tight line here, and he's now pushed by Rush Mudley. That is an excellent overtake, as a gaggle of riders now are involved in this battle for 4th position.
This is a fantastic battle for 4th place. There's, what, 7 riders in this group right now. Max Keeles 4 abreast coming down towards turn number 6. And Max Keeles from 8th to 4th, as fast as you like, as Guido Pini stays in 5th spot, but he's lost a place to Max Keeles and also gained a place from Gonzalez as well. So it's all action for 4th spot. And this group goes all the way down to 11th. That is Pugliese in 11th. So the other AC Racing rider. And just off the back of them, you'll see the Dayglow yellow helmet of the 47, the Aspar Junior rider, Dodo Boggio, who also came from the back of the grid. He is now starting to catch this group.
Yeah, all this chopping and changing is playing right into Boggio's hands. He's coming back now from a back of the grid start. He's currently in P12, but surely he's eyeing up a little bit more. What an overtake that was from Max Keeles. What a race he is having. He is now 4th, having started at the back of the grid and served a long lap penalty.
Insane stuff from Max Keeles, the champion of 2021, and the top 3 are still staying line astern in towards turn number 1. Uriarte, Salmela, Danish, any one of those 3 will be your race winners, barring any incident between the 3 as well. But they've been a class above the rest of the pack, including Max Keeles in that as well. So all action throughout the field. Just give you an update on the rest of the top 15. Outside Pugliese in 11th and Dodo Boggio in 12th is Donoso in 13th, Lawrence Luciano in 14th, and also Ligiori, the number 72 rider, in 15th, holding that final spot, final point at the moment. But do we have a move coming from Hakim Danish, who's got a great run through turn number 5, 3 abreast down towards turn number 6. We remember this corner between Pedrosa and Hayden in 2006. And round the outside, you don't do that, especially to your teammate. Hakim Danish hanging all out around the outside, but can't quite make it stick, as Salmela still stays in 2nd place.
Yeah, with 4 laps remaining, 3.5 now at this stage, it's going to heat up here in this victory battle. As we said, friendships are going to be placed to one side, and friends become foes when advisors come down. Victory battle here, the honours for the opening race of the season.
That's something poetic there, Chris. Very much so. The top 3 riders will be put to the test here. Friendships will be tested, as you say. And these 3 riders are very good friends, as are a lot of the riders within the European Talent Cup paddock. They get on very well. You can see them messing around together on scooters and bikes as they go around the paddock, and also when they're out on the track later on at night as well. Just getting an eye in of where they might be stronger on track. And Hakim Danish pulls out of the slipstream of Brian Uriarte and Salmela. Hakim Danish, the number 13, will come back into shot any second now. Will he be taking the lead later on the brakes? No, but he slots back into 2nd ahead of Salmela. Brian Uriarte is incredibly late on the brakes, pushing the front tyres. We've seen a couple of times throughout the last few laps, really pushing the front and having a bit of a bobble on the brakes into turn number 1.
Uriarte is doing a fantastic job of leading this race. It's not often, particularly in this class, that you want to be leading coming out of the last corner. It's nearly a kilometre in length, the straight in Estoril. So slipstream is crucial, but the job he is doing on the brakes is phenomenal to hold off the Monlau and Team Estrella Galicia teammates.
Now, I'm starting to wonder, now that you've mentioned that, Chris, if maybe Salmela and Hakim Danish are trying to get themselves into 2nd spot to try and launch an attack on Uriarte coming out of the final corner, because we have seen in the past on so many occasions through every single championship, the races here, it's Slipstream City coming out the final corner with the finish line a long way down the pit straight. Sometimes it's a lot closer, but here at Estoril, the finish line is really very far down the pit straight. So you can imagine whoever's leading coming out of the final corner, it will be all change there. And 2.5 laps to go. These 3 riders are just edging even further away. The gap is now 7.5 seconds back to Max Keeles, who's still got Guido Pini, Gonzalez, Mudley, Alsina, Blanc, and Pugliese all over his back wheel.
Yeah, Rush Mudley has suffered a little bit in recent laps, and he suffered to former champions and reigning champions as both Quiles and Pini have pushed through. David Gonzalez still holds the fastest lap from the second lap. His 146.464 still hasn't been bettered, but he's showing great pace and he's still in P6.
As the top three flash past the commentary box window, it is Salmela that's back into second position behind Uriarte. Once again holds the lead, and then we've got this dogfight further back, and that's Gonzalez up the inside of Pini later in the brakes. I thought they were about to touch there. We've got one of the riders going very wide. That is the number 28, the number 78 of, well, one of the AC riders, so couldn't quite catch that there on our screen who it was. It went very wide, but we've got him retaliating back, and that was Guillaume Plonk that was late on the brakes into turn number 3. So as the battle for victory heats up, so does the positions from 4th all the way down to 11th.
Yeah, with all that chopping and changing, Dodo Baggio has taken half a second out of the group ahead of him. He's still in P12, but he is gaining fast.
Here comes the group of 7, 8, 9 riders down towards turn number 6. Guido Pini late in the brakes, but doesn't quite go late enough, and it's still David Gonzalez, the number 11 on the Cuna de Campeones machine, that holds 5th spot behind the brilliant Mats Quiles on the Aspar Junior team bike, who is still in 4th position, but you can imagine this is all going to change with a lap and a half to go.
And a track limit warning for rider number 33, Ballon, but he is back in P18. He's got to keep it clean if he has any hopes of finishing within the points, having come through the last chance race earlier today.
Well, then you mentioned Ballon got track limits warning. He did drop a couple of positions behind Brinton, Roman and Aguilar, but he's also just regained one of his positions back again. So Ballon having a tough day. But as the top 3 come across the line, Hakim Danish has dropped back a little bit. One more lap to go. Salmela takes the lead from Uriarte. As the team saying to the riders as they start the final lap of the race. Late on the brakes, who's it going to be? Salmela. Uriarte can't use that great braking to affect coming down to turn number 1, but Hakim Danish, he's already back with them. Hakim Danish, was he just keeping his powder dry and letting these two scrap it out at the front? But we're seeing Uriarte late on the brakes into turn number 3, but it's Danish this time. Danish looks up the inside of Uriarte but can't make it stick. It's as you were, Salmela from Uriarte and Danish on this last lap.
Fire in the belly, ice in the mind is the message from the box as the 3 go head to head for victory in the opening race of the season. Only a few corners left. I wonder if Salmela has made his move just a lap too early, getting into the slipstream of Uriarte. Let's see, it's given Uriarte the chance now to do the exact same and pay back on the final lap of the race.
Danish does it. Danish overtakes both of them into turn number 6. Wow, what an incredible move from the number 13. I thought he might be keeping his powder dry. He has done, but he's ran a little bit wide. Can Salmela get the lead back? He can. And it's Hakim Danish who's dropped back to 3rd, but later in the brakes, who is it going to be? Uriarte round the outside, makes Danish set up and take stock of the action.
Only 5 corners left now as they come through number 8, back on the uphill ascension again, through the chicane coming up next. Keeping it clean, it's all about getting in. I think they're all going to line up a move, a parabolic Ayrton Senna, the long sweeping right-hander, get into the slipstream and edge over the line in first place. But will they get close enough to Salmela? He seems to put up a little bit of a gap.
Salmela's got it for now, but remember Slipstream City, Hakim Danish, he's climbing all over the back of Brian Uriarte. The top 3 come out of the final corner. Uriarte setting up, across the line he comes. Salmela looking for his first ever race win, but it's Uriarte who slipstreams across the line, and here comes Danish. Oh, that was as close as you like, photo finish, but it's Uriarte from Salmela and Danish in 3rd place, and the rest come across the line, and it's Quiles from the back of the grid ahead of Mudley, Pugliese, Gonzalez in 7th, Guido Pini, last year's champion, in 8th, Alcina in 9th, and Fernandez rounding out the top 10. But wow, what a race from Brian Uriarte. He timed that to absolute perfection.
What a race, what a last lap. We thought Salmela made his move a little too early. Uriarte timed it to perfection. 300ths of a second separated 1st and 2nd. 500ths of a second between the top 3. Incredible stuff. Uriarte led the race for the majority, showed his class, kept it calm once he fell behind on the last lap, and timed it to perfection to win by a hair's breadth.
Yeah, that's what we love to see in European Talent Cup. What a way to start the season. Rico Salmela will be a little bit upset to have missed out on his first win in European Talent Cup, but it will come someday, and he was so close backing up his second place from here last year. Hakim Danish, we thought that at one point of that race, with half a lap to go, that he timed it to perfection, and Danish almost snatched second place away from the line. The team congratulated each other, the Team Australia Galicia and Monlai Motul team. Well, they're very pleased with that one. What a finish it was to the race. And further back, special mention to Max Keeles from the back of the grid, so all the way up to fourth spot, and of course serving the long lap penalties out of Rush Moodley and Pugliese. His best result in the European Talent Cup as well. He has bagged 10 important points there, and he will be mightily happy with that as well. Just outside the top 10 was Dodo Boggio, who also came from the back of the grid. He almost got himself into the top 10 ahead of Guillaume Plonk, Donoso, Luciano Torres, and Ligiori as well, who rounds out the top 15 and 16 riders. Boggio is looking at Uriarte to congratulate him. A little bit of a fist bump there as Uriarte, he knows that was a very, very important set of events and a very important victory for the season. As he comes back into Parc Ferme, his team congratulate him. Rico Salmela just behind him, and what a scene that is. Down in Parc Ferme, the team congratulate Brian Uriarte, who picks up his fourth win in the European Talent Cup. Rico Salmela, a little bit subdued, but he'll know that was a very, very close and very well fought second place. And well, he's got another race later on today to try and rectify that and take his first win in the European Talent Cup. Hakim Danish as well. Well, he put up a great battle as well. Maybe just was a little bit over enthusiastic in the last few corners there. Made a bit of a mistake as soon as he took the lead into turn number 6. Ran a bit wide, and both Salmela and Uriarte were there to retake the first and second position away from the young Malaysian there. Hugs all round for Rico Salmela. Yes, the team know that this is one young talent, the young Finnish rider as well. And he will be one to watch for the future indeed. Congratulations all round for the top 3 riders. We will have an interview with our race winner, Brian Uriarte, in just a few minutes' time, and we'll find out the latest of how he won that race from Rico Salmela and Hakim Danish. Just weighing themselves on the scales, just to make sure that they're above the minimum weight of combined rider and bike machine. And if all is okay, they will be able to keep their podium positions. We are sure it will happen, and we've not had anything flash up to tell us that there was any track infringements on the final lap, so it seems that the top 3 are as it is. And look at this, they're coming down towards turn number 1 after the line. That is a great photo finish from 3 very identical machines, and Brian Uriarte is race 1 winner here in Estoril, and he knows it was a big one. Hugs with Rico Salmela, his young Finnish teammate as well, and just showing the replays of these great scenes down in Parc Ferme with the team as well. And that's what it's all about here in Junior GP. It's not just about the bike, it's not just about the machine, but it's also the hard work of all the mechanics, all the engineers and the team and personnel behind the scenes that you don't see, putting all the effort in to get these riders to the very, very top of European Talent Cup. As the pictures are taken, it's a big result for the team there, as all 3 riders look very, very happy with their positions in the race. Some will be a little bit disappointed in comparison to maybe Brian Uriarte, but we know it's a long season ahead, and these 3 are some of the biggest talents across the entire championship. And with Max Keeles as well in the Asper Junior team, he will be 100%, we have no doubt, fighting at the front later on today when he won't have to start from the back of the grid. And his 4th place will just give him extra confidence that he can produce any ride he possibly can from the very back. Rush Moodley as well. He was a little bit detached from the opening group after the crash between Ferrandez and Carter Thompson. Thankfully, those 2 both seemed to be okay, and we saw them walking away from the accident. So hopefully we'll have them back out for race number 2. Guido Pino will be a little bit upset with his 8th place, but race number 2, you can 100% know that he'll be in the action. But we head over to Parc Fermé now as Chris is down there with your race winner, Brian Uriarte.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. I'm here with the European Talent Cup race winner in Estoril from race 1, Brian Uriarte. Brian, you timed that to perfection. How are you feeling after that?
Well, I'm feeling really good. I was pushing all the time in the front. I made a save in the turn 5, but well, I didn't crash, luckily, but well, I made an amazing race, and I want to thank my family. Today, the Mother's Day, I want to say hi to my mom, to my brother, and I think Hugo Millán, that is in the sky, is supporting me, so thanks to my team, my sponsors, everyone that could make this happen, so thanks.
A very touching and emotional victory for you. Ahora, tenemos que hablar en castellano. Cuéntame sobre tu día y cómo te sientes.
Bueno, me siento muy bien, la moto ha ido perfecta, el equipo ha hecho un gran trabajo, 3 pilotos hemos lado en el podio, me estoy muy contento y bueno, quiero dar las gracias a mi familia, en especial a mi madre, que es el Día de la Madre, a mi hermano y a Hugo, que estará en el cielo ayudándonos desde donde sea. Y bueno, gracias a mi equipo, a mis sponsors y a todos.
Enhorabuena.
A very touching tribute to Hugo Millán and also Mother's Day, and to all mothers out there, happy Mother's Day as well. And we get to look back at the incredible race 1 that we just had for the European Talent Cup. It was Brian Uriarte, Rico Salmela and Hakim Danish that got out front right from the off. But it was further back. You had Rishi Midley in 4th spot. Before this accident between Ferrandez and Carter, Thompson put them out of the race. Handshakes all round, and thankfully both walked away as well. Brian Uriarte tried to open up a bit of a lead in front of Salmela and Hakim Danish, but they quickly soon closed him down. Further back, it was Gonzalez that almost tapped the rear of Midley and ran off track as well. But as the final laps came to a close, there was a mistake there from Brian Uriarte, who lost the front and thankfully managed to save it before retaliating on Hakim Danish a couple of laps later. Further back, the battle for 4th raged on, and Gonzalez went up the inside of Rish Midley, and it was Guido Pini, your last year's champion, that found his way towards the front. But it was the front where all the eyes were glued to the action. Danish going round the outside of Salmela, but couldn't make it stick with only a couple of laps to go. But then Uriarte tried to put the coal into the fire and try and get away, but it was Salmela and Danish that just held station from there. As it came across the line, Salmela took the lead with 1 lap to go. The team were looking on and just telling the riders to stay calm and think as well. A couple of quarters ago, it was a slipstream to the line. It was Uriarte who took the race win ahead of Salmela and Hakim Danish, just missing out on victory as well. All 3 riders were congratulating each other, very happy with the result, and Max Quiles further back, taking 4th spot from the back of the grid ahead of Rush Midley as well. Brian Uriarte, congratulations all round from his team. Came back into Parc Fermé. You can tell how happy the team were with that one. Brian Uriarte, your race 1 winner ahead of Rico Salmela and the Malaysian Hakim Danish. And Chris, he sounded incredibly happy down there, did Brian Uriarte?
Yeah, thrilled. Really, really thrilled. An absolutely super ride from the young Spaniard. Up on top of the podium now, but to be honest, all 3 of them were really, really excellent in this race. Hakim Danish, he gave it a really good effort towards the end, while Rico Salmela just couldn't hold on, 300th of a second. It's so close. But look at Brian Uriarte, soak up the celebrations, they're very well deserved.
Yeah, he's a very popular young man, is Brian Uriarte, as he will be receiving his race winners trophy very soon, as well as the first vice president of the FIM hands out the team members trophy, and that is a trophy that you can imagine the many, many times he will receive this year, with Uriarte and Salmela within the team. Hakim Danish takes 3rd spot. He's very happy with that. The young Malaysian taking a brilliant, brilliant start to his season in 2023, as we have Vice President of the FIM Europe, Marc Jean, handing over the trophy to Salmela, who'll be a little bit upset with not taking the win, but he was oh so close, and he's got race number 2 coming up today. But your race winner, who'll be holding that trophy aloft, will be Brian Uriarte, the number 51. He is your race winner, race number 1 of the European Talent Cup. Spanish national anthem reigns out across the Estoril circuit, and the cheers from the crowd as well. They know a good race when they see one, and that was a great race by the top three. Brian Uriarte is your race one winner, Rico Salmela in second, and Hakim Danish in third spot. As they pose for the photos, we will see them in action a little bit later on today at 2 p.m. for race number 2.
So these are the final results. Uriarte, your race winner. Rico Salmela, Hakim Danish completing podium. Quiles, what a ride from the back of the grid for 4th. Rush Mudley's in P5. Giulio Pugliese, another excellent ride for him on a promising weekend. David Gonzalez, Guido Pini and Pau Alsina are 7th, 8th and 9th respectively. Beñat Fernandez then in P10. Dodo Baggio, he got P11 in the end with Guillaume Planck, 2 riders who started at the back of the grid alongside Quiles. Donoso, Lorenz Luciano, Jesus Torres, Eduardo Liguri, Gonzalo Perez, all coming in next. And finishing out the finishers, Luca Agostinelli, Emmanuel Brinton, Matteo Roman, Enzo Ballon, Marc Aguilar, Owen Van Thriet, Eduardo Bortola, Benjamin Caille. They finished outside the points, but they'll get another chance at it later on this afternoon. While Vasilis Panteliakis comes home 26th.
And your championship standings look exactly how the race 1 results do, with Brian Uriarte on 25 points ahead of Rico Salmela, Hakim Danish, Maximo Quiles and Rush Mudley running at your top 5 ahead of Pugliese, David Gonzalez in 7th, Guido Pini, last year's champion, in 8th, and Pau Alsina in 9th position. And your top 10 is Fernandez in 10th spot ahead of Dodo Baggio, who came from the back of the grid. He's on 5 points ahead of Guillaume Planck and Donoso, with the runners and riders staying the same as the race 1 results. The top 3 from the race: 51, Brian Uriarte; 27, Rico Salmela; and the number 13 of Hakim Danish will battle it out once again at 2 p.m. for European Talent Cup race number 2. You don't want to miss the action from that, as it will be an absolute cracker from the top 3 and the rest of the grid coming up at 2 p.m. Estoril, just situated 30 minutes outside the incredible Lisbon city in Portugal. Around the Estoril Hills, this fantastic circuit has been on the calendar for a long time and has included lots of amazing battles throughout the years. Moto2 is next up, and last year we saw a double victory from your champion, Lukas Tulovic. But it's Senna Aegis who took his first podiums here last year that will be looking to go one step even higher with a double victory here today. 17 laps across 2 races with 4 left turns and 9 right turns. This shapes up for an incredible day today.
Yeah, we've already had one incredible race, but no spoilers. But we very much recommend you go and check out the ETC Race 1. Hopefully, Moto2 Race 1 lives up to the expectation we have. You mentioned Senna Aegis. He is certainly one to watch. He's going to start on pole position today, and realistically, in the European Moto2 Championship, it's a land of opportunity. Lukas Tulovic is our reigning champion, but he's no longer in the class. He has moved up to the World Championship. That means a new king can be crowned.
And that means a new king can be crowned indeed there, Chris, and we're very sure that we have one person in mind that will be having his name on top of that crown. It's been a weekend about crowns this weekend, but that's as much as we'll talk about that, as we don't want to crown too many people in the weekend of whatever else is happening around the world. But Senna Aegis will be the rider to watch. And this is what happened last year. It was Lukas Tulovic that got the start from pole position in Estoril, and he converted that into double victory in Estoril ahead of Senna Aegis, the #1 emblazoned in Parc Fermé. It was Valencia where the battle really ensued between Aegis and Tulovic, with Aegis crashing in, Tulovic picking up another victory before it was a double race win for the young Australian at the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. In Jerez, it was Alex Escrig that would take his first victory of the season, backing that up with another victory in race #1 at the Algarve International Circuit. But then we got the race of the season. It was Aegis versus Tulovic for a last lap scrap, with Tulovic coming out on top before he took another double victory at the Aragon Circuit, wrapping up his first title, and then backing it up with another victory in Valencia, the champion coming out on top. And there's the class of 2023 in Moto2. Senna Aegis sitting atop there right in the middle. And that's where he expects to be as the season progresses. He'll be #1 in the championship. And, well, there's not a lot of riders that will be betting, or a lot of people betting against Senna Aegis this year. You would have seen another couple of familiar faces there. Another couple of riders we need to talk about. Carlos Tatai, who comes from the Moto3 World Championship. And of course, Nicolo Antonelli, a 4-time Grand Prix winner in the Moto3 World Championship, comes across from Moto2 last year, and he will be another rider to be battling it out for the championship.
Yeah, we're talking about Senna Aegis as the favourite for this championship, and deservedly so, but that doesn't mean he's going to have it his own way. We've got plenty of riders here with World Championship experience. Carlos Tatai, as you mentioned, Alberto Sura is also on the grid, Nico Antonelli as well. I have to say, Antonelli and Tatai, rather unfortunate not to find themselves seats on the World Championship. I was quite big fans of both of them. As you mentioned, Antonelli, a 4-time Grand Prix winner. Tatai finished on the Moto3 podium last year. It's going to be very interesting to see what these two guys can do. Alberto Sura, another rider with plenty of experience, but let's look at some of the other guys who have been in this class and done it before. We've got Alex Toledo. He finished 4th in 2022, while Andorran Xavi Cardolos claimed quite a few podiums last season, but he's still searching for that maiden win.
Yes, and that maiden win can come this year because he's been looking fantastic throughout the weekend. There is the number 81 on your screen there, Senna Aegis. Now he's moved across to the Intact junior team that Lukas Tulovic went and dominated towards the end of the season, his championship as well. And this is what happened in qualifying yesterday.
It's been a smooth day so far. I couldn't be more happy with pole to start the season because I felt like I worked really hard from the first test to the last practice session. I gave my maximum all weekend, and it's good to reward my team for this first pole of the year. Like, you know, the structure around me this year is really positive, and they're putting in hard work, and it just feels like it's a good reward for them. And yeah, we've understood the different conditions. I've found a really good base with my bike, and I'm ready for race day, and yeah, bring it on. I'm aiming high, but I need to continue to work in the same way and keep stable all the season. And yeah, I've got everything I need, and with my experience from last year, with some unstable times, if I can be the most stable rider I can this whole year, then I think we can achieve good things.
Aiming high, he says. It's a very humble approach for the person many consider to be the favourite. Taking it race by race, which is a very mature way to go about things. You have to remember he's only 17 years of age, but with a wealth of experience. He appeared up on the Moto2 World Championship last year, getting to P9 in the Valencia season finale. An excellent result, and narrowly missed out on the points in the Aragon Grand Prix last year in Moto2 when he replaced Sam Lowes. He had a double long lap penalty and came P16, just missed out. I remember speaking to him after, he was gutted not to score, but eventually those points did come. And you have to imagine, if he keeps going the way he's going, it won't be long before we see him making a step up once again.
Yes, he is in the right team to do it with the Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact GP Junior team, who took Lukas Tulovic to the title last year, and his reward was a seat in the Moto2 World Championship for this year in the same team. And talking about the team, Senna Aegis was at Jerez last weekend with we've just had a flash up on the screen there, a crash at turn number 6 for rider number 27. So that's
US rider Toth.
Yeah,
that's
so
very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed.
Let's see if he can make it back round to join the back of the grid, hopefully, for his sake, because he's done very well to qualify 14th on the grid. But just finishing up on Aegis, yeah, he's got a lot of talent, and today is a chance to prove it. But on screen we see Carlos Tatai Vila, Pertamina Mandalika Stop and Go team. He is the 2019 Red Bull Rookie Champion, a P2 in the old, what it used to be called the Moto3 CV Championship, now Junior GP, and he was a full-time Moto3 World Championship rider since 2020. Picked up a podium in Indonesia, as we mentioned, and very unfortunate not to be back in the World Championship stage as we look at Xavi Cardelus.
Yes, Carlos Tatai, a huge talent, and as you said, very unfortunate. He did take his podium in Indonesia last year after serving a long lap penalty. So we know that he knows how to come through the field, and Carlos Tatai will be one to watch for the season, as will be Xavi Cardelus, the Promo Racing rider. He picked up 4 podiums last year, and he'll be looking to add to that trophy cabinet here today. A very experienced rider is Xavi Cardelus. He's been around here for a number of seasons now, and he's always he's a benchmark rider for many new talents coming through, because he has always been fast, he's always been strong, and if you know you can get in and around Xavi Cardelus, you are one of the top riders.
Yeah, here we get a replay of now what happened to Toth. Well, we got the post-crash.
Looks like a big crash. He's lost a lot of the bike on that, so not sure what's happened there.
Strange what has happened there. So he is gone on the sighting lap. Let's see, it looks like his race 1 is over as he makes his way back to pit. Unhappy camper. One
unhappy camper indeed, but thankfully he is walking away. But yeah, not sure what happened there for Toth, the young American rider, who was going from 14th on the grid. So he did do a very good job yesterday in the qualifying session. Another rider that's done a very good job in qualifying was Matteo Ratto, the young Italian rider on the number 13 machine. The number 13, unlucky for some, but clearly not for Ratto.
Yeah, AJR team rider, P8 in last year's championship, and he likes this circuit. He came 3rd here in 2022, race 2. So maybe he can make it a race 1, race 2 double this year, if all things go well.
Looking cool, calm and collected. I don't think I could pull off any of those shades, but Senna Aegis, the young 17-year-old from Australia, certainly can. And Nicolo Antonelli, the number 23, you will know that name, very familiar rider from the Moto3 and Moto2 World Championship. Can you believe 27 years of age now?
Yeah, he's got plenty of experience. Just a note to bring you on Nico Antonelli. He actually put the 2nd fastest time in qualifying yesterday, but that was a technical infringement, saw him hit with a grid penalty, and he starts in 5th for race 1. He was under the minimum weight regulations.
Yeah, such a shame, but penalties and rules are what they are. And he put in a great last lap in qualifying yesterday. He was half a second off before that final lap, and then he went 0.02 of a second on that last lap behind Senna Aegis.
Yeah, he joined Aegis into 1:39 in that scorching heat, so it was a pretty sensational
effort.
It was a great Unfortunately,
lap.
It had to be ruled out for obvious reasons, but it's given an indication of what he could do. There we saw another man with a pair of shades that Liam most certainly could not pull off, and that is Alex Toledo. Big day for him in race 1. He's got some experience in the class, but he's not overly been in the business end of proceedings.
No, he's been a bit behind the top 5 this weekend, but his race pace has looked fairly strong, has it for the number 55 in Easy Race team. And then we had Jari Ruiz on the 72 machine on the FAL 55 Tay Racing machine in 7th spot. Now, Jari Ruiz is a very good rider, a very strong rider in the Moto2 European Championship, and he will be battling within the top 5, even potentially for a podium here today.
Yeah, he's still waiting for that podium. He got a double P4 in Aragon last year, while he also competed in the World Supersport Championships. Number 8, 17-year-old Speed Up and Bosco Ascuros is Rodriguez. It'll be interesting just to see what he can produce from 8th on the grid.
Indeed, it can be his first year on a Moto2 bike this year. He was in the stock class from last year, winning 2 races in the stock 600 class of last year. Now, they have their own class this year, so we'll bring you up to speed on that a little bit later on. So it's just the Moto2 riders that you will see here today. The European Stock Championship will be a little bit later on. And Harrison Voigt, the young Australian rider, only 16 years of age, another fast Australian. He steps up from the Junior GP class of last year, and he, Chris, has been looking incredibly fast all weekend.
Yeah, he's been very impressive. We've been tracking his progress from Friday, and he's just been getting faster and faster and faster. Will he get a podium? Will he break into that top 5 today? It's a bit of a big ask, but it's certainly not out of the question.
Well, in yesterday's afternoon heat, he was sitting inside the top 5 for quite a while. So maybe a little bit later on, when the conditions are a little bit hotter, the track is a little bit greasier, and the tyre consumption will come into full effect. You never know, you could see Harrison Voigt up there and battling it out for a top 5.
Yeah, Roberto Garcia here starting 10th. He finished 7th in last year's championship. Best results came in the Algarve last year down in Portimao, where he picked up a P4. Certainly not out of question that he could make a run for the podium today if he can get a good launch from the line.
Yes, he will be looking for a great start to get himself in the mix, because it's all about the starts here in Moto2. It's not like you see in Junior GP and the European Talent Cup where it's all about slipstream. And there in 11th spot is Marco Tapia, the number 8 rider. He had a best result of 11th last year, and he had 1 podium in the European Talent Cup all the way back in 2020. So he'll be searching to get himself back onto the podium here today. So that is Marco Tapia, the young Spaniard on the number 8 machine. He's a little bit further back than what we expected, but don't count him out to be in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. There's quite a bit of quality in this field once again. Plenty of riders who know what they're doing. Here we look at the Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact GP machine of the one and only Senna Aegis, I believe. I hope.
That's the
yes,
one,
it is. The 81. He is the one with the quality that we expect to shine today. But let's see, can he live up to expectation? Can he live up to the favourites tag? We'll find out in just a few moments.
So the horn sounds as the riders and the teams get ready for race 1 action here in Moto2. Aegis goes from pole position ahead of Carlos Tatai, and then Xavi Cardelus running out the front row ahead of Rato, Nicolo Antonelli and Toledo. Row number 3 is Yadi Ruiz ahead of Rodriguez, and Harrison Voigt riding out the top 3 grid.
Yeah, and as we already saw in row 4, Garcia, Tapia and Sura provide some pedigree from a little deeper on the grid. Oradre, Toth, well, we won't see Toth after his sighting lap crash. He is out of the race just today. And Wilford are a little further back.
And as they scroll through the rest of the grid, another rider we have to keep an eye on is Eduardo Montero, who is a little bit further back than what we expect. The number 21 machine on the STV L'Église Racing. He will be coming through the field, we expect, from 17th on the grid. And as you mentioned, Chris, Sam Wilford, on the number 35 machine, is now up to 14th on the grid after Toth's unfortunate spell on the sighting lap. He had a very nasty crash here last year during race number 2, where he was in a very, very good position inside the top 5. And coming through turn number 2, he lost the front and tried to save it, and then him and the bike careered towards the Armco barrier. So he will be hoping to put the ghosts of Estoril 2022 to rest here today.
Yeah, we're off for the warm-up lap. They take it through turn 1, and we'll flick it across up towards turn 3 now. A nice little hairpin all the way right-hander. And number 4 then, we'll give it a swing it back round left and begin our ascent on towards the back straight.
Yeah, so much to look out for here today in Estoril for Moto2 race number 1. Questions to be answered. Can Senna Aegis carry over his title favourite form and towards 2023? Can Carlos Tatai show his good form over testing and throughout the weekend and challenge the number 81, the Australian? And what can Nicolo Antonelli do from 5th on the grid? He had a penalty for an infringement, a technical infringement yesterday. You can imagine that Nicolo Antonelli will be hoping for a great start to get himself in the mix.
Yeah, passing by the long lap penalty loop there. Hopefully no riders will need to go through there, and it's unnecessary. Finishing up the sighting lap now. We're coming into the final sectors. We'll have a quick look at the chicane, uphill chicane. We swing it right around turn 8 into 9, 10. Swing it left, then right. Someone's gone very wide over there. The number 8
That's Marco
Marco
Tapia.
Tapia,
Yeah,
just
just taking
taking
the
the
car.
long way around, checking out the scenery. Uphill again, and we come into the S's section. And we should finish up coming around Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, long, sweeping right-hander, where Slipstream could just yet prove key, because it is a very long run to the line here at Circuito do Estoril.
Yes, the Parabolica corner is very long, as me and you found out yesterday, Chris, on a couple of scooters. It goes on for absolutely ever. And you just saw there the number 81 machine of Senna Aegis, your championship favourite coming into 2023. And he will be lining up from pole position on the grid. And he will be hoping to convert that into victory here today in race number 1. There's some Xavi Cardelus fans on the outside of the circuit as well. Xavi Cardelus goes from the outside of row number 1. Carlos Tatai in the middle, and Senna Aegis on the outside from pole position as the revs will be rising, the lights will be coming on, signalling the start of Moto2 action in 2023, and a brilliant start from the number 81 of Senna Aegis. Carlos Tatai got off the grid a little bit slowly, as it did Xavi Cardelus, but round the outside is the number 55 of Alex Toledo. He's going round the outside of Xavi Cardelus, but can't make it stick, but already with a couple of bike lengths advantage is the number 81, who's got the perfect start already running onto rumble strip. Here comes Cardelus with a block pass move up the inside of Carlos Tatai, but runs a little bit wide, so the number 99 rider retaliates, but it's Cardelus again. This is great action on the opening lap with the number 72 of Yari Ruiz, who started from 8th on the grid. He's already up to 5th.
Brilliant start from Senna Aegis. He's already built up a gap, but we see Xavi Cardelus very, very aggressive on this opening lap. Fired one up the inside, didn't make it stick, went back at it again, and Carlos Tatai has dropped into 3rd, but not for very long. He is back up. Brilliant, brilliant racing in this opening lap, and very aggressive as they try not to lose sight of Senna Aegis.
And Harrison Voigt, he's already into 4th. He just took advantage of that scrap that was going on into turn number 6, went up the inside of about 3 riders. So Harrison Voigt, the number 29, making his debut in the Moto2 class this year, already up to 4th, as Cardelus looked up the inside of Carlos Tatai, but couldn't make it stick into the chicane. But Harrison Voigt, we talked about it at the start of the show, looking good all weekend, and he's already looking good towards the end of lap number 1. But Senna Aegis, at the last split, we had up to 0.8 of a second. You can only imagine it's even bigger than that now as they round the final corner towards the start-finish straight, on towards the start-finish straight to come now. Bit of a bobble from Xavi Cardelus. He tries to get the run on Carlos Tatai as they come firing past our commentary box. Lap number 1 is complete. It's 1 second of an advantage over the chasing group as Xavi Cardelus, late on the brakes, almost touches Carlos Tatai, but has to set it up late and leery on the brakes, as you possibly could imagine from Carlos Tatai, as one of the riders further back goes a bit wide.
Absolutely blockbuster start from Senna Aegis. You want to live up to a favourites tag, that's how you do it. Carlos Tatai, Xavi Cardelus, I could watch this all day. Tit for tat on the opening lap. I imagine now we might see it settle a little bit more, but there are a stream of riders coming in behind the podium places. Harrison Voigt, Yari Ruiz, Alex Toledo, Mattia Rato and Alberto Sura, all within distance of the podium places. Little further back, who else is inside the top 10? We've got Nico Antonelli and Roberto Garcia. And that is your top 10 after lap 1. 16 laps to go. It's all to play for in the podium fight, but can anyone catch Senna Aegis? He is rampant at the moment.
Disastrous start for Nicolo Antonelli from 5th spot on the grid. That is a start he did not want to make. He's dropped back 4 places already, but good start from Sam Wilford, the number 35, the young British rider who had a nasty accident here last year. He's already made up 4 positions from his starting grid, so that is a great start from the number 35. But we've got a yellow flag at turn at number 4. I'm not sure who that is, it's gone down, but we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, a slow crash there for whoever's gone down.
It's the young Croatian rider, Vugrinec. Martin Vugrinec has gone down.
Well spotted there, Chris. Yeah, so Vugrinec, the number 4. That's a shame, already out of the race on lap number 2 as they complete the lap to go into lap number 3 as a power past the start-finish straight now, and it's still Senna Aegis that has just opened up a smaller advantage over Carlos Tatai with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:40.2, a little bit slower, only 0.3 of a second slower than what they were doing in the afternoon in qualifying.
Yeah, still Carlos Tatai in second with Cardelus. Harrison Voigt, is he just losing a little bit of touch with them? He's now dropped a half a second. Ooh, and we've got a red flag at the moment. I can only imagine that has to do with the crash from Martin Vugrenek. Hopefully all is okay, and this is just taking as a precaution.
Yes, we've got our fingers crossed for the number 4 of Vugrenek, who went down a lap ago. So thankfully all the riders have seen the red flag as they come past the scene of the accident from a lap ago. So it was Senna Aegis that was leading the way ahead of Carlos Tatai and Xavi Cardelus. Now we can all imagine that since there weren't few laps completed, it will be a full restart once again here in the Moto2 European Championship. And that's a good sight to see. Martin walking away, the number 4 rider who went down, who was attended to by the doctors. He's now walking away from the accident. So it's always a good sign when we see the rider always walking away on their own steam.
Yeah, thankfully he's okay. Well, looks relatively okay. As the rest of the riders come back round, they'll enter pit lane. We'll bring you the latest for pit lane procedures and restart procedures as we find out the times as they go along. But what a start from Senna Aegis.
Absolutely incredible start from the Australian rider. Already at the end of lap 1, he was 1 second ahead. As you can see, the marshals with the brushes running onto the track as well. So you can imagine that was another reason for the red flag. Gravel on the track, so the bike must have just come back onto the track ever so slightly, dragging the gravel back on, and that's why we have the cleanup job in operation. Always better to have the track nice and clean and safe from gravel than having any of the riders run over it and causing an even bigger crash.
So the safety car is out. It will do a lap and check on track conditions. Hopefully it will be a quick cleanup operation, as we can see how many. We've got nearly double figures in marshals there, brushing, kicking and removing gravel from the track as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Yeah, it looks like you've got everyone from around the location of that part of the circuit in hand to just help out with the removal of the gravel. Now, as we saw yesterday, when there was a red flag during qualifying, it was only a red flag for a couple of minutes before the session resumed again. So we're hoping for a quick restart procedure here with the red flag after we saw Vugrenek walking away from his crash on lap number 2. Senna Aegis there, that won't deter him at all. He'll know that he has some good ability to get off the line from the start, and he'll be hoping for some again in start number 2. But it's always something you never want as a rider, to build up those nerves, to build up the tension for a race start, and then for all to be done again a little bit later on.
Yeah, this can be a real test of his mental strength. After such a phenomenal opening couple laps in the initial race, he had built up a 1 second advantage, over 1 second advantage in just a couple laps. Now he'll be aiming to do it again. Will he be able to do it? So that's where the real test of mental strength comes in.
Yes, indeed. Very, very good mental strength has Senna Aegis shown over the past year that we've seen him in the Moto2 European Championship. Always bounced back from crashes and always found himself in podium position. So he's got good mental strength, does the young Australian rider. But one person who'll be very happy that there'll be another restart will be Nicolo Antonelli as well. So yeah, the number 4 rider has been taken to the medical centre, just flashed up on our screen. We can presume that'll be for a checkup for the number 4. But yes, Nicolo Antonelli, he'll be, well, hoping for a better start in start number 2, because he dropped back to 9th place on the first start there, and that was something that was unexpected and something he'll be hoping to rectify for start number 2.
Yeah, very disappointing start from Antonelli. Starting 5th, dropping to 9th in just a couple of laps. It is his debut in the class, so we can forgive him a little bit, I suppose, but he will be looking now with another opportunity with nothing to lose to try and launch a podium challenge from the race restart.
Yeah, Nicolo Antonelli, you can imagine that with the pace he showed yesterday, even after he did drop back to 9th place, that he would have found his form and would have come through the field. Now, Xavi Cardelus, he had a great start to the proceedings in start number 1, battling Carlos Tatai for second spot. Those two hammer and tongs through the opening lap, knocking lumps out each other they were before Carlos Tatai got the upper hand eventually. And there he is, Xavi Cardelus, just as we were mentioning him on screen, the number 18, the Andorran rider. He's been around for quite a while, has Xavi Cardelus. Very experienced rider and a very, very fast one at that.
Yeah, very experienced and quite successful. We mentioned he hasn't quite got the win yet, but 5th in last year's championship. He's one of the highest returners coming back. He's picked up a couple podiums, more than a couple podiums. You've got him down as 4 P3s, excuse me, I'm forgetting how to count, during 2022. He's also been on the Moto E grid on the World Championship stage, and a couple P2s as well in 2018.
Yes, very experienced and very fast rider. He's been everywhere, done it, got the T-shirts. It's only really MotoGP he's not to do yet, but you never know. Maybe he can find himself in the top of the World Championship someday. And another thing to point out is that he is Mr. Consistency. He's very fast, very consistent, and he finished inside the top 4 in the last 6 races of 2022. So you know that Xavi Cardoso will always be in the mix, and you can never discount the Andorran rider. The fans are out here enjoying the sun, but the jackets are on today. Us as Brits, Chris, we feel like this is summer weather already, and we've got our T-shirts on, not out there wearing the jackets, but then again, it is a little bit blistery out there today, so maybe that's some of the reason why we're getting some crashes out there today and the opening couple of races.
Perhaps. It's a beautiful day out there, though, for me. As a proud Irishman, proud Scotsman, this is something we don't get a lot of.
Not at all.
Coming to the west coast of Portugal, just outside Lisbon, getting to look at some beautiful racing and beautiful scenery nestled among the rolling hills just outside Lisbon. I'll take this weather any day.
Not a better place in the world to go racing than right here in Estoril. A fantastic and beautiful location, and also situated with some amazing small towns around it as well. So if you've never been to Estoril, make sure that you come down here for Junior GP next year, because you won't be able to make it this year, but come down here because you get to watch 6 incredible races and get to enjoy an amazing place, or a part of the world as well.
Now, some news to bring you. While I hate to cut you off, pit lane will reopen for a quick restart procedure. That will be open at 12:15, just 4 minutes, just over 3 minutes away. So we won't have to wait very long.
Yes, it'll be lights out and off we go once again in just over 4 minutes time. And Senna Aegis, he will be hoping to get another lightning fast start to the race. Now, someone will be hoping to get an even better start than he did last time out was this man on screen, the number 99 of Carlos Tatai, who was, well, he got off the line, he bog started a little bit, you can say, and dropped back a little bit, but as soon as he got underway, he was back in the mix and managed to get himself back into 2nd position ahead of Xavi Cardoso, and he was sort of pegging Senna Aegis at the front. The gap did remain at 1 second between lap 2 and lap 3. So Carlos Tatai, if he can get off the grid this time round, you can expect him to be challenging Senna Aegis.
Yeah, absolutely. A superb, not quite a superb start, as you said, but a superb recovery, as Cardoso came very, very aggressive in that opening lap and pushed him down to 3rd, but he wasn't being pushed over as he reclaimed 2nd just shortly before the red flag.
Yeah, turn number 6 is where it all happened, and we can't forget that Harrison Voigt, he'll be one of the riders that will be a little bit disappointed with this restart, because he got himself up to 4th place. The number 29 making his Moto2 European Championship debut this weekend, went from 9th on the grid, showing great speed all weekend, and before we knew it, he was already in 4th with a great overtake into turn number 6, where he overtook a couple of riders as they went a little bit wide. He kept a tight line and found himself in 4th spot, and already all over the back of the battle for 2nd as well. So Harrison Voigt will be keeping an eye on him to do the same for start number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's his debut here today as well in the Moto2 class, and he's come through a few different competitions through the years, ATC, ETC. He was in Junior GP the last couple of seasons. And it seems he's made a rapid adaptation to Moto2 machinery.
Yeah, some riders, when they're in the lower categories, you can't really see their full potential. As Senna Aegis is a great case in point. He spent some years in the Moto3 CEV Championship, as it was then, before Junior GP. And only a couple of points finishes before he moved up to Moto2 last year, and then he became one of the championship favourites and one of the hottest title contenders. So some of the riders, they just adapt a little bit more to the bigger machines, and as they go higher up the classes, they become more in tune with those machines, as we've seen with Alonso Lopez as well, who's now moved over to the Moto2 World Championship when he was in the Moto2 European Championship only a couple of years ago. Very strong there, and now he is a Moto2 race winner over there. So Harrison Voigt and Senna Aegis, definitely a couple of names that will be hoping to progress their career in that way. And as we see at the bottom of the screen, pit lane will reopen at 12:15 local time, so only in a minute's time, so only in 10 seconds time, basically, the pit lane will reopen for an 11-lap dash to the flag for Moto2 race number 1.
Yeah, if it's anything like the first start, it should be an absolute cracker. We saw aggressive starts from Carlos and Tatai. We saw Senna just bolt from the front. Look at them out there, eager to get going again. All of them pushing their way out. They'll do a quick out lap of the circuit, take their place on the grid, and then we're ready for 11 laps of Moto2 fun.
It will be fun indeed, it will be, Chris, and we cannot wait for some Moto2 action here today. There he is, the number 81 of Senna Aegis, next to his, well, counterpart in the Promo Racing team of last year, Gerard Ryu, who steps over to replace Senna Aegis in the team. And well, what a great looking machine that is. I must admit, Chris, I do enjoy the look of the Liqui Moly Husqvarna race machine. I do quite enjoy the yellow wheels. It sticks out as something a little bit different that you can see in the class. And Senna Aegis machine, not like he has to stick out, because we expect him to always be at the front, but if he was further back, then he'll be easy to spot out mid-pack as well.
Yeah, very much so. It's quite similar there to Edu Montero's STV Laglice racing machine. Of course, Senna Aegis looking very good today. We've seen the Husqvarna, Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact GP team in action on the World Championship stage in the opening rounds of this year's championship. And they've impressed, and they're impressing even more here in the European Championship stage.
Yes, Lucas Tulovic and Darren Binder are the riders over there in the World Championship. And Darren Binder was missing in Jerez due to a crash in America, and it was Senna Aegis that was called up to replace Darren Binder in the World Championship just only 1 week ago at Jerez, and he done very well indeed. He just missed out on some points, but it was the first time that he'd been at Jerez in just under a year since he was racing here in the Moto2 European Championship back in the middle of 2022. So he showed very good form, and as we spoke about earlier on in the proceedings, Chris, he got some points towards the end of last year with a great showing, replacing Sam Lowes in the Mark VDS team in the World Championship.
Yeah, he's impressed. I think that was his 4th appearance overall in the Moto2 Championship. He's picked up some points, as I mentioned, last year in Valencia. He's just missed out a couple of times, but given that it is his first time at many of these tracks, he's very, very impressive.
So the number 81 rolls back up to his pole position, where it will be a quick start procedure here when everyone is ready to go. The team mechanics, the team personnel will jump off the grid, and we will get started once again for the warm-up lap. The number 99 of Carlos Tata, he'll be hoping for a much better start this time round, and Xavi Cardolis, he'll be hoping for a start as good as he got last time and getting in and amongst it for second position as well. So just a quick reminder of who's going to be starting from where the top 3 are in position in front row of the grid. It's Senna Aegis who goes from pole position ahead of Carlos Tata. Xavi Cardolis, also Nicolo Antonelli will be in 5th spot. He'll be hoping for a better start than what he got last time round.
Yeah, absolutely. So warm-up lap once again. Hopefully we will get off without a hitch around this time. We've already lost a couple riders to today's conditions. One on the sighting lap, Maxwell Toth, and then Martin Vugranek is also out of the race. So let's see how we will line up in race 2. Well,
race 1,
part 2.
Here we go. Yes, there are going to be many starts for the Moto2 riders here today. This will be the second start, but it's race number 1, and later on today they'll have Moto2 race 2 to get their teeth stuck into a little bit later on. So the warm-up lap, halfway through it now. It's a beautiful day, 21 degrees Celsius air, 25 degrees Celsius track, and 25 miles per hour, 40 kilometers an hour wind. So we were saying it was a little bit blustery out there today, and it's picking up on the wind as well. That's why we can see so many jackets, but hopefully it won't be deterring these Moto2 riders as they prepare for their second start of the day.
Yeah, just coming into the final sector now for the warm-up lap. We can see some riders cruising it there. I'm not quite sure who that is, but they will take their positions on the grid, and we will be back underway momentarily. Senna Aegis will start once again from the head of the grid.
Yes, lots of action to prepare yourself for today as well. Moto2 And then just in a little while time, we'll have the Junior GP before it will be the European Talent Cup Race 2, Moto 2 Race 2, and then rounding out the proceedings today will be the Stock European Championship. But before we get to that, Moto 2 Race 1 will be underway, and we'll get to enjoy more racing action from these brilliant Triumph engined machines as they roll up to the grid. 24 riders on the grid for this one, and lots of action underway, and they will all be chasing one man, one rider, the number 81 of Senna Aegis.
Can anyone stop the young Australian? We're about to find out. Moto 2, red flags in the sky. We wait for the green one. Eyes on the lights.
The number 23, Nicolo Antonelli, goes from 5th spot of the grid. The lights will be coming on. Revs will be rising, all chasing one rider. It's lights out and we're off. A great start from Senna Aegis. Once again, a bit of a pop-up of a wheel from Xavi Cardelus from 3rd spot of the grid. Carlos Tata has got a better start than what he did in part number 1. Late on the base, Carlos Tata is going for the lead almost. He almost tags the back of Senna Aegis.
And Jere Ruiz and Tata touch wheels coming out of turn 1. Both remain upright, but it's the number 18, Xavi Cardelus, who takes 2nd place. Carlos Tata slips into 3rd. Jere Ruiz.
And then that's Tata once again up the inside of Cardelus. Harrison Voigt had a moment coming out of turn number 1, managed to collect it, but that's given Senna Aegis a big lead already at the start of this race. Bumping in Bourne for 3rd spot, that's Toledo up the inside of Carlos Tata, so it's going from bad to worse for Carlos Tata, who tried an ambitious move on Senna Aegis into turn number 1 at the start of this race. Late on the brakes, here comes Tata again on Toledo for 3rd spot, and it's Harrison Voigt just behind as well. Harrison Voigt, he's got another great start. He's in 5th ahead of Jari Ruiz, the number 72 rider. Running on the green is both Ruiz and Voigt, but Voigt has got a great run already. He's up the inside of Toledo, so Toledo's dropped 2 spots in 2 corners, but Harrison Voigt has to watch out because he's already run onto the green. And here we've got a lunge up the inside. Will he make a stick? Yes, he will. That's 72 of Ruiz. Ruiz from absolutely nowhere takes advantage of that. 2 riders in 1 corner. Great stuff from the number 72.
Yeah, brilliant start as well in this opening lap from Alberto Sura. He's pushed himself up about 5 or 6 places on the grid, but it's all about Senna Aegis. He is 0.6 of a second clear of Xavi Cardelus, who is in P2, and we're watching a little further back. There we see him. Senna Aegis going to cross the line once again in P1.
Senna Aegis will have absolutely no idea of all the action that's going on behind him because he's got the clear track ahead of him as he completes lap number 1. But the gap is only 0.6 of a second. Xavi Cardelus has had a great start to this one here. Carlos Tata, after he was in the wars a little bit, is trying to regain all the ground he's lost. There's someone gone a little bit wide further back there. Not sure who that is. That might be the number 8 of Marco Tapia. But Carlos Tata crawling all over the back of Xavi Cardelus. You can imagine there's going to be an overtake very soon for 2nd place.
Yeah, Harrison Voigt as well coming over there over the line. Had a moment on the brakes, but pulls off a brave move to get himself up into P6. We see some names disappearing on our timing screens. I'm not sure if that's a technical error or we have lost some riders, but we see only 21 at the moment. But looking back, and we see Tata pushing up the inside of Xavi Cardelus as these two renew their rivalries. This is excellent stuff.
Rivalry number 1 in the grid is Carlos Tata versus Xavi Cardelus very clearly, but Carlos Tata, he knows he's got the pace, he knows he's a little bit quicker from the rest of the weekend than Xavi Cardelus. He knows that Senna Aegis is the man to beat, and he's already opened up the gap to 1.5 seconds. That's a massive amount of time that Senna Aegis has over the rest of the pack. That's going to be a big ask for Carlos Tata to try and close that gap. As Xavi Cardelus might be under some pressure in the next couple of laps from Jari Ruiz and Harrison Voigt for 4th and 5th.
Yeah, Senna Aegis is opening up. He's pulling the pin. He's going to push his machine to the limit to open as much of a gap as possible. And this battle in between Tata and Cardelus is not helping their case if they want to reel in the young Australian. Fastest lap from number 81, Senna Aegis, is on lap 2 at 1:39.7.
That's Cardelus and Tata going off. Cardelus, I knew I saw something go past the camera, and Cardelus and Tata come together.
Strikes.
Wow, that's incredible stuff. Very well done from Xavi Cardelus to try and hold on to that, but Tata was involved in that as well, so their rivalry. And there's another rider off just behind him as well. Not sure that was. Whoa! On the grass, Xavi Cardelus crashing into the back of Carlos Tata.
Got debris left on track as well. Tata's also been pushed wide. Cardelus has managed to hold it upright, but he went onto the grass and hit into Tatai, and it's the to benefit of Harrison Voigt and Yeray Ruiz. They move into the podium spaces, and it's also of a huge benefit to Senna Aegis. We seem to have also lost Edu Montero, has crashed out of the Grand Prix. We see he's stopped.
That's a shame from Edu Montero. Big moment there from Xavi Cardelus on the curb, on the grass, and then couldn't stop it, and he found himself crashing into the back of Carlos Tata, who's now down to 6th spot. And there you go, there's Eduardo Montero as well. So shame there from the number 21 machine, but I hope Australia is awake right now. I hope they're enjoying this racing, because it's Australia 1-2 in this Moto2 European Championship race. It's Senna Aegis from Harrison Voigt, the rookie, who's already in podium contention. What a start it is from the number 29.
Yeah, he had an impressive start in the first part of this race before the red flag. He has backed that right up on the restart. Second place, he's 3.2 seconds behind his compatriot Senna Aegis, who looks like he is going to run away with victory with 8 laps to go. Yeray Ruiz sits in 3rd, Alex Toledo 4th, Alberto Sura continues his rise up. Carlos Tata has recovered from that incident. He may not be in P2 anymore, but he certainly is in podium contention. He sits in P6 at the back of this lead group. Nico Antonelli in P7.
I just saw Xavi Cardelus come past the commentary box window into pit lane, so he's clearly retiring from the race here today. So that's such a shame for Xavi Cardelus. My apologies, actually. Well done, Chris. It's actually his teammate Promo Racing, Gerard Rieu, that's popped into the pits on the number 87 machine. So Gerard Rieu, not sure what happened to him, but he's come into the pits. Xavi Cardelus, for all you Andorran fans, all you Xavi Cardelus fans, you can breathe once again, because he is still in the race after that moment 1 lap ago with Carlos Tata, who looks up the inside of the number 67 of Alberto Sura, and he's already making moves. So clearly seeing that there's no...
The debutant,
yeah, there's
the number
no damage
99,
to that
he senses a podium on here. He is not wasting any time with 8 laps to go. He's already recovered from that incident with Cardelus. He's pushed himself up, now got himself onto the coattails of Toledo, of Ruiz, and of Watt.
So yeah, 4 seconds between Senna Aegis and Harrison Voigt. This group is all battling out for this 2nd place. So you've got Harrison Voigt, Yeray Ruiz, Alex Toledo, Carlos Tata. So we can see clearly that that machine is all okay. There's no terminal damage to the number 99 machine after that collision with Xavi Cardelus. But Harrison Voigt is holding firm on the Yamaha Philippines Stylo bike machine, and he's doing a great job for 2nd.
Yeah, it seems we've also lost a couple more riders. Monjardo, the team Chiati Bosco has pitted, with Roberto Garcia also stopped. He's of Cardoso Fantic Racing. 17 riders remain, so there's a great opportunity here for Canan Inta and Filip Rehacek to score some maiden points in Moto2. Xavi Cardelus currently occupies P15.
I thought Carlos Tata...
he has done.
Yeah, he has done. And Harrison Voigt had a bit of a moment coming out turn number 3 as well. Looked over his shoulder, and then Ruiz takes all advantage of it. He's gone from 4th back up to 2nd. He said, if you guys aren't going to take it, I will. So Ruiz on the 72 machine, as ambitious as you like, is already back up into 2nd ahead of Tata, and Voigt is dropping back. He's in 4th now. He might lose even more places now. He's back behind Toledo, but he stays there, so he can't lose any more. And on the back of this group is Nicolo Antonelli as well. So Nicolo Antonelli has found some form. He is getting himself into the rhythm now, and he's up into 8th.
And here comes Tata again on the brakes, on the inside. He's back into 2nd. Can he help make it stick? He absolutely can. He senses a podium. If it wasn't for that incident, perhaps he would be right now on the coattails of Senna Aegis, who has checked out.
Ruiz a bit wide there. He's lost a place to Toledo there, and he might lose another place to Voigt. He has done this, so it's all chopping and changing in this battle for 2nd. This is more like a junior GP race than a Moto2 race. If it wasn't for Senna Aegis out front, this would be a cracking battle for the win, but it's already a cracking battle for 2nd, as Carlos Tata, after that collision with Xavi Cardelus a couple of laps ago, is back into 2nd and chasing down your dominant race leader for the moment, Senna Aegis, who clicks off another lap, 6 laps to go.
Yeah, another lap done for the runaway leader here, but it is Moto2 mayhem in the battle for the podium. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders involved in this. Carlos Tata and Harrison Voigt at the moment hold the advantage, but you can be sure that some of Alex Toledo, Yeray Ruiz, Alberto Sura will all have a go yet.
It's a great ride from the two Rickies, Tatai and Voigt. Second and third position. Voigt has found himself back into the charge of that chasing group after Tatai passing Toledo at the end of the previous lap. Jari Ruiz, he's taken advantage of some other people's errors, but he's had some errors himself. He's now under attack from Alberto Sura on the Team Chiatti Boscoscuro machine with Rato as well, just behind him, and then Nicolo Antonelli on the number 23 machine and 8th spot on the MMR machine. He will be looking to pull forward, and Carlos Tatai running on the green there. You don't want to do that too many times. Just a reminder, if you run on the green 3 times, it will be 1 strike, and you'll be giving a track limits warning. Any more than that, and you will be given a long lap penalty. So he's had a bit of a moment there. He's collecting himself ever so slightly, but Harrison Voigt is going with him. He's dropping Toledo and Ruiz, Sura, Rato, and then Antonelli, and going with Carlos Tatai.
Yeah, it's been a super battle so far. Harrison Voigt, a really special mention for him. On his debut, Carlos Tatai too. 20 years of age for Carlos Tatai. Harrison Voigt, 16 years of age and about to, well, we say about to bag a podium, but
closing in on Tatai. Oh, big wobble from Tatai there.
And Voigt's going to take full advantage and push himself back into P2 as we kick off another lap here in Estoril.
5 laps to go. The Moto2 action is heating up. Here comes Tatai. We've seen this a few times from the Spaniard. Runs them both wide late in the break. Harrison Voigt looks over his shoulder going, where did that come from? They expected you to be miles back. And that's brought the chasing back into contention now. Toledo sees an opportunity, as does Ruiz, Sura and Sect, Rato and Antonelli, who's not made any further progress, but you just know that he will be biding his time as these two at the front of the group, Voigt and Tatai, scrap it out for second.
Yeah, brilliant move once again from Tatai. Block pass up the inside, didn't let Voigt pass, and then moved on through again. Brilliant, brilliant stuff.
Great Moto2 action here as Toledo looks over his shoulder, going down the back straight behind the paddock into turn number 6. Here comes Sura on the 67 machine. Those two aren't teammates, even though the bikes look very similar in colour scheme. So that's Sura up to 5th spot inside the top 10, and we have someone that's just come out the pits, the number 49 on the time monitor. That's Mongiardo. So the number 49 machine has exited the pits as well. Further back outside this top 10, as we've been talking about them a lot, is Rodriguez on the number 38 machine, Sam Wilford in 11th. So he's making a return to the track where he has, well, not the greatest of memories after last year's nasty crash as well. Just behind him is Oradri and the number 10 machine. Xavi Cardolis, he's back into the points. So after coming through the gravel trap only a number of laps ago, he's back into 13th ahead of Marcus Volpe and Kyle Paz. Kyle Paz in the number 32 machine, you might remember him from last year. He's making a return here with the Yamaha Philippines Stylo bike machine. Yeah,
Cardolis showing his experience getting himself up to 13th after his gravel trap trip. Unfortunate that he hasn't met the podium or exited the podium battle. Carlos Tatai, though, has done excellently to come back here and get himself into P2.
Tatai is absolutely a demon on the brakes into turn number 1. I don't know how he gets it stopped most of the time. He just darts for the apex and somehow keeps it upright. I'm always worried every single lap that he's going to tuck the front somehow, but he's not. He's got so much confidence on that front tyre. And as you can see, with all the battling that's been going on between Tatai and the rest of the pack, Senna Aegis has been left clear and cool at the front. They're almost a full straight ahead of everyone else. The gap between him and Carlos Tatai is 6.2 seconds. That's almost 1 second a lap that Senna Aegis has been gapping the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's been absolutely brilliant. We talked about his mental strength on the restart. He's silenced any doubts about that. It's been a brilliant response to the red flag. He's got a huge advantage. And it's now all about this battle for the podium. Carlos Tatai looks in control. It's a very impressive ride as well from the other Australian on the grid, Harrison Voigt, on the Yamaha machine. He sits in P3 as they seem to have opened up just a little bit of a gap on the 4 riders chasing them.
Yeah, the Carlos Tatai setting a very quick pace at the front of this group and dragging Harrison Voigt with him on the number 22 machine. This will be a great result for these two rookies if they can hold on to it. Alex Toledo is coming under a little bit of pressure now from the number 67 of Alberto Sura, with Jari Ruiz and Rato just further back as well. And Nicolo Antonelli, he's dropped a little bit further off the back of this group. He's in a lonely 8th spot with Rodriguez on the number 38 machine, just closing up on the number 23 Italian. for 8th spot. But Harrison Voigt has closed in ever so slightly on the back of Carlos Tatai. Only 2 3/4 laps to go to sort out this battle for the 2nd position.
You can be sure there will be a move coming. Perhaps they are just waiting until the last lap to make sure that they cannot respond. So Tatai needs to defend for his life, while Voigt has to time it to perfection.
It's an afternoon ride in the sun for Senna Aegis. This one is coming down towards turn number 6. Looks very, very easy. He makes it look effortless, does Senna Aegis, as the rest of them are battling it out for every inch of the track. Senna Aegis is just being very smooth and calculated with his riding, and you can see that in the lap times and with the speed of the race. Just to bring in a little bit of announcement, the Junior GP pit lane will open at 1300 hours. That is 1 p.m. here local time, and we'll get the first or the only Junior GP race action here, with the race starting at 1:15 as well. So after the red flag here in Moto2, the proceedings have been pushed back ever so slightly. So Junior GP race 1, only racer here today, will be coming up at 1:15 local time. 2 laps to go as Senna Aegis will cross the line any moment now. And Alberto Sura, he has jumped into 4th spot, unless Toledo, Reith and Ratto for dust now, as Carlos Tatai once again getting on the rumble strip and almost having a moment. Harrison Voigt in his slipstream, can he make a move? We've seen in the past that Carlos Tatai is very late in the race. He comes steering across the track in front of Harrison Voigt, darting for the apex, runs a little bit wide. Harrison Voigt looks a lot more calm and calculated in this battle for 2nd spot, while Carlos Tatai looks a little bit rugged, a little bit aggressive, and you know that he will keep at any rate he can Harrison Voigt behind.
Yeah, it's been a super ride on his debut here from Carlos Tatai. Looks like he might just hold on here for P2, but Harrison Voigt's going to throw everything at him in this final lap. I just wonder what could have been in this race. If it were not for that incident between Tatai and Cardelus, could Tatai have stayed with Aegis? And very much going to be something interesting to see in the next race, to see if Tatai has the pace to challenge Aegis.
Well, this is great experience for both rookies, chasing each other, learning where the other one is strong. And I just wanted to point out Alberto Sura in the background. He was only a 10th of a second slower than Tatai and Voigt just ahead, but on this lap he has closed the bag ever so slightly. The gap looks a little bit too big with a lap and a half remaining, but in Moto2, as we've seen already here today, anything can happen.
Yeah, very much so. So with only just over 1 lap left, or about to cross over now for the final lap, will we see a move? Will it be rookie v rookie for a battle for 2nd, or will they be content to sit where they are and take the podium?
Senna Aegis comes on to the home straight there, running on the green. I hope that doesn't affect him too much there. The front wheel came up, but Senna Aegis, just back it off a little bit. You're almost at the line. 1 lap to go. You've got a 7.1 second lead over Tatai and Voigt. And Voigt is just dropped off a little bit compared to Tatai. 0.2 of a second as he came across the line, as Voigt is just losing maybe a little bit of steam in the last couple of laps as Carlos Tatai opens that gap.
Yeah, he seems to have just pushed away a little bit now from Voigt. It'll be interesting to see, will there be another opportunity for Voigt to get close? There we go, he chanced pulling up onto the rear end there, but he still couldn't do it. Tatai defending this position really, really well.
Yeah, there's parts of this track you can clearly see that Carlos Tatai has the advantage over Harrison Voigt, and that's mainly into the braking zones, stopping the bike mid-corner and then really squirting it out down towards the straight. Harrison Voigt has a lot to do in the last couple of sectors if he wants that 2nd spot, but once again, a 3rd place for Harrison Voigt on debut will be absolutely brilliant for the young Australian.
Yeah, out front, so it's still Senna Aegis, as he looks like he's going to romp home to victory in the opening race of the Moto2 European Championship. However, the battle for P2 is yet to be decided. Here comes Aegis now into the final sector, through the chicane, out through S's, swings the left up here before coming into Parabolica, Ayrton Senna. Let's hope and see he pops a wheelie over the line.
Well, he's been looking fantastic all throughout testing. He's been looking unstoppable throughout the entire weekend. He comes through the final corner, sets up, he sees the checkered flag in the distance. The number 81, Senna Aegis, makes it win number 1 of 2023. He shakes his head with delight, but we look further back. Who will it be for 2nd spot? Carlos Tatai comes across the line. The rookie takes his first podium in Moto2, ahead of the other rookie, Harrison Voigt, in 3rd. brilliant result for the young Australian there. Alberto Sura takes 4th ahead of Rato. Ruiz, he moves up to 2nd ahead of Toledo. Antonelli had to settle for 8th ahead of Rodriguez. Marco Tapia and Brett Watts, Sam Wilford finishes in 11th. But what a ride by Senna Aegis, who pops a Jack Miller-esque wheelie down towards turn number 3. He was in utter control. Brilliant domination.
Don't worry, Australia, there is plenty of talent coming through from your Grand Island. You've got Jack Miller, you've got Remy Gardner, now you've got Senna Aegis and Harrison Vaught, who've both picked up a podium here. Senna Aegis running away with a superb win. There we go, double podium, or double wheelie, I should say, from the double podium.
Yes, Australia have got nothing to worry about, and they've got 2 showmen as well by the sound of it. That'll be great for the newspapers in Australia tomorrow. Harrison Voigt and Senna Aegis popping a double wheelie, a synchronised wheelie down towards turn number 6. What a ride it was for them, and what a ride. A combative ride by Carlos Tatai on the number 99 machine. We've seen all weekend and throughout the testing, the ride on the Pertamina Mandalika SAG team has been outstanding, and he managed to just hold on to 2nd position even after the incident with Xavi Carlos early on in the race. Coming together, they both did. Lost a little bit of some carbon fibre from his machine, but managed to hold on and come back through the field after dropping all the way back down to 6th spot. Came through the field quite brilliantly to take 2nd. And there he is, Harrison Voigt on debut, Moto2 European Championship debut. He is on the podium for the Yamaha Philippines Stylo bike team, and he looks magnanimous. He looks so happy with that one, following his fellow countrymen around towards the pitch as they both come into Parc Fermé together. Another wheelie for Senna Aegis. He knows how to show off his wheelie skills here in the Moto2 European Championship. Not a better way you can possibly start the season. Maybe has to work a little bit on the stoppies in comparison to his compatriot Jack Miller, who I'm sure he'll be getting a lot of tips off of. But he comes into Parc Fermé. He won't be too worried about the stoppie because he just done what he needed to do. He won race number 1. So the team are there to congratulate their race winner. The Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact Junior team will be delighted with how their rider has started the season. Back-to-back victories for the team after Lukas Tulovic commanded the end of season to take the title in Moto2 before moving up to the World Championship this year. And well, they've got another great young prospect in Senna Aegis, still very young, still only 17 years of age. And well, he's got a bright future ahead of him, and he knows it. And what a ride it is from the very tall for a motorcycle racer anyway, Senna Aegis. Well, tall in comparison to, well, myself anyway, who's quite diminutive in comparison to Senna Aegis. Carlos Tatai, big hugs all round for him. Great 2nd place. He'll be very delighted with that one. Looks like he's had a very hard day in the office there today. He pushed very hard, but he'll be very emotional with that. That'll be his first podium in anything since Indonesia in the Moto3 World Championship last year. And hugs from family as well, as he looks, well, very emotional with that one. So it'll be a lot of weight off his shoulder for the young Spaniard. Finally be back on the podium. Senna Aegis goes over to congratulate the number 99 machine. And there's Harrison Voigt, the other Australian joining his compatriot Senna Aegis in Parc Fermé. Talking about locking the front as many times, he was pushing hard. But what a ride from 9th place on the grid. We did speak about him as one of the riders to look out for at the start of the race. He made a great start in part 1 of the race, and then an even better one for part number 2. And he was involved right from the off in that battle for 2nd. Congratulations for Senna Aegis. He looked very happy with that one as he took a dominant win, 7.2 seconds over Carlos Tatai in 2nd spot. And does he do a better stoppie here? Not quite, but we will forgive him for that because he'd done what he turned up to do, which was win the race. He'll be hoping to do it again a little bit later on. And even though we thought that 2nd stoppie wasn't too great, in the end, it wasn't too bad. Certainly better than what I could do, so I can't give him too much drama for that one as well. So Senna Aegis, your race 1 winner here for the Moto2 European Championship, and he'll be hoping to repeat that later on today. Carlos Tatai still with his helmet on, heading over towards even more people to congratulate him. We'll be hearing from your winner of race 1 very soon. He'll be down in Parc Fermé and the interview stage with Chris Jordan, and we'll be getting to hear the first words from a very happy young Australian rider, the number 81 of Senna Aegis. Congrats. And there he is, Senna Aegis, your race 1 winner in Moto2 European Championship. Let's hear what he has to say. He's down in Parc Fermé with Chris Jordan.
Thanks, Liam. I'm here with race 1 winner Senna Aegis. Showed remarkable composure to come back from the red flag to put in a dominant performance and win. How are you feeling after that?
Feeling really good. I think we all struggle with the conditions a bit. It's the windiest it's been all weekend, and the first laps took me a little bit to understand the conditions, but I was getting faster towards the end, and we have a good bike for different conditions if the afternoon brings them like they did yesterday, and I'm looking forward to race 2.
Good stuff. Congratulations again.
Well, if he was struggling during parts of that race, then the rest of the riders must be a little bit worried ahead of race number 2. Here's what happened in race number 1. Lights were out, and it was a great start from Senna Aegis, your pole sitter, who got the launch off the line. And it was Xavi Carlos who launched up the inside of Carlos Tatai in the opening stages of the race. It was all bumping and boring, and Harrison Voigt got up the inside into turn number 6, but there was a crash for the number 4. The red flag was brought out, the rider walked away. We're very happy to see that. He went to the medical centre for a checkup. So it was start number 2, where it was all to play for once again, with an even better start for Senna Aegis. But Carlos Tatai, look at this, went into turn number 1, almost clipping the back of Senna Aegis, and that gave him a big advantage early on. Xavi Carlos was in second from early on, and Carlos Tatai was making moves after he dropped back through the field. But then there was this incident between Xavi Carlos and Carlos Tatai that ended Xavi Carlos's morning in the Moto2 European Championship as he tried to regain ground. The number 21 of Montero went down as well, but Carlos Tatai, after he ended up in the gravel trap, was fighting back through, and he found his way towards the front of that group. Up the inside of Yadi Ruiz for second spot. He only done that in a number of laps, but Yadi Ruiz would eventually drop back towards the bottom end of the top 8. Harrison Voigt, he was in the mix for second after Carlos Tatai made a mistake, but it was quickly soon rectified by the number 99, who managed to fight his way back through into second. But no one could stop Senna Aegis, who commanded the race to take his first win of 2023, his first win since Catalonia last year, ahead of Carlos Tatai and the other rookie and the other Australian, the compatriot of Senna Aegis, Harrison Voigt, rounding out your podium places. An incredible, incredible ride from the young Australian, who's popping wheelies and also stoppies as he came back into Parc Fermé to be congratulated by his Liquid Moly Husqvarna Junior GP team. Well, what can Senna Aegis do for race number 2? He was very happy towards the end of that one, and he will be very happy to push ahead for race number 2 with maybe an even better condition and struggling a little bit less.
Terceiro classificado com o número 29, Harrison Voigt, da Austrália, da equipa Stilo Bike.
Harrison Voigt makes his way onto the podium for the first time in the Moto2 European Championship, well, the first of many, you can assume. And then Carlos Tatai, who was battling for most of that race for second place, he stands atop the second position, but no one could stop the person in first, the man of the season, we can only assume, the number 81, the Liquid Moly Husqvarna GP racing team. Senna Aegis was today's winner. The Australian climbs atop the podium, and we can imagine that it will be first of many throughout 2023 as we hear the Australian national anthem playing out across the circuit. But before that, we have Mr. Jean-Marc Dionyssis, the Vice President of FIM Europe, handing out the trophies to the constructors, handing out the trophy to the Liquid Moly Intact Husqvarna team as well for an incredible display that they've put on. Harrison Voigt, he'll be delighted with third spot and bringing another Australian rider onto the podium. He's given his third place trophy, and he knows he's got a lot more work to do later on today, and he'll be aiming to make it back-to-back podiums this afternoon. And in second spot, a very combative, a very up and down race, but he got there in the end. And it's Mr. Manuel who has handed Carlos Tatai the second place trophy here today for race number 1. But it will be your race winner, Senna Aegis, who will be lifting that trophy atop his head as he is winner here for race number 1, Moto2, and he'll be hoping to repeat that
E agora
later
o
on today.
nacional da Austrália.
The Australian national anthem plays out across the Estoril circuit, and 2 riders on that podium can stand proud that they've done a very good job here today. Senna Aegis and Harrison Voigt, with Carlos Tatai from Spain in the middle. All 3 riders will pose for a picture on the podium. Stand together, lads. You've all done very well here today. And yes, we'll be hoping for more action between the 3. Hopefully for a little bit of a closer battle later on today between the 3 riders as well. After a dominant display from Senna Aegis, 7.2 seconds ahead of Carlos Tatai and Harrison Voigt. As can imagine it's not Prosecco, because some of the riders will be a little bit too young for Prosecco on the podium there. So Prosecco for some of them, maybe some rose water for the others there. So yes, they'll be drinking some water as we've got another race later on today. But here's the final standings of Moto2 Race 1.
So it is Senna Aegis who takes race 1 honours. Carlos Tatai Voigt on the podium. Alberto Sura charged through the pack to take P4. Mattia Rato, Yere Ruiz, Alex Toledo, Nicolo Antonelli, Juan Rodriguez, all inside the top 9. Finishing out the point scorers are Marco Tapia, Britt, Sam Wilford, Unai Oradre, Javi Cardolus recovered from his gravel trap trip for a P13 finish. Mattia Volpi and Kyle Paz round out the top 15. Filip Rahecek and Chano Ninta complete the finishers, with Francesco Mangiaro and Gerard Riu, Roberto Garcia, Edu Montero, Maxwell Toth and Martin Vugranek all DNF'd.
And this is how your championship standings look after race at number 1. It's all the same way as the results. It'll be Senna Aegis leading the way on 25 points, ahead of Carlos Tatai and Harrison Voigt on 20 and 16 respectively. Alberto Sura, he gets his championship off to a good start in 4th, ahead of Mattia Rato, Yari Ruiz on 10 points. Alex Toledo, he'll be next up in 9th, ahead of Nicolo Antonelli. He'll be hoping for more in race number 2 on 8th, and then Juan Rodriguez in 9th spot. Just behind them, Marco Tapia rounds at the top 10 with 6 points, ahead of Sam Wilford. He gets off the board after he had a fantastic ride and a very strong ride into 11th, putting to bed the ghosts of last year. So that's it. Race number 1, Moto2 action done here in Estoril. And it's your man, Senna Aegis, who took top honours. Dominant victory for the young Australian, ahead of Carlos Tatai, the number 99, and Harrison Voigt in 3rd spot. Rounding out your podium positions, but can anyone stop Senna Aegis in race number 2, coming up at 3 p.m. later on today? But for now, it's Senna Aegis, the reign supreme, here in Estoril. Round number 1 of Junior GP brings us to Circuito do Estoril in Portugal, just 30 minutes outside of Lisbon. And it's Jose Antonio Rueda who took top honours in the Junior GP Championship for 2022 with Tachikon Bruadri, your winner here last year. 4.1 kilometres in length, 13 turns around this incredible circuit situated in the Estoril Hills. For some great Junior GP action here today, 16 laps will bring us around this incredible circuit with 4 left turns and 9 right. We will see who will start the season in perfect place for Junior GP. We've got lots of great racing action already behind us with Moto2 and European Talent Cup. Race number 1, Junior GP. Get ready, the premier class of the championship. Get themselves underway here today for the only race of this afternoon. And well, Junior GP is the pinnacle of the championship here. And it's the stars of the future that are born that we will see on the road to MotoGP, and who will get their start underway in fine fashion as the Portuguese flag flies here in Estoril.
Yeah, Liam, it's a real jewel in the crown of this championship, Junior GP. It's seen as an absolutely brilliant way to get onto the World Championship stage, and we've seen several big name riders make their mark in this tournament, in this competition, before getting on to the World Championship stage. Pedro Acosta, to name just one.
Pedro Acosta is one of them. Fabio Quartararo as well. He became champion 10 years ago when it was the FIM CV Moto3 Championship. Can you believe it? Well, this is what happened in 2022. And as we said, it was Jose Antonio Rueda who would end up to go on taking the spoils on the number 99. But for the season opener in Estoril, it was the number 22 of Amanza that went down earlier on as Harrison Voigt, now Moto2, battled away. But it was Tachikon Bruadri who took honours before David Alonso would bounce back to take victory in race number 1 at Valencia. But then it would be your eventual champion, Jose Antonio Rueda, who would start his winning streak, taking victory in race number 2 at Valencia, going on a run of 4 victories in the next 6 races. Colin Vaya took the spoils in Jerez, and it was Rueda in Algarve before he had a chance to wrap up the title in Misano, and he did. The number 99 moving on to World Championship after the year was done. Colin Vaya added to his trophy list, and then it would be Salvador who would take the final win of the season, finally becoming a winner in the FIM Junior GP. But it's Jose Antonio Rueda, the 2022 belonged to. And there's your class of 2023. The riders sit there, and you can see some familiar faces that have moved up from ETC, some that have stayed put in Junior GP, and well, lots of them will be gunning for victory in 2023. And Chris, there's lots of young talent throughout there, so many to choose from, but some that will be at the head of the field and chasing that dream of once more getting into the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Stack full of quality. We've got some really, really big names here. Some riders already have World Championship experience. We've got the likes of David Almanza, who we've seen this year in the Moto3 World Championship, and being very, very impressive. I believe it was in the Argentina GP. He just missed out on a podium due to a late crash. Some of the quality, we've got Angel Piqueras, who is the Red Bull Rookies Cup leader. He's back again, the highest place finisher from 2022 championship. Back again, and back for the title.
Yes, Angel Piqueras is definitely one of the favourites for the season, as is David Almanza, as you've just mentioned. He was very, very impressive in the Moto3 World Championship, and the fans are ready to get going as well. Thumbs up from them as the Finite Work FIM Junior GP World Championship action will get underway here today. Now, we're running a little bit behind schedule after a red flag in the Moto2 race. Thankfully, the rider that was involved seemingly walking away under his own steam. So the race that was supposed to get underway at 1 p.m. local time here will be getting underway at 1:15 instead. But that won't deter any of the riders. We will indeed have one barnstormer of a race coming up for you.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's anything like last year's race, drama until the very end to the checkered flag, and a little bit after.
Indeed, it was a little bit after. You had Tachikon Bruadri, who wrapped up his first ever race win, but came under, well, controversial circumstances, you can say, as Jose Antonio Rueda took the victory, but was docked a position after he ran onto the green on the final lap of the race. Now, it's very important that you don't run onto the green around this Estoril circuit, especially on the final lap, because you can drop one position automatically there.
Yeah, absolutely. As the riders exit pit lane, we see Joel Esteban, the first rider out. He had a little bit of a drama himself yesterday during qualifying. It looked like he was on for pole position, but unfortunately his best lap time was cancelled, and he will start further down the grid than he was hoping. It's still on the second row. We do need to look out for the poleman, perhaps a surprise poleman coming from nowhere really last year. He had some experience under, wasn't expected to be among the front runners yet, but that is AC Racing Team's Luca Lunetta. Clearly delighted yesterday with his interview with us that he earned his first ever pole position in Junior GP, and you can keep an eye out for the number 58 to see what he can do.
Yes, not only did he take his first ever pole position in Junior GP, he also took the new lap record as well, which is something, Chris, that you were buzzing about seeing. So there he is there, the number 58, and this is what he had to say after qualifying.
Yes, it's amazing. I have to thank all my team because we did a very good job. They believe in me, and I did my maximum, and the bike is perfect. I enjoyed a lot the weekend, and finally I take the pole, and can't wait for tomorrow. I have to thank my team, Italian Federation, and all my sponsors for the support, and let's enjoy the race tomorrow.
Says, let's enjoy the race tomorrow. I think we will from the booth. Let's hope he does too. And I think the apt word for the box yesterday was buzzing when he secured his maiden pole position. The young Italian, 16 years of age, back in Junior GP. He did come 11th in the championship last year, picked up a healthy 79 points, but still somewhat of a surprise to be launching from the head of the grid when you consider some of the other talent there. Does he have the pace to go with them? We're about to find out.
We are indeed. Luca Lunetta, the number 58. As you said, Chris, absolutely buzzing when he came into Parc Fermé. We were down there yesterday and seeing all the celebrations with his entire team. The big beaming smile of Luca Lunetta. We hope to see that in the next 30 minutes or so with him rolling back into Parc Fermé. Luca Lunetta just doing a couple of sighting laps there. Not sure why, but just getting a double eye in on the circuit. Maybe some track conditions have changed. And, well, they're racing at a different time of the day to where they were qualifying yesterday, so track temperatures will be a little bit different to what they were yesterday. So Luca Lunetta going from pole position. Next to him is another Italian, Alessandro Morosi. So very, very fast yesterday. Incredibly, he got himself onto the second position on the front row of the grid. And, well, he finished Junior GP last year, 23rd, so this is a big improvement already from the young Italian.
Yeah, he picked up 15 points in last year's championship, which is quite impressive. He did ride a little bit in the CEV days of Moto 3 when it was previously named that, but no points to show for that. While he has come through all the Italian championships with some impressive results. However, P2 on the grid as part of an all-Italian lockout of the front row, it was certainly a bit of a surprise. I will, however, have to say we should keep an eye on the number 10. Well, we've got Xabi Zurituza on screen right now. The Spaniard, again, it starts from P4. He'll start at the head of the second row. We've skipped Nico Carrero, who I was going to touch, but we'll go back onto him. Zurituza, very impressive rider.
Yeah, he is indeed, and he likes this Estoril circuit. His first points in Junior GP came at the very first round here in Estoril last year. Scored points in the opening 7 races, so he's very fast and also incredibly consistent. However, he hasn't scored any points since Jerez race 2 last year, so he'll be very much hoping to put that behind him and not only just score some points, but also get himself into podium contention. As your pole sitter, the number 58, Luca Lunetta on the AC Racing Team. Very nice bike that. The black and yellow, the Dayglow yellow, stands out amongst all of the other bikes, comes towards pole position. and he'll be starting on the front row of the grid on the outside for the very first time in Junior GP.
Yeah, he's taking a little extra look at the track. Let's see what that will result in. Luca Lunetta starting from pole position for the first time ever. 16 years of age. It's a big moment for the young Italian.
Yes, he'll be hoping to convert that first pole position into his first ever victory in Junior GP, and will put himself in prime position to do so from the head of the grid. And there's the person we were trying to talk about, the number 10 of Nicola Carraro, the other Italian rider. So it's an Italian lockout of the front row of the grid. He's looked mightily impressive throughout all of qualifying, all of practice, doing laps on his own and always towards the top of the timesheets. Carraro was second in the CIV Championship, the Italian Championship, with 4 wins and 2 points off their champion last year. So he comes into the season looking to, well, put a title to his name in the Junior GP Championship.
Yeah, top FP1, top in practice and P3 on the grid. He's been a constant threat on the timesheets. He's going to look good. He's looking good for today, I should rephrase, as is this man, Angel Piquera, 16 years of age, on his Honda. The number 18 has big ambitions in this Junior GP Championship. He currently leads the Red Bull Rookies Cup and is doing quite well.
He's doing very well indeed. He's leading the championship over there as Angel Piqueras, an absolute star for the future, you can only imagine, as the number 18, the 16-year-old. Scored 3 podiums in 2022, but still seeking that first win, and you can imagine it will come sooner rather than later. Now, someone that we did expect to be in pole position at one point in yesterday's qualifying session, the Q2 session, was Joel Esteban, who did set the fastest time of the session, but his lap was later docked off, and we believe he had a crash towards the end of the session as well. But we saw him in the paddock afterwards, and oozing coolness and confidence as well as the number 7, who steps up from the European Talent Cup of last year, a multiple race winner, and also done the double in the European Talent Cup here last year.
Yeah, he's looked very impressive on his debut at this level. We didn't quite see the crash, but I did see him walking through the paddock with some scuffed leathers. Nothing more than that by the looks of things, so he will definitely be one to watch today. Alvaro Carpe, Spaniard, on Husqvarna machinery. What can we say about this guy? He's in the Rookies Cup currently, 4 races in. He sits second, 59 points, 2 podiums already, and fastest lap. Junior GP debut last year, but no podiums or points that I have noticed. So he will be looking to add to that.
Yes, Alvaro Carpe, a very good young talent, and he will be well within the mix here today. He's in a very good team as well, the STV Laglise racing team. They've taken many riders to race victories throughout the years, had many championship contenders as well. And Adrian Cruces is his teammate, starting alongside Alvaro Carpe. He's in 8th place, another 16-year-old with the STV Laglise racing team as well, another rider that we must look out for as well. He will be in the mix. There's so many great riders here in the Junior GP World Championship. He was 11th last year, 1 podium. That was a 3rd place at Portimao last year. ETC runner-up in 2021, and multiple European Talent Cup podiums from 2019 to 2021 as well. So he's absolutely in the mix this year.
Yeah, 100%. Already got podium experience. But lining up next to him in P9, it's David Almanza, the 17-year-old on KTM machinery. He has been impressive already. He's got 3 World Championship appearances under his belt, top 20 in each one. Very unfortunate, as we mentioned earlier, not to be on the podium. And he's got a fan club here with him. Look out for the number 22 of Almanza on the purple livery of the Fit Network Mir Racing Team.
Yes, it's a very distinguished livery as that Fit Network Mir Racing Team. Very nice livery as well, especially when you see it in pit lane. It looks very, very nice indeed. He's done a few wildcards in the Moto3 World Championship, as you've mentioned, and filling in for Joel Kelso in the CF Motors team. But there's a very nice tribute to Johnny Garness from Eddie O'Shea. They competed against each other in British Talent Cup, have the 2 Brits. Johnny Garness suffered a crash here in testing last week, and yeah, very nasty crash indeed. But from everyone here in Junior GP, Eddie O'Shea as well, we wish Johnny Garness a very speedy and full recovery, and we hope to see him back in the paddock very soon. And talking of Eddie O'Shea, he's back from some injury issues himself. We spoke to Alex Baldellini, who's working with the junior talent team, the British talent team here this weekend. He says that Eddie O'Shea is feeling a lot better after surgery on his leg that really put him out of action towards the end of last year. And Alex Baldolini is very happy with all of his riders, a man that knows how to get results around here, taking a podium in Estoril back in Moto2 in 2010. So he knows when he sees a good result and a good ride when he sees one round about Estoril.
Yeah, we just saw on the screen as well, Jacob Rolston, the Australian rider. He's also competing in the Rookies Cup, picked up a podium this year while he's got some junior GP experience. 25th in last year's championship with 10 points. Beside him, it's his fellow Australian. We've already, well, I won't give any spoilers away, but we've already seen 2 Australians in action today in the previous race. It's now time to see 2 more with Cormac Buchanan lining up next to his compatriot.
Yeah, Australians are really flying high here today in Estoril, and as you said, we won't give away any results if you want to go back and see what we're talking about, but Australia is having a very good day in the Junior GP across all classes. So the riders get ready. Noah Detweiler on the grid in 13th position. The number 55 rider, he'll be looking to improve upon his 20th in the standings last year with a best result of 9th spot. He's only a couple of spots behind it, but it's got it looks like a 4-leaf clover there on his helmet. Chris, you'll be knowing that very well, won't you? Being an Irishman yourself.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I've also noticed he's got the Swiss flag on top, which is a big plus.
Yes, Swiss and Irish. The look of the Irish and the cool, calm and collectiveness of the Swiss go hand in hand. And Noah Detweiler, he will be pushing on here today as the Junior GP will be getting underway in Estoril in a few minutes' time. Luca Lunetta, the number 58 on the AC Racing team, will be pushing for his first ever win in the class after he set his first pole position here yesterday.
We can only imagine the celebrations down in the AC Racing Team garage after yesterday's pole celebrations. We can only imagine what they would be like if you were to take a victory here today.
Well, you can imagine he'll be partying long into Sunday evening if they take victory here today. And he goes from pole position with a 1:44.340 ahead of Morossi, the other Italian, and rounding out a front row of Italians is the number 10 of Corrado. Zuno Tuza in 4th ahead of Angel Piqueras, and Joel Esteban, the rookie, in 6th spot ahead of Alvaro Carpi, Adrian Cruces and David Almanza.
Then in row 4, it's O'Shea, Rolston and Buchanan. Row 5, Detweiler, last year's race winner here, Tatakorn Buasri, will be a threat from 14th on the grid with Facundo Yambias in P15. And then completing out the grid, we see Uchiumi, Rammersdorfer, Ruda, Angus Grenfell, the third Australian on the grid in this Junior GP race, with Tiezzi, Blancas, Mattei, Torrin Collins, the Canadian, Gourdon, ahead of Elia Bartolini and the first ever Indian rider, Jeffrey Emmanuel, in Junior GP.
Yes, lots of riders to look out for throughout the entire Junior GP grid, and Bartolini, a rider that we've seen in the Moto3 World Championship, starting a little bit out of position compared to what we should be expecting from the Team Estrella Galicia rider, the number 23, so expect to see flashes of blue coming through the field as the 16 laps of Junior GP get underway.
Yeah, it's a disappointing qualifying from Bartolini. I was quite surprised to see him so low on the grid, but it offers him a chance to charge through the pack. We've seen it so many times on this type of machinery, the ability to come from the back of the grid or even pit lane and pull off an excellent result. As we go off on the warm-up lap, riders now will begin the uphill elevation. 22 air temperature, 26 degrees Celsius, so a little bit warmer, 26 on the track and 25 miles per hour the wind. So it's a little bit windy out there, so they do need to have a bit of caution coming into some of these corners.
Yes, the very diminutive Moto3 machines in Junior GP will be buffeted around a little bit on the straights with the wind as well. But we're glad to see the sun is shining. It's blue skies all around the Estoril circuit as Joel Esteban takes towards the long lap penalty loop, just in case something happens throughout the race. You never know. If you run on the green, you'll be given 3 strikes before a track limit warning is issued, and if you do it again, you will be issued a long lap penalty. We've seen it already in the past here to Estoril with the rumble strips and the green paint on the edge of the track.
As things stand, no riders have outstanding penalties to pay, so they should be keeping it clean and hopefully keep it clean throughout the race and avoid the long lap penalty loop, because it is a long one. As they come through the uphill chicane, left to right, swing it right once again through the S's, right to left once again, And then the long, sweeping right-hander, Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, as they will line up and take their place on the grid. And as we've seen before here at Estoril, particularly in this class, slipstream is crucial. It's a long run to the line on the exit here, so maybe you will not want to lead coming out of this corner on the final lap.
Yes, as you say, Chris, sometimes leading the race onto the home straight is not the wise option. That's why I see some riders backing off throughout the final lap just to get themselves into position. Sometimes we've seen people come as low as 5th or 6th and slipstream past everyone to take the win here. Hopefully no such thing will happen in the mind of Luca Lunetta if he wants to win his first race in Junior GP and the first race of the season. The grid is set. The number 19 of Morrissey goes from the middle of the front row. Angel Piqueras in the number 18. Revs are rising here in Estoril, and there's lights out and we're off. That was a very quick start for Junior GP and a great start from the middle of the front row. Morrissey and Corrado as well. The number 10 on the Aspar Junior machine. He leads into turn number 1. Who will be latest on the brakes? We've got Almanza up the inside and Noah Detweiler as well, looking for some positions a little bit further back as well. But it is the number 10 of Corrado, the Italian, who leads from Morrissey. Luca Lunetta, he's dropped back a couple of positions. He's in 3rd. Setting up is Lunetta. He's coming up under some pressure from the 83 of Alvaro Carpe, who's come from 7th on the grid. But it's all chopping and changing. But it's Corrado, the number 10, who's got a comfortable lead so far.
Yeah, great start from the front row, all 3 of them, but an even better one for Carraro, the Italian, as he takes the lead. And to be honest, I'm not overly surprised. He has been brilliant. Luca Lunetta slots into P3. Alvaro Carpe, however, fires it up the inside and will take that from the Italian poleman.
That's Angel Piqueras making some moves just behind the top 4 riders. So he moves into 5th spot. He had a bit of he's also looking up the inside, almost getting his front wheel taken away by Luca Lunetta. So Piqueras, he'll be looking at Corrado pushing away. Almanza looking up the inside into turn number 7 as well, but can't make it stick as the door was closing. But there's a gap opening up, there's a crash in the background. Not sure who that was into turn number 7. A little bit further down the field, we'll see who it is dropping down our timing monitor as they come down. So it looks like it might be Uchimi, the number 91, the MTA junior team. He's crashed out of this race, so a disaster for the number 91, but hopefully he's okay as the riders complete the opening lap. It's Corrado with a massive advantage at the end of this opening lap, almost 0.4 of a second over Morrissey, and then Alvaro Carpe as well, just half a second further back. So it's across the line now. It's Corrado, Morossi, and then Alvaro Carpe rounding at your top 3.
Yeah, it looks like Carraro is pulling the pin here. But with these hot temperatures, let's see how much he uses those tyres in this opening few laps to see if it will come back and haunt him later in this race as a couple riders go very, very wide. And 3rd one there joining them off track limits. Morossi in 2nd, Piqueras is up to 3rd, Luca Lunetta in 4th place, but David Almanza looks like he's making a charge. It looks like we've lost Rammersdorfer as well. His name is dropping down the time sheets, or maybe he was one of those riders to go wide. He has dropped out of the points down to P21. Back at the front, Nico Carraro still leads ahead of Morossi and Piqueras.
Uchimi, we just saw there, was sitting on one of the Marshall's deck chairs with his head in hand, so probably more upset with his mistake than anything else. But it's Angel Piqueras who moves into 2nd spot. He ran a little bit wide at turn number 1, so I'm not sure if some of the riders are getting pushed by the wind down the home straight into turn number 1. A little bit of a bobble there from Angel Piqueras as he got on the throttle there, but no harm done there. He stays in 2nd spot, but that's just giving Corrado, the number 10 on the Aspar Junior team machine, a big advantage, up to 0.7 of a second as he crossed the timing loop for sector number 2. Lunetta's looking for a move up the inside of Morrissey, but he's not made any advances on the other Italian as well, on his compatriot. But as the riders come through the final couple of corners, the gap at the front does look like it may have just been coming down ever so slightly over the last few corners. Piqueras has really got the hook into Corrado and he's reeling him in. Yeah,
Piqueras was mired in mid-pack there, and he could see Carraro making a bolt at the front, so I don't think he wanted to stick around battling in that podium, in those podium places. He wants to break with Carraro, and let's see how can he catch him. He's already within half a second. He's gaining on him fast.
Oh, that's close, that's close, that's close. That's Almanza taking 3rd from Lunetta. I thought they were about to touch knees and elbows and everything going into turn number 1 there. That's Eddie O'Shea off in the background, just running a little bit wide and losing some spots there. But we've got Almanza chasing down Angel Piqueras, who's also chasing down Corrado. So we have seen that gap come down to half a second now. Corrado running towards the edge of the track, really trying to find any advantage he can, almost close to the rumble strips, as we saw yesterday. We don't want to be running on them there. As he blasts past the curb cam through turn at number 4, as a bit of a gap back to Tachikon Bouazri, the number 5 rider who started from 14th on the grid. He's in 6th spot. He goes well around here. He's picked up his only race win in Junior GP here 1 year ago.
Yeah, it's a superstar, Bouazri. He wants to be involved in this podium battle, in this victory conversation. Piqueras has set the fastest lap of the race. We were wondering how he cut it down. Well, that's because he just posted a 1:44.946, an absolutely scorching lap under the Portuguese sun. He's still within around half a second off of Corrado out front, but looking to gain on him quick. David Almanza, as we saw, he's pushed up into 3rd. Luca Lunetta doing well to hold on to 4th position, with Morosi Bouazri just behind them. Well, Zuratutsa is in 7th. As we look at the replay here, Almanza lunging up the inside of Luca Lunetta.
Chopping off the front of Morosi as well in the number 19 machine, and what an incredible outbreaking maneuver that was from David Almanza. He's taking that World Championship experience and bringing it all the way over to Junior GP. Must remember, he did crash out of the race here last year early on, so he'll be hoping to put the ghost of last year to bed, as we may have a change for second. It's Almanza late on the brakes once again, touching knees. Lunetta late on the brakes as well, but can't quite get past, as Almanza does take the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, 1:44.5 absolutely obliterates Piqueras' effort in the last time. He's now within 2/10 of Corrado. Almanza charging hard.
Further back, we've got some chopping and changing. Zuratutsa's up to 9th. Rosenthaler from back of the grid, or from further down the grid, he's up into 8th. He's ahead of Alvaro Carpe, who was running a 3rd spot in the opening stages of this race. He's dropped all the way down to 9th, just in front of his teammate Adrian Cruces. Rillstead in 11th, Marcos Ruda in 12th, and then he's got Joel Esteban, who was hoping for more today, from 6th. He's in 13th ahead of Detweiler and Buchanan, as we got a change for second here, not quite yet. Almanza is an absolute demon on the brakes into his hard braking zones.
Yeah, he's been very impressive. He's got it, and we see Piqueras run it wide there. Almanza has got eyes on the lead here, and I think he's going to eye up a move as they come through Parabolica Ayrton Senna. I don't think he's going to get close enough until then, but he'll try to get into the slipstream coming over the start-finish line. So it'll come through the chicane, a couple more corners in, and then I think Almanza will have his chance to take the lead.
So many different lines as the top 3 come out of the chicane. So many different ways to exit that corner. As long as you get through there without giving it too much gas and launching yourself over the handlebars, all is okay. As Team look on, there is Alonso Lopez, Moto2 race winner, who's looking on for the Finite Work Mir Racing team, as he sees David Almanza shaping up a move on Nicolas Corrado as he head down towards turn number 1. But as Angel Piqueras has got a double slipstream, he's on the outside. Where's he going to be late on the brakes? Almanza not quite late enough. Is he? No, he's not. Corrado still holds top spot, but runs a little bit wide. Look at Lunetta, he's back into this as well. He was dropping back a little bit last couple of laps, but he's managed to reel himself back into this battle for first position. Here comes Almanza into turn number 3. Corrado trying to hold right inside. They touch a little bit, runs wide, pushes Corrado out wide. Piqueras tries to make amends to that one as well. Is he going to take second? No, he's not. Corrado just holds second spot, but that was a bit of an audacious move from Almanza.
Yeah, contact. It's been coming, that move. He's been lining that up for a long time, and Corrado defended it brilliantly coming into turn 1. But Almanza says, I've had enough, get out of my way, I'm taking charge of this. But Corrado, here he comes again, back in front. Angel Piqueras just at the back of them. It looks like he's waiting to pounce. Luca Lunetta is now involved in this conversation. All that chopping and changing in contact has brought the poleman back into contention.
Junior GP at its absolute finest. This is what we love to see, rubbing his racing, and we see some of that as Corrado has retaken the lead, as you said, Chris. A little bit of a moment there potentially for Luca Lunetta, and also Morosi on the number 19 Eagle 1 machine. He's found his way back and towards this group as well. He's bridging that gap towards the top 4 as they battle it out, and rub paint and also swap paint throughout this lap number 4. So great action here in Junior GP as they round the final corner onto the home straight. Who's going to be leading coming across the line?
Can Corrado defend late on the brakes once again as they knock off another lap here? 11 to go once they cross the line here. Almanza's got the slipstream, Piqueras the double slipstream, Lunetta's in 4th, Is anyone going to make a move here? It looks like Almanza is going up the inside. Is he close enough? Piqueras has got the inside line too. Luca Lunetta, will he push up? Oh, Carraro has done excellently once again to defend. We saw contact here last time. Almanza not close enough for a move this time. Will we go? No, not yet, but Luca Lunetta's making a move for third place. He's got up the inside of Piqueras. Oh, brilliantly done.
Joel Esteban just running a little bit wide at turn number 1. I just saw in the background.
Piqueras fights back as well for third place.
Wow, Piqueras is not letting Lunetta have any of this. He wants to stay with the top 2, and it's a battle of 5. A 10-wheeler at the front now as they click through the kink at turn number 5, down the back straight and towards turn number 6. Can anyone outbrake Nicola Carraro? Can anyone outbrake Almanza? Yes, they have done. It's Angel Piqueras who's now taking advantage of that. Piqueras at number 18. He is now into second spot as Carraro looks over his shoulder and sees a very big group behind him of mad riders from the Junior GP that are just wanted, and they're out for blood, and that blood is Nicola Carraro, who they want to try and take first place from.
Yeah, you just wonder, was Carraro having a look downwards at something potentially wrong at the back of his bike as Piqueras makes a move through at the chicane for the lead. Let's keep an eye on how Carraro goes over the next couple laps, because it may be a problem. And can he defend? Now, he will be in the slipstream coming over the line. Can he had to defend over the last couple of events and did a brilliant couple of attempts, I should say. I'll put my teeth in a moment. But let's see, can he make a move on the slipstream? Well, Almanza looks like he's trying to get out early and push ahead.
10 laps to go to cross the line now, and the blast past the Crompton box window. Luca Lunetta, he's lining up a move into turn number 1. Great slipstream there. Late on the brakes, who's it going to be? The 58 of Lunetta can't quite make it stick, but it's Almanza on the Fenwick Mir Racing Team. He goes into first spot. Luca Lunetta in second, but Piqueras is trying to take that back. He slots back into second, and Carraro, as quick as you like, goes from first down to fourth, and Bouadri has brought along the number 85 of Zurutuza into the group as well as Piqueras sets up Almanza. It's all happening here in Junior GP as Carraro looks over his shoulder once again, and he sees that the group has got even bigger.
Yeah, Bouadri right on the tail of these guys. Azar Zurutuza, Ralston is not far away either. The number 12 is just slowly gaining on this lead group as well, and we could soon have a real gaggle of riders here fighting it out, duking it out for victory. As they come around where the long lap penalty is at turn 6, they'll begin their downhill descent once again. But it is Piqueras, Almanza, Lunetta in the podium positions. Nico Carraro, I'm not sure if he has a problem because he had a look down at his rear tyre when he was in the lead. He's dropped to fourth. Let's just keep an eye on that space. Morosi, Bouadri and Zurutuza must be licking their lips at all this action happening in front of them as they close up on the podium places.
Yeah, that's a gap. That's a lead group now that goes all the way down.
Oh, Almanza!
Oh, big crash from Almanza over the handlebars coming out of the chicane. The team have their head in their hands. Big moment there for Almanza. He's out the race, and that split the group up and given Angel Piqueras a gargantuan advantage out front.
We'll get a replay of what happened there, but it looked like he lost grip on the rear end and it whipped around. But Angel Piqueras, out of nowhere, has a huge lead. Can the chasing pack reel him in? Carraro leads in P2, the chasing pack with Lunetta. Bouadri making a move up the inside here. Will he make it stick? No, but he is in P4.
I was just about to say, as we see Angel Piqueras walking away, he seems to not know what just happened there. Here we go, a replay of the action. Oh, it has a moment, a big moment, a tank slapper coming out of the chicane. Very lucky not to be collected by Tachikon Bouadri, who was running out wide there as well, shaping up a move. And yeah, the team, they are shocked by that as well, just as much as we were here in the commentary boxes.
From smiles to frowns very quickly there.
Yeah, shake of the head there from Ramon Forcada as well, the crew chief of Davide Almanza. But yes, it's good to see Davide Almanza walking away from that one. He'll be back in Valencia in 2 weeks' time to try and make amends for that mistake. But as we were saying, Chris, it really has split open this opening group. What can Nicola Carraro do about Angel Piqueras in front? He'll be asking some questions about the number 10, will Angel Piqueras about the group behind him, as Luca Lunetta, he is the only rider. It looks like he can actually go with Carraro for now as they're trying to bridge the gap of 1 second to Angel Piqueras. There's a group from second all the way down to 10th place. That's Adrian Cruces that's in this leading group. As Cruces is now dropping down the orders. I've just mentioned his name as well, so not sure what's happened to Adrian Cruces, if he's just run off the track or if he's setting off as well. But Yes, mentioned Adrian Cruces, and he's dropping down our timing order, so fingers crossed maybe it's just a timing problem.
Yeah, I haven't seen quite what went wrong there with Adrian Cruces. Hopefully nothing too serious, but the gap is closing just a little bit. We can see it on our screens. We'll get the exact timings of it as they come over the line. Carraro is still hanging in there, maybe. Yeah, they're down to 7th as we see there. Confirmation. Adrian Cruces, number 11, has crashed out of the race. That's very unfortunate. Bouasri once again trying to move up the inside. Still in P4. We've got the doctor sign down. Hopefully precautionary more than anything. And we will hopefully see him back sooner rather than later. And as expected, with the doctor sign out, we have seen the red flag waved. With 8 laps to go, riders will come back in to pit lane.
Yeah, such a shame there for Adrian Cruces, who was showing very well as he...
Well, that's very good to see that he is able to walk away from the incident.
Indeed, here we go. This is where that... Oh, wow!
Oh.
That was a huge high side going into turn number 8.
Major high side.
Wow, we don't see many people go down there, but when you do, it is a big one, and no wonder it took the wind out of his sails as he gingerly walks away. So it's good to see he's walked away from that one, because it could have been a lot worse than it actually was.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, it's precautionary. He's very much looking shaken, but nothing too serious from what we can see here, and hopefully he will be back sooner rather than later. The red flag is waved, though. Most likely, I think I see Luca Lunetta put his hand up, so he must be signaling some track conditions issues around that turn. They will re-enter pit lane, and we will have a restart.
Yes, the good thing is that since we have seen Adrian Cruces walk away from the incident, we will probably get the same as what happened in the Moto2 European Championship race when that was red flagged, and it'll just be a very quick turnover from red flag to racing conditions once more. Now, since we have a red flag, just to bring you up to date on how the procedure will work, the riders will come back into pit, we'll be notified of when the pit lane will reopen, and then we will be notified of when the race will begin. The riders will then exit the pit lane, make their way round on a sighting lap. They will meet their team for a restart, and then once again they'll set off on a warm-up lap for the remaining laps of this Junior GP race. Luca Lunetta, he comes into the pits. He was showing very well in 3rd spot just before the red flag came out. Him and Nicolo Carraro, they were both bridging the gap to Angel Piqueras, the leader. It was down to 7/10 of a second. So Angel Piqueras, even though he did have a big lead towards the end of that stint, he was getting reeled back in by the chasing pack.
Yeah, he had a 1-second lead at one stage, immediately after the Almanza crash, who was in P2 at the time. Congrats to all the other riders who took evasive maneuvers to avoid him on track, but that did give Piqueras the opportunity to open up a gap. However, Carraro and Lunetta, as you mentioned, were reeling him in. We will have a restart, so it'll be interesting to see who can get the whole shot coming out of this one with only a few laps remaining.
Yes, it'll be very interesting indeed. Now, since there was more than 3 laps completed of the race, there's Marcos Ruda, who was still in the race when the red flags came out, unlike his unfortunate teammate David Almanza, who just crashed out a lap before the red flag came out. So he'll be really kicking himself for that one as well. But yes, we will see when the grid is reformed, it will be in the order of when the red flag did come out. Since we have completed more than 3 laps, it won't be a full restart. We've completed many more than just 3 laps. We've completed half race distance almost. So yes, we had quite a lot of racing action to go as Marcos Ruda talks to his team, maybe making some changes ahead of the second restart for the Junior GP action, which we will let you know when the restart will be happening as soon as we know. The fans, they're looking at the results. They're looking at some information, trying to find out what's happening as well. Enjoying some of the Portuguese sun are the fans here in Estoril. Xabi Zurutuza, he was showing good form towards the end, or just before the red flag came out. He was hunting down the top group, as he was Tachigon Burazri, who got himself in there just a couple laps before. So a lot of the riders were showing good speed towards the end, or towards the moment that the red flag came out, as I can believe that's David Almanza coming back into the
rushing
pits.
back into pit lane.
Yes, David Almanza.
Will we see him on the grid?
Does he expect to get himself back out there on track? Maybe he will. Maybe they'll argue that he completed enough of the race to get himself back out there. But we think he came out, he crashed out maybe a lap too soon. So maybe they expect that they'll be going back enough of time in the race for David Almanza to be able to restart this race. But I'm not too sure myself if that'll be the case.
Yeah, never without drama, Junior GP. They will try everything to get themselves back on the grid here. We'll update you as soon as we know if he will participate and how the grid will look. The number 22 does indeed hold the fastest lap of the race, a 1:44.554. And it will be interesting to see if he can get back on, because he was charging very hard. Very unfortunate incident coming out of the chicane, and he lost a tank slapper onto the track and out of contention, but not for long, it might seem.
Yes, if the team can get that bike repaired, it doesn't look like there's too much damage, maybe just more sort of fairing damage to that number 22 machine. And if they can get that bike repaired, and if they're allowed to restart, well, David Almanza will be probably having to come from the back of the pack, but we know how fast the young the number 22 rider is, and well, we can expect him to be fighting towards the front very soon. This is the moment again, 1 moment, 2 moment before it finally let go and he went over the handlebars. You could see him there holding the clutch in to try and keep the bike running again so he can get going. And there is the frowning faces of the Fenwick Mir Racing team as well, as Almanza walks away very, very upset with himself.
Yeah, very frustrating. He was on for an excellent result. The fan club out in full force. They'll be very disappointed, but they will hope to see him back on track now that the red flag has been waved.
Yeah, repair work going on. It's very reminiscent of a memory that we all have here of Marc Marquez in 2010 when he crashed on the sighting lap to the grid and he rushed back to the pits. The team managed to repair the bike in record time and managed to get him back out onto the grid, at the back of the grid, and then he produced a momentous comeback from the back of the grid to eventually win that race. So David Almanza, he could be doing the same here 13 years later after his fellow countryman Marc Marquez done something very similar. But we still have to wait and see whether he will be allowed to be part of this restart, as one of the fans waved to the cameras at the end of pit lane there as well. So everyone's having a bit of fun in the Junior GP as they wait for the announcement of when we will be racing once again. Alessandro Morosi there waving to the camera there. He was looking very good inside the top 6 before the red flags came out. Very, very strong ride that he had in the opening few laps.
Yeah, the Eagle One rider, he's been impressive this weekend. Slipped off, started on the front row, but slipped into the top 6 battle. P23 last year, so it is an improvement of what happened on his campaign last year. Even if he does get in, miss out on the podium, but does get among the points, he can add into his tally so far in Junior GP, and perhaps expect another Moto3 World Championship wildcard appearance.
Yes, maybe so. You mentioned to me yesterday, Chris, I have a wildcard appearance I completely forgot about until you mentioned it. So, yeah, Alessandro Morosi.
Only because I was there, mate.
You were there, yes, in Aragon 2022, so you knew everyone that was there and hopefully got a few words in with them. So, ahead of this Junior GP race number 1 of the season. Then, yeah, there's the team around the garage trying to find out what's happening with David Almanza. One of the team coming back, you can imagine, from race control to find out whether they will be allowed to take part in the second part of this race. So you must remember that David Almanza did crash out of second spot, and then a lap later, the red flags did come out for a crash for Adrian Cruces. Now, Adrian Cruces, we did see walk away. We're still to know the full extent of whether he'll be heading off to the medical centre or if he'll be just heading back to have a lie down in his motorhome and recover for Valencia in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, some more waves to the camera there in the distance. Unfortunately, I think that's one of the riders who may have encountered an injury, as you could see in a sling. Now, some information coming through about the race restart. We'll have the quick start procedure with a 5-lap dash for the line.
Yes, a very, very sprint-style dash for the flag, a dash for the cash, as you might want to say as well. 5 laps, everyone will be pushing as hard as they can. It'll be like the last couple of laps of any race for this one, and you can imagine there'll be a lot of action throughout the entire field, especially for some of the riders that might have felt they were a little bit out of position. Joel Esteban comes to mind as well. Eddie O'Shea as well, he ran off the track a couple of times further back. He'll be looking to make amends for the first start of this race. Tacticom Buajri, he made a great start from 14th on the grid. He was already up to 4th, the race winner here from last year, so he'll be hoping to continue that on and try and take his second win in SRL and his second win in Junior GP.
So only a matter of time again before pit lane opens. As we said, 5 laps, quick start procedure, and we will be back underway in just a few moments at Circuito do Estoril. So looking down now at the Luca Lanetta Garage AC Racing team, the pole man from the initial start qualified top and was well within the podium battle, what would have been his best Junior GP result.
Yes.
So as you can see along the bottom, sorry to cut you off, Liam.
That's all good.
5 laps, quick start procedure, and we'll tell you when pit lane is open.
Yeah, now that we have had confirmation that it will be a 5-lap dash for the cash, a quick start procedure as well, we will get some information through, we can imagine very soon, of when pit lane will reopen. Now, we must inform you that this delay in proceedings will unfortunately push back the next 3 races, which will be the second race of the European Talent Cup. Now, if you've not seen that race 1 already, please make sure that you go back and watch that. It was an absolute classic. And then after that, we will have Moto2 Race 2 action, which was also some very, very good action throughout the entire field. And then rounding off proceedings here today will be the Stock European Championship. Now, they used to run alongside Moto2, but for this year, there were so many entries, Chris, that they've managed to get an entire field, which is great to see. And there's a lot of good riders in the European Stock Championship, which we'll see on track as the last race of the day.
Yeah, certainly one I'm looking forward to watching later, because we see
David Almanza going to the back of the garage. So
I guess it must be bad news coming from the officials, as he will not, it looks like he will not be able to partake in the race restart here in Junior GP.
Yes, I thought it might be a little bit ambitious for the team to expect David Almanza to be able to take the restart, considering that he didn't cross the line and get onto the lap that everyone else was part of as he trudged away in the gravel trap after his crash. So you must admit, you've got to love their...
You can't blame them for trying.
No, you cannot. Everyone loves a trier, don't they? So they've tried very hard to try and get back out onto the grid for start.
Good to see some
2.
people still enjoying themselves.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a TikTok trend or something like that, dancing away. So, yes, the fans out there enjoying themselves, some dancing going on, maybe some new dances from TikTok, but who knows? I'm not one to be knowing that, as I'm getting a little bit long in the tooth for my knowledge of social media nowadays, even though I work in the social media team in Dorna, so I hope my bosses aren't listening there.
I'm pretty sure I've seen you pull off a few of those moves before.
Ah, man, I'm pulling off the old moves, not the new ones. Yeah, we just saw there the junior talent team of Izawa, who's filling in for Daniel Sharrell this weekend. Daniel Sharrell, who suffered a broken ankle in Red Bull Rookies last weekend. We hope to see Sharrell back as soon as possible. And there's Eddie O'Shea, the young Brit who is showing good form in Junior GP as of the last few rounds towards 2022. He's ready to get going. Full gas, says Eddie O'Shea. And he's coming back off an injury that put him out, well, put him in a lot of discomfort for the back end of 2022 as well. He's had surgery on that, and he's thinking he's feeling a lot better, and the injury problems of 2022 might be behind him.
Yeah, fantastic to see the young Brighton back in action here. He's doing quite well as well. Coming over the injuries of last year and surgeries he's recently had, there was a bit of a confidence within the team that he's fully over them mentally and physically. And as you can see at the bottom of your screens, we now have a pit lane opening time of 1:48. So that's less than 4 minutes away. So we should be back in action, racing in Junior GP very, very soon.
Yes, it'll be fast, frenetic, 5 laps action here at Estoril in Junior GP, with all the riders given one chance here today to get glory. There's no race 2 for them here, but you can imagine that they'll be aiming to improve and impress some of the MotoGP teams up and down the grid for space in the World Championship in the foreseeable future. So 3 minutes to go before pit lane reopens. Just a reminder of how it will work. Once the pit lane reopens, the riders will make their way around on a sighting lap. They will meet some team personnel on the grid, and when every single rider is in position, they will begin the warm-up lap and then come back round to the grid for the start of the 5-lap dash. 5 laps that, Chris, I hope you're prepared for, because it should be a lot of fun.
If it's anything like the previous laps just before the red flag, well, I can't wait. It's going to be an absolute blockbuster.
Yes, Corrado on the number 10 Aspar Junior Team Machine must think this is a blessing in disguise, because he was trying to hunt down Angel Piqueras, who must feel very unfortunate that the red flag came out, because he had a 7/10 of a second lead before it came out. So that has all been eradicated, as they'll start in the order that the red flag came out. So it'll be Angel Piqueras from Corrado, and then Luca Lanetta in your top 3.
Yeah, what an opportunity then for Tatakorn Asri, last year's race winner here as well. He was up to 4th, and he will start further up the grid. Jabi Zuratutsa also on the 2nd row. Alvaro Carpe started a bit further up, dropped down the pack and made a comeback, so he's also within contention. Alessandro Morassi, he started on the front row but fell down through the pack.
So we've just had a new announcement come through. Pit lane open at 13:48 cancelled, and we will announce a new time. So not too sure why that's happened, but we will certainly keep you updated with more information as and to when we get the information coming through as well. So the number 10 of Nico Corrado, he's certainly waiting for the action to get underway, as is his teammates of number 12, Jakob Ralston, and the number 7 of Joel Esteban. Joel Esteban, someone that we thought would have a lot more pace here today. He had a bit of a disastrous start in part 1 of that, so he'll be looking to get a better start this time around. There he is on screen, just like the IPF knew that we were talking about him. They show him Joel Esteban, last year's runner-up in the European Talent Cup, won both races here in the European Talent Cup last year, so he knows his way around the circuit very well, and he will be looking to make amends in part number 2 for his, well, terrible start in part 1.
Yeah, the number 7 started on P6. Little bit unfortunate yesterday, as we mentioned. He had a bit of a fall in qualifying, saw his best time cancelled. And we see some bikes. Are they making moves already in pit lane?
Sounds like we've got one of the bikes heading down towards pit lane. A few of them, maybe they've not been given the information that we were given, that the pit lane opening time has been cancelled there. So not sure who that is. It looks like it might be, well, a couple of the riders have gone down towards the
Husqvarnas have lined up earlier. Rosenthaler and Rammersdorfer, perhaps.
It looks like it
We're
might
looking
be the
here
case.
from a distance, and unfortunately my eyesight isn't what it used to be.
No, me and you both, mate, we're both getting a little bit long in the tooth, are
Here
we?
we go. We see the mechanics now running after them.
Yeah, so that's the news that we got
Let's see
through
if
as well.
we will see them make a prompt return to the box.
Yeah, so they must have not been given the same information that we were given up here in the commentary booth, but now they've seen it and they will be heading back to the pits. So yeah, a bit of a false start there for the Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact Junior GP team of Rosenthaler and Rammenstoffer. But they will hopefully be getting the chance to get underway in a few moments' time. One of the riders that I would like to divert your attention to was the Team Estrella Galicia of number 23, Elia Bartolini. Now, he had a disastrous qualifying yesterday, started towards the back of the grid. He managed to work his way up to 15th spot. So the Italian that we know is a very fast rider, a lot of talent. You don't ride in the World Championship for nothing. We know that he will be looking to go even better in part 2 of this race. So Elia Bartolini, the number 23 on the Team Estrella Galicia machine, he is definitely one of the riders we'll have to keep an eye out on when we get back underway.
Yeah, very much so. We spoke about him beforehand, and just a very disappointing qualifying. Had him 23rd, 24th at the very back of the grid, but he had charged his way through, and he's shown his class to get into the point-scoring positions. Upon the restart, he'll hopefully continue that with the group packed together a little tighter. You never know where he could end up.
Yes, it could be gaining some places right from the off. You don't discount Elia Bartolini battling for at least the top 10. It could be even higher than that, and especially in a team of as renowned as Team Estrella Galicia, who took Jose Antonio Rueda to the championship last year. As we get some more news through about the pit lane opening time, it's going to open up at 13:54, so just under 4 minutes time in. This time we hope to really be getting underway. As you can see the message pop up on your screen, 5-lap quick start procedure, and we'll be getting underway in 3.5 minutes time. So Circuito Estoril is the host of round 1 of Junior GP action here today. We've already had 2 races with the European Talent Cup, race number 1, and Moto2 race 1, and we're in the midst of Junior GP. Now, this isn't the last race of the day. You've got 3 more races to look forward to, as do we all here in Estoril, with European Talent Cup race number 2 coming up very soon, before Moto2 race 2 and Stock European Championship rounding out proceedings for the day. So not long now before pit lane reopens, just over 3 minutes from now. And well, Chris, it's going to be a jam-packed start to this race with only 5 laps to go.
Yeah, with 5 laps, I can't see too much separation. I thought we'll see what happened in part 1 of this race. Piqueras getting that 1 second advantage.
If I were to put money on the table now, who would you put as
Oh,
your race
I know.
winner?
I'm not a betting man at all.
No, are you sure about that? The Irishman, I heard we're very good at your bets here and there.
I tell you what, I'll put 26 names into a hat, and I'll pick one of them. It's probably as good as my prediction.
I can only imagine it probably can be. You never know with Junior GP who is going to come out on top. Any rider from first down to 26th could come out on top, especially when we only have 5 laps of racing action, just under, 9 minutes of racing action on track. So it's going to be full throttle all the way in Junior GP, and Angel Piqueras, he will be leading it from the front.
Yeah, 2 minutes now until pit lane opens. Riders will take another trip around the track before we see lights out go. Angel Piqueras looks like the rider to beat. Nico Carraro, we mentioned he might have just had a problem. We saw him looking at the rear of his tire, rear end of his bike rather, slipped down a couple places, having led for much of the race. This could be the perfect opportunity for him to rebound and fix whatever that issue was, if there was one. But Angel Piqueras, as we see on screen, he's one on the grid and will be the one to watch.
Yes, Angel Piqueras and his teammate there, that is Elia Bartolini. Bright blue eyes of Elia Bartolini there, very striking eyes of the young Italian. He will be using those eyes to aim for glory as he looks towards the lights and hoping to get into first spot as well. Lots of riders, they'll be seeing a lot of great opportunities in this second part. As we mentioned a little bit earlier on, we have Eddie O'Shea, the young Brit who was down in 13th. He dropped back from 10th on the grid in the first part. Joel Esteban as well, who started 6th in the first part. He was down in 10th when the red flags came out. But saying that, you had Rosenthaler who came through, Jakob Rolston who was closing in the top group as well. So they'll be getting a second chance to go even further up the grid for part number 2.
Yeah, and we can see the Aspar riders trying to get a little bit of a head start jumping out of pit lane as it opens in about 30 seconds time. I mentioned on Jakob Rolston, he's had a very, very good ride in the first part of that race. I saw him, I can't remember exactly who he overtook, but he lunged it up the inside with just a couple laps before the red flag to jump up a couple of places coming into turn 1. So pit lane opens in just a matter of seconds. Riders have 1 minute to get out before they will have to be stopped in 5-second intervals. Pit lane is now open as the green flag waves. Jakob Rolston, the number 12, leads them out.
The Aspar Junior Team riders, they were some of the main hitters in the first part of the race, and Joel Esteban will be hoping to join his two teammates a little bit higher up in the mix as well. As the riders head back out onto track for part number 2, there was your first pole sitter, the number 58 of Luca Lunetta on the number 58 AC Racing Team machine. He'll be going from 3rd on the grid, and he'll be still aiming for that first elusive victory in Junior GP. And we'll find out in just over 10 minutes time if he will be able to do that. The young Italian looking very, very confident, very, very fast in the first part of the race here, along with Corrado, along with Angel Piqueras and the number 5. Watch out for him on the Honda Racing Thailand machine, Tachikon Buradri.
Yeah, he's very quietly gone about his business today. He's come from mid-pack up to 4th position. We saw him try a couple moves coming into turn 1, but couldn't make them stick. But he'll be happy enough to be starting closer, a little closer to the end.
The team personnel wait on the grid for the riders to come back round at the end of the sighting lap. So what's going to happen here is when the riders, all of 26 of them, are in position, the team personnel will make the way off the grid, and then the riders will be signalled to start their warm-up lap. And then from there, we will have a 5-lap dash for Junior GP Glory here in Estoril.
Yeah, so just coming in through the final sector now, they're going to take their place on grid according to how they were going over the line prior to the red flag. Track conditions getting a little bit warmer out there. Maybe just a play on what could happen.
Yeah, for some of the riders, they would hope to have kept at least one new tyre for this restart. Most of them, you can imagine, will be on the same tyre that they ended the previous race on, so the previous 10 laps or so. But if you were maybe anticipating a red flag, you may have kept a new soft or a new medium tyre for this restart, and if you have done so, you could be in prime position to take advantage of a brand new set of tyres. There's Angel Piqueras alongside the number 8 of Britain's Eddie O'Shea, the number 18 on the Team Australia Galicia 00 rider. He pulls up to pole position, and he's ready to try and convert that pole position into race win, his first race win here today. So the top 3 riders on the grid have all missed out on that elusive first victory, but one of them will be hoping that it's their name that is written in the trophy at the end of the 5 laps.
5 laps to glory for these riders. Who's going to take victory in the opening Junior GP race of 2023? Angel Piqueras starts on pole as we get off for a warm-up lap. Nearly getting ahead of myself there, Liam, in all the excitement for the next 5 laps.
I don't blame
you. But Angel Piqueras starts on pole. We take one more lap around the circuit, get those tyres nice and warm.
Yes. Who will it be? Will it be Angel Piqueras? Will it be Nicolo Corrado, Luca Lunetta, Tachikon Buradri, who took the spoils here 1 year ago? He's not only looking for his 2nd victory in Junior GP, but also his 2nd podium in the class. He had a lot of bad luck towards the end of last year. Some DNFs, some moments that were his own fault as well, where he DNF for some races, but he will be looking to make amends for that. And coming through from 14th on the grid in the first start to 4th on the grid now, he puts himself in a great position to get on the podium at the very least. Xavi Zaratuzo, he will be 5th ahead of Alvaro Carpe, the number 83, who looked fantastic on the opening lap of the first start. Then you've got Morosi, the number 19 on the Eagle 1 machine. He dropped back from 2nd on the grid. Jakob Rolston in 8th ahead of Jakob Rosenthaler in 9th. And then Joel Esteban, the double winner from the European Talent Cup here last year. He will go from 10th on the grid. Running out the rest of the top 15 will be Noah Detweiler, Cormac Buchanan on the AGR team machine. Eddie O'Shea, the Brit, will be next up in 13th ahead of Marcos Ruda. And as we mentioned him earlier on, Elio Bartolini.
Yeah, so coming through the final sector. This is where David Almanza unfortunately had his crash as he charged for victory. We still have one Fin Network Premier Racing Team bike. That's won the 69 of Ruda. So coming around the final corner now, they will take their place on the grid as we begin a 5-lap dash for the cash, as Liam likes to say. 5-lap race to glory.
Indeed I do, Chris, and there is your man. He'll be hoping to have the glory at the end. Just getting some temperature into those front brakes with a little stoppy as he rolls up to pole position. Angel Piqueras chasing his first junior GP win. The rookie of last year, a very fantastic challenge. As you can see, Tachikon Burazri there, the number 5 on the Honda Racing Thailand machine. He will be hoping to repeat that victory there. Angel Piqueras still waiting for Corrado and Lunetta to roll up to the front row of the grid there. So no worries there that they will all come into position. So the top 3, they're in position. The fans look on, the wind is up, the red lights come on, the revs are rising, the adrenaline is rising as well, and it's lights out, and a great start from Angel Piqueras, and Tachikon Burazri dropping back ever so slightly as well. But that's also the number 83 of Carpe that's made a fantastic start. But Corrado, he's late on the brakes in turn number 1. Burazri, who I thought had a bad start, he's not had a bad start, he's had a great start. He's into second as one of the riders run off track further back as well. So Burazri into second for Piqueras, but Piqueras retakes it as he head in towards turn number 5. Late on the brakes it could be, and we've got someone, one of the Cunha de Campiones bikes, making all sorts of shapes going into turn number 3. But for now it's Corrado from Piqueras and Tachikon Burazri.
Yeah, once again, a super start from the line, Nico Corrado. He takes the lead, as he did in the original race start, but behind him is Angel Piqueras, and Tachikon Burazri has been pushed back down to 3rd. I thought he was going to get a victory in for the... I thought he was going to get into position to lead the chase to victory.
Yeah, all chopping and changing further back. Eddie O'Shea looking for a move up the inside of Cormac Buchanan. That's a battle over 11th and 12th spot there as well. So it's only 4.5 laps remaining of this race. Yes, you did hear that correctly. Only 4.5 laps remaining of this tantalising junior GP here in Estoril. Corrado leads the way, but you can see Angel Piqueras shaping up a move potentially. And it's Corrado looking Lunetta further back. He's up the inside
Dives up the inside of him at the chicane.
Incredible
brilliant move from the pole man.
Yeah, great move there from Luca Lunetta. He's back into 3rd spot. That's where he ended the race when the red flag came out. So he's back with the top 2 now, and it looks to be gapping already. Tachikon Burazri as he comes around the Parabolica for the first time.
Yeah, coming round now, we'll knock off the first of 5 laps. Corrado in the lead, but Piqueras and Lunetta have got double slipstream here. We've seen Corrado in the first part of this race, demon on the brakes going into turn 1. Can he hold on to the lead coming into the first corner? Piqueras is moving up the inside. Will he get the inside, or is it going to be Luca Lunetta? Lunetta gets in there, does he? No, Corrado holds on.
But Lunetta's gone a bit wide. Piqueras just someone's gone off in the background there, not sure who that was. Someone's gone well wide.
And we've a crash in the background as well.
Yes, collision between 2 riders in the background there, not sure who that was. We'll keep an eye on the timing screens. As Piqueras has Corrado at turn number 3, we knew that was going to come, pushes him out wide. Corrado looks over his shoulders, seeing if there's anyone else there. He will retaliate, but Piqueras, ever the opportunist, he goes up the inside and barges out Corrado, and he takes the lead now with only 3.5 laps remaining. It's all action here in Junior GP.
Yeah, Torrin Collins is the rider to have gone down. Rider okay at turn 1, and the number 34 of Tiezzi was also involved in that collision. Both riders out of the race.
Here comes Carpe, he's up to 3rd, but he's run a little bit wide. Rosenthaler, the number 78 of Rosenthaler, he's made a cracking start to the opener of this second part of the race. He's back into 3rd, and further back you've got Joel Esteban and also Jacob Rolston making moves, and there's the number 34 of Tiezzi there. He's walking away after his crash with Collins as well. So sad to see.
Rosenthaler's up into 3rd.
He has
Luca Lunetta's got some more problems coming behind him.
Yeah, Luca Lunetta is big moment
just
there
like
from Carpe.
Almanza, but he's
Wow.
held on to it.
That was
Brilliant
a big save there. Incredible save from Alvaro Carpe there. He's managed to hold on. His heart must have been in his mouth when that moment happened.
He was pushing to get ahead of Luca Lunetta in 4th place, but it's ended up costing him a few tenths of a second and giving the Italian poleman just a little bit of breathing room from the group behind him. But we see Rosenthaler now. He is chasing down the front 2.
This is some ride by Rosenthaler here. The number 78 on the Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact Junior team. He's onto the back of Piqueras and Corrado. When he set the fastest lap of the race as well, 45.8. He's on a charge as the young rider there in the Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact GP team. Incredible. The top 3 have made a break for it. Here comes Piqueras again. These 2 hit each other in the last lap, and they almost do it again. It's bumping and boring between Corrado and Piqueras. There's no love lost between these 2.
And it's Corrado having a little look up the inside, but he's not close enough to do it there. But Rosenthaler, keep an eye on the Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact GP rider. in third place. It looks like he has eyes on victory. He is hunting down the two in front. Luca Lunetta holds on to fourth place, but we see the STV Laglice racing machine of Alvaro Carpe closing in on the Italian.
Yeah, Jakob Rolston's got some riders running out in the green there. That was Rosenthal, the young Austrian there, making shapes as it went into turn at number 8. He's really pushing on to stay with Piqueras and Corrado there. But some of the riders that have made moves further back, Jakob Rolston into second ahead of Zurutuza. O'Shea, he's come into the top 10 as well. He's in ninth just behind his teammate Bouagri as well. Buchanan's come forward as well. And Yambias has come up to 14th. Joel Esteban, he's having a nightmare. He's dropped outside the points and he's all the way back into 16th.
Yeah, 3 laps remaining. Well, just over 2 laps remaining now as you come into the final sector here around turn 13. Slipstream is going to be crucial here. Rossenthaler, I don't know if he wants to wait around here. Looks like he's got better pace, but he's having difficulty getting past Carraro. Maybe this is his chance. He's got the slipstream. Will he get by the Italian and chase down Angel Piqueras out front?
It looks like Corrado shaping up a move on Piqueras as well as a break in towards turn number 1. Who's it going to be? Here comes Rosenthaler, just take stock for the moment, but behind them we've got
out of his seat in the lead, Angel Piqueras for a moment coming out of turn 1.
Yeah, opening the gas too early. They're getting a bit shaky, but behind them we've got Carpe and Lunetta have also come back, and there we go, confirmation. Carpe, fastest lap of the race as Corrado makes the move that Piqueras has been making last few laps and sets him back up. This turn number 3 is all action between Corrado and Piqueras. Here comes Corrado again, but can't quite make it stick.
Yeah, having a look up the inside there, but just couldn't get it. That's a couple of times now that Piqueras has seemed to have left it open with a wider angle, but shut the door on the cutback.
Just noticed in the background there, Jakob Rolston ran on the green and onto the grass ever so slightly as Alvaro Carpe tries to make a lunge up the inside for third spot but can't quite make it stick. Lunetta looks like he's dropping off his top 4 just ever so slightly, and then there's a gap of about 7/10 of a second back to Jakob Rolston.
Yeah, disappointment for Tatakorn Bouasri. It looked like he was right in this victory battle, but he has sunk over the last couple of laps. Back down into P8, the number 5 of the Thai rider and 2022 Estoril winner. Now Carraro, has he got through? No, not quite yet. Once again, the cutback from Piqueras shuts the door on the Italian. Rossenthaler still swarming all over the rear tyre of Carraro, the Aspar machine.
Carpe just moved himself into third spot with an overtake at the chicane. So Rosenthal's back down to 4th, hugging a very tight line there as the Austrian there. But it looks like it's Piqueras that's got the run onto the home straight, but it's going to be Slipstream City as the top 4, almost 5, come crashing a lot across the line to start the final lap of the race. 3 abreast.
Here comes Rossenthaler up the inside.
He's going for he's not going for second, he's going for lead. Laying the brakes. Rosenthaler takes the lead, chops the front off Piqueras as Corrado holds third spot. This is great stuff. This is great action for the number 78 machine as Piqueras looks back up the inside but can't make it stick. Can he shape him up into turn number 3? We know how good Piqueras is here as Corrado and Carpe almost hit each other coming out of turn number 2, but Piqueras is back in front.
Yeah, very much a dress rehearsal now for the last lap coming over the line there. We saw the effect of the slipstream as Rossenthaler shot up into first place coming into turn 1. They've got to get it right. Coming out of turn 13, the Ayrton Senna corner as they pull a drag to the line.
All 5 riders in this lead group, all looking for their first race win. Angel Piqueras has the advantage for now, but Corrado round the outside of Rosenthaler on the brakes. He's done it, an ambitious and a brilliant move by the number 10 on the Aspar Junior machine. Wow, what an incredible move. There's only a few more corners left, and you can imagine that Corrado will be shaping up a slipstream to the line on Piqueras.
Yeah, we're coming now into the final sector. It looks like there could be 5 riders here in the podium battle. Luca Lunetta has come back into it, and we can see is that Carpe moving up the inside at the chicane. Yeah, and he makes it stick as well over Rosenthaler. He is now up into the podium places.
He put himself in prime position, has Carpe as he's got ahead of Rosenthaler for third spot, shaking the front of the bike. Coming through the last couple of corners through the Parabolica, Piqueras has a 10th of advantage, a very small advantage at that one as he comes through the Parabolica for the final time. Who's it going to be? Slipstreaming to the line, Piqueras or Corrado? The 10 versus the 18 across the line and come forward to finish. Wow, that was Corrado by 2.
Carraro picks it.
Wow, what incredible, like Tony Elliott and Valentino Rossi in 2006, 2 thousandths of a second between Corrado taking it over Piqueras. and Carpe holds on to the podium in third spot. He cannot quite believe it. Number 10, the power of the KTM outdragged the Honda.
Classic Junior GP race finish. Wow, I didn't think he was going to get there, but they went wheel to wheel. Piqueras has gone celebrating as well. He must be delighted with his P2, and rightly so, while Alvaro Carpe's move at the final chicane over Rossenthaler secures a top 3 finish for him.
An incredible ride by the top 5. Luca Lunetta rounds it out. Jakob Rolsson, a great second spot for him. Ahead of Zurutuza, Elia Bartolini. He managed to work his way from 15th on the restart all the way up to 8th, ahead of Tachikon Barouadri and Eddie O'Shea, the young British rider on the British Talent Team machine, rounding out the top 10 ahead of Joel Esteban. With only a lap and a bit to go, he was outside the top 15, so he made a great recovery ahead of Morossi, who dropped all the way back to 12th, ahead of Detweiler, Cormac Buchanan, and Ezawa, who is filling in for Daniel Charil this weekend, picking up the final point in 15th. Wheelies all right. Oh, almost falling off the side of the bike was Alvaro Carpe there as he tried to pop a wheelie. He seems more annoyed about that than anything. Very happy with his podium, but very unhappy with his attempt at a wheelie there. But Angel Piqueras, he just missed out on his first race win. It's another podium for Angel Piqueras, his 4th in Junior GP, but it is this man, Nicolas Corrado, the Aspar Junior Team rider, that takes the spoils by, as we said earlier on, 2,000 of a second. And he tries to pop a wheelie as well. I don't know if there's a gust of wind blowing across the track that was just taking the front wheel of the riders away when they try and pop a wheelie there. But yes, he won't mind too much they couldn't pop a wheelie, because he will just mind that he gets to pick up the winner's trophy when he gets back to Parc Fermé and celebrating with his team. That was one incredible ride by the number 10, a rider that we knew had lots of speed coming into race day here today, topping FP1, FP2, and qualifying 3rd on the grid as well. So Aspar Junior Team, they're very good at picking out the young talent in Junior GP and progressing them into further things in the World Championship. They might just have another one on their hands here with the Italian Nicola Corrado, and well, he's just put himself in prime position to continue on that journey later on down the line. Big celebrations there from the STV Laglisi Racing Team, with Alvaro Carpe, the number 83, more ecstatic about his 3rd place than probably anyone has been in Parc Fermé here today. He's absolutely buzzing down there as a number 83 rider, and quite rightly too. We can imagine that he'll be celebrating late into the night. A nice little stoppie there from Nicola Corrado, your race winner from, well, Estoril here in Junior GP. And yes, very tall rider for Junior GP, and well, one that will be hoping to stop growing any taller than what he already is. There's Jakob Rolsson there, teammate to Nico Corrado, who celebrates with him. He took 6th spot in the end, the number 12 rider there from Australia. So Jakob Rolston showing very good form towards the closing stages of the race. Angel Piqueras just misses out by 0.02 of a second, almost the width of a tyre from second to race victory. Here we go again, a photo finish, and it's Corrado who just takes it by the smallest of margins, and very, very, very close indeed. As we said, reminiscent of Tony Elias and Valentino Rossi here in 2006, which was the exact same gap, 0.02 of a second, when they crossed the line here in Estoril back then as well. So yeah, the team celebrate, the fan club celebrating as well, overjoyed with their man's riding for that one. And you can imagine there'll be plenty more race wins to come for Nico Corrado this season in Junior GP. He's one of the riders to watch. He's one of the title contenders already, you can imagine. And you can imagine that he will be in title contention all the way through until the very end when we hit Valencia in November for the final race of the season. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves now. Let's enjoy the celebrations down in Parc Fermé with the teams that celebrate what has been an incredible racing action over the 5 laps after the red flag. So in a few moments' time, we'll get to speak to our race winner with Chris Jordan down in Parc Fermé there. After some of the pictures are taken, some of the memories will be logged and posted on Instagram in a, well, I was going to say in a few days' time, but probably in a few minutes' time, knowing how these young riders work. They're always posting everything as soon as possible on Instagram to try and, well, keep the memories of their victory long in their mind. So the top three will be making their way to the podium very shortly, but once we can, we'll get a word in with your race winner, and I'm sure Chris Jordan will be down there to ask him all about how he set up that last corner, that run to the line with Angel Piqueras and Alvaro Carpi, who put in a brilliant last lap move on Rosenthaler to snatch away that final podium position. Luca Lunetta, who was your pole sitter here today, he just missed out on the podium, but he takes a well-earned 5th spot. And we can head down towards Parc Fermé now as Chris Jordan is ready to talk to your Junior GP race winner, Nico Curado.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. I'm here with our race winner in Junior GP, Estoril, by 0.02 of a second. Photo finish on the line. Nicolo, talk to me. How did you set up that last lap win?
Yeah, last lap was very difficult, but 3 laps before I tried to the slipstream, and I see that I could win for not so much. And the last lap, in last corner, I closed me more than I can, and I exit very fast, and this one let me to win. But thanks to the team that made an incredible bike, and they work so much every day, and thanks to all the sponsors.
Congratulations on your win. And just for all your fans in Italy, if you have a message for them to tell them in Italian about your victory.
Ciao a tutti, i ragazzi italiani che mi seguono. È stata una bellissima gara, ci abbiamo fatta di poco e vediamo di far così ancora. Ciao.
Congratulations.
Big smiles all round for Nico Curado, and the first time winner in Junior GP. This is how he done it, as lights went out for action in Estoril. So it was Luca Lunetta who got the initial hold shot in part 1 of the race, but it was Curado who led into turn number 1, just ahead of the number 19 of Morossi. As the riders shaped out down the rest of the field, Carpi made a great start into the race, moving into third before dropping back, but it was David Almanza who was shaping up moves all the way down the field and into turn number 1. He made that his number 1 overtaking move, and he moved into 2nd spot before lunging up the inside in turn number 3. That wouldn't be the first time that these two would come to blows at turn 3 this afternoon, before Curado would eventually retake the lead into turn number 6. Alonso Lopez looked on as his man David Almanza was trying his hardest to take the win here today, but before he had a big moment later in the race. For the time being, it was Piqueras led the way before David Almanza launched himself over the handlebars, trying to hold on to the clutch to get the bike restarted again, as the team couldn't believe what they've just witnessed as David Almanza moved away. Further back, we had a big crash for Adrian Cruces that brought out the red flag. Thankfully, we saw the young Spaniard walking away from the crash. David Almanza was out and he couldn't take the restart. As the fans looked on, dancing away, ready for the restart for part number 2. It was a great start for Angel Piqueras, but not long before you had the number 71 crash out of contention as well. Angel Piqueras led the way from Nicolo Curado and, of course, Rosenthaler. Rosenthaler would take the lead into turn number 1 in the final lap. Piqueras would slow into 2nd, but then he would retaliate at turn number 3 as Curado would shortly follow him through into 2nd spot. But they came across the line for a photo finish, and it was Nico Curado taking his first victory by 0.02 of a second over Angel Piqueras, and one you can imagine will be repeated further into the season. Nico Tirol, former 125cc champion, was very delighted with his man's race win as he came into Parc Fermé celebrating with the entire team. And Nico Curado will be holding aloft the victory for first place later on. So the Italian flag waves in the breeze along with the two Spanish flags alongside him. We'll see the representative for the Aspar junior team, Sergio Gadea. You might remember him from multiple race victories and the 125cc championship, now working for the Aspar junior team. Probably the happiest man in the Junior GP podium is the number 83 of Alvaro Carpi, celebrating with his police team. Angel Piqueras came oh so close to that first victory, but we know it's just around the corner as he just missed out to this man, Nico Corrado, who takes his first victory in the Junior GP. The president of the FMP hands over the Best Constructor, Best Team prize to Sergio Gadea for Team Aspar Junior. And then third spot, Alvaro Carpe. That'll be one of the happiest podiums he will have in his life for now. He is on a Junior GP podium and in third spot. And you can imagine there'll be plenty more where that came from for the number 83. Second place for Angel Piqueras. He can just crack a smile as well. He'll know that the victory was also close, but he will also have the confidence that he is a main championship contender and is here to stay. Just missing out to your victor here today, Nico Corrado, the Italian, lifts atop the race winners trophy.
Antigo piloto de motociclismo. Vamos agora para o hino nacional de Itália.
For the first time today, the Italian national anthem rings out across the Estoril circuit after Nico Corrado takes what was a very incredible race win here in Junior GP. Spray the Prosecco, or whatever the equivalent of that will be for these young riders, as they're probably too young to be drinking any alcohol, but they're spraying it anyway, and they can do because they don't have any other race coming up later on today. Their sole race of the weekend is now complete, and they'll be looking to head over to Valencia for more Junior GP action in just 2 weeks' time. Stand atop the podium for the now iconic photo, which you will see all over the social medias in the next, well, a few minutes or so, with the picture of the podium contenders. So here's your results from a cracking Junior GP. Nico Corrado takes it by 0.02 of a second over Angel Piqueras. Alvaro Carpe on the podium ahead of Jakob Rosenthaler. Luca Lunetta rounds out your top 5 ahead of Jakob Rolston. Xavi Zaratuza, Elia Bartolini recovering from the back to 8th ahead of Tachikon Bouadri on the Honda machine. Eddie O'Shea rounds out the top 10 for the Brits ahead of Joel Esteban, who recovered 5 places on the last lap to take 11th on his debut, ahead of Alessandro Morosi in 12th ahead of Noah Detweiler, Cormac Buchanan and Shinya Izawa taking points on his Junior GP debut. Padilla Arbi Aditama just missing out on the podium, and then Facandio Gambias further back in 18th ahead of Marcos Ruda on the Finkwork Mir Racing Team. Angus Grenfell rounds out the top 20 ahead of Gabin Plonk. Alex Gourdon ahead of Jeffrey Emmanuel and Alessandro Mattei rounds out your finishers for today. Torrin Collins, Cesar Tiesi, David Almanza, Kataro Uchimi and Adrien Cruces are your non-finishers here in Estoril.
So your championship leader after the first race is your race winner, Nico Corrado, with 25 points. Angel Piqueras, only 0.02 of a second off the win, but he takes home 20 points nonetheless. Alvaro Carpe takes 16, Rosenthaler 13, Luca Lunetta with 11, Raul Stone 10 points, Zaratuza takes 9, Bartolini and Bouasri take 8 and 7 respectively, while these are the rest of your point scorers. Eddie O'Shea with 6, Joel Esteban with 5, Morosi with 4, Detweiler with 3, Cormac Buchanan with 2, and Shinya Izawa with 1 point.
Well, Junior GP round number 1 is in the bag here at Estoril. Nico Corrado took a incredible victory by 0.02 of a second over Angel Piqueras. The Junior GP class will be back in action in just 2 weeks' time in Valencia, where they will do battle once more for Junior GP glory.
Coming to you live from Circuito do Estoril in the west of the Iberian Peninsula in Portugal, just a short drive outside of Lisbon. It's a historic circuit, and the European Talent Cup Race 2 is up next here on Sunday afternoon. 13 corners, among them 2 hairpins, plenty of elevation changes, and a straight nearly a kilometre in length. It is an epic circuit for ETC Racing. We've already had one event today, and this morning, in case you missed it and don't want to know the scores, now is the time to turn away. But your race winner was Brian Uriarte after a 3-way battle between the Monlau riders. Joining him on the podium was Hakim Danish with Rico Salmela, also rounding out the young Finn, putting in an impressive ride, and only 0.05 of a second separated the 3 riders. Maximo Quiles, 2021 champion here. Well, we'll have a little look at the highlights first. So as we can see, we've got our 3 breakaway riders who battled for victory throughout the race. The number 51, Brian Uriarte, leading from the front early, but then a crash earlier between Carter Thompson ruled him out of contention. So Brian Uriarte took the initiative for the majority of the race, but he was in pursuit by Hakim Danish and Rico Salmela throughout the race, with it coming down to a final corner decision. The battle for 4th was also very interesting. That went the way of 2021 champion Maximo Quiles, who came from the back of the grid and completed a long lap penalty for a P4 finish. The number 28 there, putting in a hugely impressive ride and will be a contender in race 2. Here we continue with the victory battle. Uriarte out in front, as it had been for most of the race. Salmela following hot pursuit behind as they came into turn 6 and through the chicane and on to the final corner. Ice in the mind, fire in the belly rather, was the message from the garage as they all crossed the line within 0.05 of a second, sparking wild celebrations in pit lane. So congratulations all around for Uriarte with a spectacular win in the opening race of 2023 in the European Talent Cup. So now we get ready for race 2. After a 3-way scrap, expect a couple more riders to come into contention now that they have served their penalties. 22 degrees in the air, 26 on track. It's quite warm conditions out there, 25 miles per hour, 40 kilometers an hour wind conditions. So it is also very windy, particularly on the lighter machines of Moto 3. So we are at Circuito do Estoril, nestled here in the beautiful Portuguese countryside. Green rolling hills all around, blue skies, very few clouds as we can see, pretty much crystal clear blue skies all around. Perfect conditions for racing. I'm Chris Jordan. I'm joined here by my trusty lieutenant, Liam Hodgins.
I was hoping you were going to call me captain there, but yes. What an introduction it is from you, Chris, there, and what an absolute day of racing we've had here so far. Some great racing throughout all classes, and if you've not seen any of the racing action just so far, I would highly suggest you go back and re-watch. Now, we've got European Talent Cup underway, and Brian Uriarte, who set pole position quite brilliantly yesterday, will be starting from pole position later on here today. Now, as you can see by the graphic, he was the winner in race number 1 today, but Chris, it was anything but an easy ride to first place.
No, a sensational race right until the wire, decided on the line. Uriarte put in an absolute masterclass throughout. He led from the front for the majority of the race, dropped in then into second position as they came through the final lap, and he found that slipstream to just get ahead of his teammates Danish and Salmela for a victory.
Yeah, very, very well thought out victory it was by Brian Uriarte. The rider that did take the lead halfway around the final lap was Hakim Danish. And, well, he made a bit of a mistake with half a lap to go, so he dropped back into third spot and couldn't quite power past his, well, stablemate in the Estrella Galicia and Monla Moto team, so he had to settle for second position. For third position behind Rico Salmela, but the top 3 in the race were light years ahead of the rest of the field. No one saw which way they went. But one rider that we must talk about that was starting from the back of the grid, just behind this man here, Rico Salmela, on the grid for race number 2, will be Max Quiles. Now, he'll be starting from 4th spot, so you can imagine he will be able to go with the top 3 from race number 1.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he isn't within the conversation come the final laps. His pace was outstanding in race 1, coming from the back of the grid with a long lap penalty.
Absolutely electric scenes from Max Quiles on the 28 team Aspar Junior Team machine. So he will be definitely one to watch for the podium battle. There he is on screen, the man we were just talking about, the 2021 European Talent Cup champion. And, well, his 4th place in race number 1, that shows you how much pace he really has.
Yeah, 2021 European Talent Cup champion. You don't need to say a whole lot more. He's got bags of pedigree, bags of quality. He showed that in race 1, and I'd be very surprised if he's not among the victory battle later on today. He will have his hands full, though, in that Monlau School trio with the Team Estrella Galicia 0-0 duo of Salmela and Uriarte and Hakim Danish ahead of them, but they all showed their quality in race 1. Are they ready for another rider to join the party?
Well, another cat amongst the pigeons, as they would say, in Max Quiles. And here's another rider that showed very well in the opening laps of race number 1, but dropped back a little bit, was the Italian of Pugliese. So he's doing very well, showing his class so far this weekend. And he only picked up 2 points in the end of last year, so an improvement to 6th in race number 1 was points that he has never seen before, and you can imagine he will be well and truly in the battle for the top 5 here today. Guido Pini, your last year's champion, he will be on screen now. So Guido Pini, your last year's champion, running the number 1 plate. It's really good to see the number 1 in the European Talent Cup on front of the machine. Max Quiles, he didn't run it last year. He stuck with his number 28 when he was the champion from the year before. But Guido Pini, he really has shown that he is number 1, and he is the rider that they should all be chasing. However, race number 1 didn't quite go his way. He was out on the curbs quite a few times, running out wide and dropping back. But the very smiley Italian is ready to go for race number 2 and hoping for a much better result in this one.
Yeah, didn't have the best qualifying, a little further back than we expected for the reigning champion. P8 in the end. it's a solid point scoring position, but if he is to retain his title, he will need better results than that. As we see some of the fans just getting some snaps in, having a little pre-race chatter. And we've got the number 24 on screen here, Guillaume Plonk. He was another rider who started at the back of the grid, collected 4 points in race 1. Let's see what he can do from 7th now.
Yes, he had really strong pace. He went with Max Keeles in the first few laps of the race, but towards the end, maybe it was tire life, maybe pushed too much. He dropped back towards 12th at the flag. So much more to come from the young Frenchman, Guillaume Plonk, so we can expect him to be well and truly in the mix on the number 24 machine, just ahead of the number 93 in the Finidwork Mir Junior team. There's many associations with the Repsol Hondas in MotoGP with Mir, and of course the number 93 that Ferrandez, I should say, is running, and here he is on screen here. Ferrandez, a very, very, very big talent that we must keep an eye out.
Yeah, we were very much bigging him up ahead of race 1, but unfortunately didn't see the checkered flag, caught up in an incident that saw him take a trip into the gravel trap. He'll be out for a little bit of vengeance to pick up his first points of the year.
Yes, it was an incident he was wrapped up with Carter Thompson as well. So both riders, they rolled into the gravel trap at turn number 5, a very fast right-hander going onto the back straight, but thankfully both riders were able to walk away from that, and they are competing here in race number 2. And there he is, Carter Thompson. We just mentioned him there. He was well inside the top 5, looking for a great result before that unfortunate incident with the man he's starting alongside. A wave to the camera, Ferrandez. So he'll be hoping to improve on that championship position of 49th that we're seeing there. We can tell you that that won't be hard to do for the young Australian who was an ATC race winner last year. So we know that Carter Thompson on the number 50 AGR team machine has bags and bags of talent.
Yeah, absolutely. He put in an impressive showing until the disappointing crash out in race 1. Again, another rider looking to make amends. As is the Qatari Hamad Khamis Al Sahuti, another rider who didn't see the checkered flag in race 1, but he has shown plenty of ETC quality in the previous year. He's picked up 17 points last year, 21st position overall in the championship, even made it into the Junior GP for a race. So he's got bags of quality.
He does. He's been in Asia Talent Cup for many years. He's shown lots of stardom there. He's come over here learning new tracks, but he has shown that he has got good amount of talent, and as you said, was able to move up to Junior GP for 1 round last year and wasn't out of his depth. So we know that Hamad Al Sahuti will be one to watch out for as the season progresses. Very chilled on the grid is your pole setter, Brian Uriarte, waiting to get going on the number 51 machine for race number 2 here at Estoril for the European Talent Cup. So the klaxon sounds for the team personnel, the mechanics to make the way off the grid as the riders will be getting ready to start their action here with 15 laps underway under the scorching Portuguese sun at the Circuito do Estoril, and a brilliant, brilliant race we have in action. In store. So absolutely a quick run through the grid. It's Uriarte on pole ahead of Danish and Salmela. Keeles, Pugliese and Pini are in row 2. Guillaume Plonk, Ferrandez and Carter Thompson in the front in row 3. Al Sahuti in row 4 alongside David Gonzalez and Beñat Fernandez. Doro Baggio, Rush Mutli, Pau Alsina follow behind on the next row. And here we see some more of the names. At the back of it we see the Brit, number 26, Brinton. And then our 3 qualifiers from the last chance race this morning. They will prop up the back of the grid. Yes, the rider that won the last chance race, Bellon, the Frenchman, he showed very well in the first part of the race this morning. So watch out for the number 33 bike on the MB38 by Mecha Sport coming through the field. So the riders get underway on the warm-up lap, and the 30-strong field is making their way around the Estoril circuit to begin race number 2. Brian Uriarte leads them into turn number 1, and a position that we're hoping to stay in for all of today's 15-lap action in race number 2.
Yeah, we see some tear-offs flying through the wind getting as clear as vision as possible as they come around turn number 3. Begin the uphill descent. Track temperatures keep on rising up to 27 degrees Celsius now. It'll be interesting to see how that affects the tire wear on these machines. But coming through the back straight now, or leading up into the back straight now.
Yes, conditions are getting a lot warmer this afternoon, 27 degrees track temperature. You can imagine it might not cause too many of the riders issues, but some of them that might be coming towards the back of the grid. Dodo Boggio, for example, in 13th spot, the number 47 in the Aspar Junior team. He's been a little bit out of sight so far this weekend. He's not really been as far up the field as we should have expected. However, it is European Talent Cup. There are slipstream effects and anything can happen.
And we see on the right of the screen, Uriarte leads the championship standings. Will it still be that way once the checkered flag waves here? Well, we're only going to find out in just a few moments.
Yeah, electric action from the European Talent Cup coming up for race number 2. We're starting a little bit later in proceedings than what we were hoping to be. 14:40 will be the start time, so just in a couple of moments' time. But because of red flags in Moto2 and European Talent Cup, we are just running a little bit behind schedule, but we still have 3 fantastic races coming your way, including race number 2 here for the European Talent Cup. And Brian Uriarte will be hoping to make it a double, just like Joel Esteban did in 2022. Who can stop him? Can it be Hakim Danish, who goes from the middle of the front row? Can it be Rico Salmela, who took second in race number 1? Or can Max Quiles, the 2021 champion, show why he was so brilliant in that season and why he came through the field from last on the grid all the way up to 4th in race number 1 later on today? Or will it be the likes of Pugliese, Pini or Plonk that can challenge at the front? We'll just find out in a couple of moments' time. The last riders are making their way towards the grid, putting himself into position. That is the number 24 of Game Plonk that rolls up, the final rider on the grid. The green flag waves at the back. The revs are rising. The red lights come on. It's going to be go for race number 2 here in the European Talent Cup at Estoril. Great start there from Uriarte and Danish from the front row of the grid. A really bad start for Rico Salmela on the outside. He's dropping all the way back down the field as well. And then we've got Pini, your number 1. He's all the way up to 4th spot, just dropping back ever so slightly as Uriarte leads the way. A bit of a wheelie to come out the first corner. It's actually Hakim Danish is taking the lead from Uriarte ahead of Max Quiles. Some riders out on the green. Further back, Rico Salmela moves up into 4th ahead of Guido Pini, as some of the riders are pushing each other off the track, all gone wide, but so far so good as all riders have made it through the first few corners.
Yeah, it's elbows out at the moment, but it's Danish in the lead ahead of Uriarte with Quiles hot on their tails. Rico Salmela, who was a breakaway trio last time. Max Quiles has most certainly joined the party. Let's see, can those 4 riders get ahead? But here comes Guido Pini up the inside, and he's managed a move just up the inside of Salmela for P4. But Salmela fights back, reclaims position.
Guido Pini means business in race number 2 here today. Salmela could not get back up the inside. He's coming for 3rd spot as well. That's Max Quiles. You can't outbreak Max Quiles. He's one of the last of the late breakers. And Hakim Danish running a little bit out wide there onto the green. You can't be doing that too often here today. Max Quiles up the inside of Uriarte, can't make it stick. And that was actually Hakim Danish who was trying to get up the inside of there. So it's all chopping and changing at the front, and some of the riders are trying to get even further up ahead because they don't want Uriarte to make a gap, as he's already doing as they come around the final corner.
Yeah, we can see the Finn Network Mir junior team machine of Ferrandis slowly but surely working his way through that pack. He's tagged on to the back of this lead group and looking to make some moves. He's got Salmela in front of him with Guido Pini not far out. But at the moment, the number 51, the race 1 winner, Brian Uriarte, leads them over the line.
The Honda Moto3 sheens thunder past our commentary box, and it's Salmela late in the brakes. Here comes the number 1 of Pini as well. He's trying to show everyone why he's number 1 this year, but can't make the move. So Max Quiles, we've got some riders running off in the background, not quite sure who that might be. But Max Quiles, he's up into 2nd spot now, and he's chasing after race 1 winner Uriarte. Here comes Pini once more. He's made that move stick ahead of Salmela. He's now into 4th spot. Can Salmela retaliate into turn number 4? No, he cannot. And just behind them, Ferrandis and Plonk, they're in the mix now for this battle. So it's all go here in European Talent Cup, race number 2, 14 laps to go.
Yeah, Uriarte looks to have built a little bit of a gap now over Quiles, which is 0.3 of a second on our timing screens between them. But that really is nothing when you've got Slipstream. Up comes Guido Pini now into third place. Will he hold on? Yes, he will.
Yeah, no mistake like he did last lap. So Guido Pini up to third spot, just behind his champion counterpart, Max Quiles. Is he going for another one here? No, he's not. He's just holding stationary for now.
Just taking a little practice look at what's coming up. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised to see him trying that next lap if he doesn't get ahead of him, either at the chicane here, which he won't, or over with the Slipstream.
Uriarte out a little bit wide there as he was trying to defend his line from Quiles. Guido Pini taking a very tight line there up the inside of Quiles, can't make it stick, but that's very ambitious.
Shut in his face.
It really was. There I thought he was about to take his front wheel away from bumping and barging further back. That's the art box of Alcina and Luciano having some battles further back there, elbows out as well, so they're battling with Fernandez on the Ferrando Racing VHC team, and Gonzalez as well just outside the top 10. But Slipstream City
on the Slipstream. Will he hold
three
on? In fact,
abreast.
Quiles
Wow.
is taking it 4 abreast going into turn 1. Who's going to come out of this in the lead? Pini looks to have the advantage, but Quiles, yeah, he's gotten ahead of Salmela. Uriarte has dropped out completely. He's back in 5th position.
And here comes Fernandez as well, the number 93. Fitted work Mir Machine as well. He's into 4th spot. So it's Quiles who's leading from Pini, Uriarte, and of course the number 93 of Fernandez. All changes. Pini looks up the inside of Max Quiles. You can't do it there without some sort of rubbing. And Gonzalez takes the fastest lap of the race. So Gonzalez in 10th position. He sets the fastest lap of the race. So you just know this race has a little bit of a different taste as race number 1.
Yeah, Gonzalez as well was getting into a habit of setting fast laps. He did that in race 1-2 when he was in P11 or P10, around the same position. So he's got a bit of open road to play with, whereas it's all chopping and changing at the front. Quiles leads Pini, but Pini's having that look up the inside, and has he got it? Who's got the better drive? Coming out downhill. Oh, it's very tight here. Salmela drops back behind, but it's Quiles who is in control of this race. Fernandez now up to 3rd position.
Yeah, Fernandez trying to make amends of what happened to him in race number 1 with that clash with Carter Thompson in the opening stages of the race. I thought Pini was about to look up the inside of Max Quiles. How many riders are in this group? It's about 15 all the way down to Dodo Boggio. So yes, the top 14 riders all within just over a second of each other. This is what European Talent Cup is all about, as they round the Parabolica one more time, and we will see Slipstream City as they blast past our commentary box. To start finish straight, it's Max Quiles who leads away from Pini, from Fernandez, from Salmela, Uriarte, as the gap opens up a little bit back to Danish. 5 abreast almost as they come down the straight to click off another lap. Who is it going to be down towards turn number 1? Uriarte on the left, Salmela on the right, and it's Uriarte who takes the lead, but Pini late on the brakes and just gets ahead of Quiles. So it's now Uriarte from Salmela, from Pini, from Quiles, who runs a bit off the track. So he loses position to Fernandez. So Quiles, he was first across the line, he's now back to 5th.
Guido Pini having a look up the inside once again, but too far away. Brian Uriarte exchanging the favour. What happened to him last lap? Leading over the line, dropped down to P5. Max Quiles now in P5 with Uriarte back in front.
Yeah, it's a bit dangerous for the field with Uriarte in front, because we know he has the strongest pace probably of anyone in the field, so they'll be trying to ruffle his feathers as quickly as possible. Salmela looks to up the inside, but it's Guido Pini who goes around the outside of both of them, can make it stick on Salmela but can't make it stick on Uriarte. So this is what we're expecting from the reigning champion. More of this from Guido Pini with the number 1, and some riders running out wide. That was Max Quiles and one of the other riders further back as well. So you don't want to be doing that too many times, as we mentioned in previous races. You get a strike rate of 3 before you get a warning. As they head into the chicane, here comes Pini up the inside of Uriarte. Uriarte chops the nose off the front of Guido Pini, so that all remains a station for now.
Yeah, it's a classy control out front from Uriarte. Guido Pini, though, you can see he is anxious to make a move, anxious just to get ahead and lead this race. Salmela in 3rd place. He's reclaimed the position from Fernandez, but he's not going anywhere. While it's David Gonzalez has pushed himself all the way up into contention here. The number 11, blazing across the Cuna de Campeones rider with the fastest lap of the race last time. He was in P10. He's up in P4 now, and he's going for more. Up on the right-hand side of Salmela. Will he take the lead of this Grand Prix coming into turn 1?
Yes, he does. What a great move there from the Cuna de Campeones rider. He runs a little bit wide. Can Uriarte retake he can't take it. So that's Gonzalez, who also sets the fastest lap of the race. That's 2 in a row now for the Cunha de Campeones rider, and he overtakes and takes the lead of the race from Brian Uriarte, with Pini still in 3rd spot, just ahead of Ferrandis, and of course Uriarte, who's just dropped to the back of this as well. So Sam Mella is in 2nd spot, with a bit of a gap further back to Hakim Danish and Max Keeler. So they'll be hoping to try and bridge the gap to the top 5 with, well, 10.5 laps to go. Anything can happen, and Hakim Danish has already put the line into the back of the front group and already starting to reel them back in, as Pini is back into 2nd spot.
I just wonder now if David Gonzalez is thinking about pulling the pin here and opening up a bit of a gap between 1st and 2nd place. He's put back-to-back fastest laps of the race in, and it looks like he's going for another. The gap to Guido Pini is opening up, as we can see on our screens, just a little bit.
This is something we did not expect from Gonzalez whatsoever here today. It looked strong in race number 1. Oh, a bit of a moment there on the front end as he came through the first part of the chicane. Managed to hold it though, but that will give Pini a lot of confidence again to close him back up. As you saw there, Brian Uriarte is telling the riders behind him to follow him. It is European Talent Cup. I can't imagine anyone is going to listen to Brian Uriarte.
No, we see it so often. The little hand wave to fall into line behind me and let me catch them, boys. But I don't foresee it going that way. He's got Ferrandis on his tail with the number 13 of Hakim Danish completing this lead group. As they come down into turn 1, 3 abreast, 2 abreast, 4 abreast, 5 abreast, who knows?
5 abreast indeed into turn number 1. Here comes Ferrandis in the number 93 machine. He moves into 2nd. Wow, what an incredible move. Brian Uriarte is back into the lead of the race. Pini tries to retaliate. He does, and pushes Ferrandis back into 3rd spot. There's chopping and changes everywhere you look. Our timing monitors can't even keep up with it. And Pini dives for the apex, just trying to keep Ferrandis behind.
Yeah, Pini seems to be going for the narrower line every time on that right-hander, but gets the door shut in his face, whether it's Quiles or Uriarte out front. But the one thing we've seen so far, you do not want to be leading on the final lap coming out of the final corner.
Yes, it's dangerous stuff leading on the final lap coming out of that final corner, as it is in European Talent Cup. Slipstream is a big player in this championship. One of the riders is dropping down. I'm trying to monitor a little bit. I think it was just the number 7 of Fernandez, but he seems to be okay. So maybe just ran off track a little bit further behind as well. As I was just thinking, the gap behind Max Quiles and also David Gonzalez are still closing back up again. So it's all changed further back. Whatever way you look, you don't know where it's going to go, as we might have another change for 3rd spot. Rico Salmela looking up the inside of Ferrandis, and Uriarte once again taking those wide sweeping lines, which gives Pini a little look up the inside, but can't make anything quite stick yet.
Yeah, Guido Pini just needs to be a little bit careful of track limits. He was on the green there, as we've mentioned a couple of times, 3 times, and you are getting a long lap penalty. So just needs to keep it a little bit cleaner around some of these corners as he's stepping onto the green. Coming over the line, once again, it's Uriarte who leads, but will that be the case as they come out of turn 1? I don't think so, as they all get into the slipstream and make their move. The number 27 of Salmela at the moment looks like he's going to take the lead coming into turn 1. Ferrandis in 2nd, round the outside from Uriarte. But and does he make it stick? No, Guido Pini holds on to P3.
I thought Uriarte was going to make that one stick there, almost Pecco Bagnaia from Jerez last week on Martin. But here comes Pini up the inside of Ferrandis. He makes a stick on the Spaniard, the number 93 machine, and he's back into 2nd place. But so Pini seems he has an answer for everything. When he drops back one position, he always has an answer and can move himself forward as quickly as possible. But it's the young Finn, Rico Salmela, who's looking for that first victory here and Estoril, and Pini on the curbs round the outside. If he's made it stick, that is one of the moves of the year so far from Guido Pini. That is the champion back into 1st place, into turn number 6, and also Ferrandis follows him through. So Rico Salmela was caught napping there from Guido Pini and Ferrandis, as Guido Pini ran round the outside on the curb to take the lead of the race, and Salmela is trying to retaliate but can't quite do it just yet. Lots of riders in this group, some riders including Fernandez further back running onto the green as well, so we might start getting some notifications through of track limits warning.
Yeah, it's all action here. Guido Pini into the lead coming through the chicane. He's got Ferrandis just behind him with Salmela, Uriarte and David Gonzalez. And I tell you what, about another 5 or 6 riders who fancy their chances of getting into podium contention. But it's Guido Pini who's leading, coming round the final corner. Long sweeping right-hander as we get a long drive now to the line coming into turn 1. Nearly a kilometre, 900 metres in length. How many riders abreast are we going this time? It's at least 4, I guess. And who is going to lead? David Gonzalez trying to move up the inside coming into turn 1. But we see the number 51 of Uriarte pushing himself.
And Hakim Danish has gone right
out of nowhere.
Wow, what a move. He's ran a little bit wide there. Gives Uriarte a chance to look up the inside. Someone running wide further back. That looked like Fernandez once again on the number 7 machine with the Dayglow yellow helmet. But here comes Uriarte up the inside. And as clean as you like on his teammate, that is Uriarte into first spot now as everyone is closing back up. That's a freight train of about 12 riders all the way down to Luciano in 12th spot on the number 81 machine. But Brian Uriarte has found his way back to the front once more.
Yeah, as it was then in race 1, it's a Monlau, Team Estrella Galicia, 1-2 out front. Hakim Danish is there with Brian Uriarte. Uriarte lead. Rico Salmela isn't far away, and we've got Ferrandez in there too, along with David Gonzalez, Max Quiles. It's all chopping and changing. The number 22 out there, Torres, Jesus Torres going a little bit wide. Is Ferrandez looking now in the purple bike of the Finat Mir Racing Team machine, was looking up the inside there on Uriarte as they come into the chicane uphill. Uriarte will take the lead, and will remain in the lead coming through here. But again, slipstream weights coming down the final straight in just a moment.
Yeah, you can imagine that Brian Uriarte will not be running or in the lead of this race, as a notification has just flashed up of the track limits warning. That is for Fernandez on the number 7 machine that went wide at turn number 1 lap ago. So here we go, running on to the home straight once more. 7 laps remaining as they come across the line. Slipstream Seti, and it's Ferrandez, the number 93, slipstream past Uriarte. But here comes David Gonzalez, Guido Pini on the outside, and also Hakim Danish, who's trying to go around the outside like he did 1 lap ago. But Salmela that takes the lead, the young Finnish rider on the number 27 Monlau Team Estrella Galicia machine takes the lead as all riders run onto the curb and almost run into the green. So Salmela from Pini, from Gonzalez, from Danish. Uriarte dropped back once again, but here comes Gonzalez, here comes Pini, as Salmela takes a wide sweeping line, a qualifying line, so to speak. But that leaves them very vulnerable for an attack on the inside.
Guido Pini must be tired of taking the inside line there, because every time he looks to have an opening just ahead of him, the door is shut in his face. This time it's Rico Salmela to take the lead, or hold on to the lead, but Guido Pini isn't going anywhere. David Gonzalez is just hanging on as well into P3, with number 13 Danish coming up on the outside, on the inside rather, and the left-hander here at turn 6. We begin the downhill descent. Will we see any changes as we come in? Well, David Gonzalez has a little look over at Guido Pini. He says, "How's it going, buddy? I'm here and I'm challenging you for the lead." But at the moment, it's Pini who is going to lead coming up in towards the final sector.
Yeah, Rico Salmela's having some problems the fast kick of turn number 5. He loses a lot of drive through that has allowed Guido Pini and Gonzalez, and also his teammate of Hakim Danish, to get the run and going towards turn number 6. So not sure what quite the issue is there. Maybe it's a gearing problem for the number 27 of Rico Salmela, but there's been some chopping and changing for third place. It's allowed Pini and Gonzalez to open up a little bit of an advantage over the chasing group, which has now been led by the number 27 of Rico Salmela ahead of Uriarte and the number 13 of Hakim Danish. You'll see the Dayglow yellow machine, or the Dayglow yellow helmet of Dodo Boggio, the number 47 on the Aspar Junior team, flash into view. He's up to 6th now, and he is now in the mix, as is Brian Uriarte once more. He takes the lead from his teammate, who runs a little bit wide. He's onto the green now, so that's another one for him. He'll have to watch out, because he might start getting a track limits warning as Guido Pini finds 3rd spot once more from David Gonzalez.
Yeah, it's chock-a-block action up front here. But one name I've just noticed on the timing screen, Giulio Pugliese, is down in 25th place from a 2nd row start. It's been a bit of a horror show for the young Italian, as he harboured ambitions of a top 10 finish, and now he is struggling to finish in the points. Back up front, the number 26 track limits warning for Pau Alsina. So that's his 2nd rider to receive one of them, and we guess there might be a couple more coming.
Yeah, lots of riders now, they're feeling in the heat of the battle, very, very heated now. Hakim Danish, that is up the inside of David Gonzalez. David Gonzalez is about to go up the inside as Salmela tries to get up the inside of Brian Uriarte, as Uriarte runs a little bit wide. Dodo Boggio now, and here comes Ferrandis again later in the brakes. He's trying to get the thing stopped. He does, that's for 7th place. Ferrandis had to stay there. So it's all chock-a-block, as you said, Chris, and chopping and changing. And here comes Gonzalez up the inside of Pini. Pini closes the door firmly shut, and he tries to go around the outside. Instead does Gonzalez. That was opportunistic, didn't make it stick. So everyone is trying different lines and different ways to get around the corners and trying to go over the top of each other sometimes to overtake.
Yeah, here we come now into the final sector, final corners. Once again, Uriarte out front, but it's all coming in with just over 5 laps to go. We'll cross the line here and we'll have 5 laps to go. Let's see who's going to lead coming out of turn 1. They might just have a little bit of an advantage here.
Brian Uriarte trying a different line down the left-hand side of the circuit instead of the right now to try and see if to stop anyone from coming past. But Guido Pini once again down for the apex of the corner, but can't make any overtakes. And it looked like once again they're running over that rumble strip. Maybe it's just a dip in the curb that's just confusing our eyes on the exit of turn number 1. But Uriarte still leading the way, this time from Guido Pini. Salmela and Dodo Boggio there with the yellow helmet in 5th spot now, so he's worked his way up from 13th place only a few laps ago. He's now right in the mix as Gonzalez looked like he had a bit of an issue going into turn number 4, runs a little bit wide. That's given an opportunistic move for Dodo Boggio to move up into 4th.
Yeah, change in tack coming over the line last time from Brian Uriarte, and he maintained the lead, so he might see a little bit of a tactical shift in this race, with the leading rider deciding to take the wider line coming down from start finish.
Yeah, everyone's trying to outthink everyone else, and Guido Pini once again, he's running on the green on the exit of turn number 6 as Dodo Boggio, the number 47 rider, championship contender last year, Aspar Junior Team rider, he's now up into 3rd spot. He's making moves now. He can see the victory only just a couple of meters in front of him as Pini once again dives for that inside line. Only 4 and a bit laps remaining of this incredible European Talent Cup race number 2 here at Jerez. Estoril, sorry.
Estoril, you're getting excited, living in the future.
Oh, a bit of a moment there from Dodo Boggio, losing the front over the curbs there. A bit of a chatter from the front end of the Aspar Junior Team machine, but he's managed to collect that. Only lost a little bit of time to Pini just in front, but since he's collected himself very well, he has time to get the slipstream. But Brian Uriarte once again holding that left-hand side as it go down the home straight, and he's broken the slipstream of the riders behind as Dodo Boggio, Salmela, Gonzalez and Pini 4 abreast, and Pini's lay on the brakes once more with that same move again, trying to overtake on the inside of the corner by darting straight for the apex, but can't make it stick.
Yeah, this new tack is playing right into the hands of Brian Uriarte out front, breaking the slipstream while the scrambling pack
Gonzalez
chop and change.
Gonzalez and Salmela just rubbed their fairings there, setting up both riders there, so they've dropped back a little bit. And that's Ferrandis now pushing past the number 13 of Hakim Danish, so it's now starting to get a little bit physical out there.
Yeah, Uriarte maintaining his lead. He's out to 3/10 now, so we might see him try break that slipstream, but Dodo Boggio is charging hard, isn't he?
He very much is. Dodo Boggio is as we know, he's a very fast rider. He's just had a little bit of bad luck towards the end of 2022. He's had a bit of bad luck this weekend, not quite had the pace, but when it's mattered, he's really found it. After starting from the back of the grid in race number 1, he picked up some points, but he's now come through the field quite brilliantly, and he's now challenging Brian Uriarte into the chicane for the race lead. But Brian Uriarte slams the door shut in front of Dodo Boggio with the Dayglow yellow helmet. You can pick him out from absolutely anyone on circuit. But Brian Uriarte, he had a big lap going on to the start-finish line last lap. This time round it seems a little bit closer, with Dodo Boggio just a little bit closer to his back rear wheel as they round the parabolica for one more time. As they come across the start-finish line now, it will be 3 laps to go. Now will we see Brian Uriarte hold the left-hand side of the circuit? He does again, but not quite as much as he has done in the previous couple of laps. That gives Dodo Boggio a bit of a chance to get in the slipstream, but he's not popping out just yet. He allows Brian Uriarte to remain in the lead. Pini just behind, and it's Ferrandis making a move on Salmela for 4th.
2 laps in a row, Uriarte has led out of turn 1, but Boggio is hot on his tail. Guido Pini and Ferrandis not far behind. The race has settled a little bit. It's not chopping and changing in the lead pack as much. Perhaps everyone just waiting for their moment to strike in just 1 or 2 laps time. Only 3 laps remaining of race 2 here, the European Talent Cup at Estoril.
I must say I'm a little bit surprised to see Max Keeles so far down the field. He's in 7th spot. I thought he would have made a bit more an impression on this race. Just as we're talking about him, he appears on screen there. And we've got a track limits warning for the number 33. That is the rider Bellon, who we're talking about, the French rider starting from the back row of the grid. So he's got track limits warning as well. He's in 23rd spot, so he won't be having any impact on the race for the lead. But an impact on the race for the lead will be Dodo Boggio trying to ride around the outside of Brian Uriarte, but can't make it stick. So the top 5 have all concertinaed together with only 2.5 laps to go.
Yeah, they're all getting bunched up. Once again, expect a little bit of chopping and changing, and that might bring the likes of Max Keeles right back into podium contention, perhaps even victory contention. But it's a bit of a masterclass so far from the race 1 winner, Brian Uriarte. He leads once again coming through the S's and after the chicane. Coming around Parabolica. Once again, after this, there will be 2 more visits to this iconic turn, but then the slipstream effect will come into play. Let's see how he gets on here. Can he maintain a lead coming out of turn 1 for a 3rd consecutive lap as Guido Pini pushes up right beside him, coming in now.
Yeah, I thought Guido Pini was about to run in the grass. He's powered past him so much. He's already in the lead by the time they get to turn number 1. Here comes Boggio. Here comes Max Keeles. So as we were trying to say, it looks like he's out of contention. He's already thrown himself back into contention. So it's Pini that leads the way. Brian Uriarte 2nd, Dodo Boggio 3rd, Ferrandez and 4th. Who's got the run and who coming into turn number 3? It's Uriarte, who looks across.
And a little look over.
Like, how you doing, buddy? See you at the finish line. I'm taking 1st place back. This is mine and I want it.
Yeah, Guido Pini has made that move several times, and yes, every time, whether it be Uriarte, whether it be Ferrandez, Keeles, or Salmela, they have all shut the door in his face.
Yeah, and the team are looking on with smiles on their face. They know this is a great ride from their man, Brian Uriarte. But Dodo Boggio round the outside. He got a great run. Here comes Max Keeles. So it's going to be an Aspar Junior team 1-2 with a lap and a bit to go. And once again, Uriarte looks at the rider who's just overtaking and gives him a little wave as well. So Max Keeles has been bumped back to 3rd spot. And he comes back again. This is, Pini's down.
Big crash, and he's wiped out another rider.
It looks like it might be Danish who's maybe taking it. So Pini lost the front as we knew something was going to happen, and it has done. Guido Pini is down, and he's taking out the unfortunate Hakim Danish in that incident once as well.
Oh, that is just how is your luck. He was right in podium contention, as was Danish, and just lost the front coming around the right-hander.
Yeah,
thankfully at turn 7, both riders, it seems, are okay and have walked away with it. Maybe they won't be on each other's Christmas card list this year, but thankfully, they are both okay.
Whoa,
so
that
we
was
see
tight.
there, Dodo Boggio swerving out in front.
Yeah, very close between the 2 teammates coming on to the start-finish straight. Dodo Boggio swerves across Max Keeles, and both almost came together. Who's going to lead? Here comes Brian Uriarte once more. He timed it to perfection once more. Ferrandez up the inside for 3rd, but it's Max Keeles who slots back into 3rd. Boggio back to 4th. Someone well out wide there. It's all chopping and changing. Salmela's back in the 5th spot, just behind Gonzalez as well. Anyone can take victory here today, but with Brian Uriarte, he looks the most confident. He looks the most comfortable, and you know that he is very quick onto the home straight. So if he's got a bit of a gap, he might just have enough power to hold it.
Yeah, Uriarte in control of this race on the last lap, coming through to the final few turns now. We've got Max Keeles eyeing up a move with Ferrandez, but Dodo Boggio, David Gonzalez, Rico Salmela are all very much part of this as the number 22 of Jesus Torres begins to close up on that lead group. He might fancy himself a late podium. Coming around turn 6 now for the last time.
We've got a change of lead. Max
Keeles, who has
Keeles
pushed himself in front. And for how long? Will we see Uriarte make a move up the outside? No, we won't. We'll see Ferrandez make one, but he will not make it stick as Gonzalez holds on to the final podium position for now.
Half a lap to go. Max Keeles made a great move on Uriarte into turn number 6. Here comes Boggio up the inside. He's pushed his way from 5th into 3rd. Gonzalez goes round the outside of all 3 of them as well. So it's all chopping and changing. There's a battle for the podium. Gonzalez, he's put himself in great position to try and slipstream past Uriarte and Quiles on the run to the line, but one more corner to go. Max Quiles leads the way from Brian Uriarte, who will get into the slipstream, who will gain the power from the whole punch in the air from the riders in front as they come towards the line. Quiles leads it, but Brian Uriarte pulls out. It's photo finish once more, and it's Uriarte who takes it by thousandths of a second, 6,000ths of a second from Max Quiles, and David Gonzalez takes the third spot ahead of Dodo Boggio, Ferrandez, Salmela and Torres. But wow, did Uriarte time that to absolute perfection once again.
He's done it again. Did it in race 1, has done it in race 2. 2:42. What timing. He has the master of the slipstream here in Estoril. Thousandths of a second. Yes, another photo finish here.
Absolutely incredible from the number 51. 2 from 2, as Chris just said. He's backed it up with his absolute brilliant performance earlier on today as well. He sees his fan club. They've got a bit of a poster to show them. He congratulates them. He congratulates everyone. Brian Uriarte, he is a superstar for European Talent Cup, and you can imagine that he will be the rider that everyone has the target on. Everyone will be wanting to beat Brian Uriarte, as he has just timed his racing to absolute perfection here today. Watch yourself, boys. You don't be knocking off the race winner just yet. And Max Quiles, you got to feel a little bit sorry for him, but hey, it's another great ride for the number 28 rider. He has put to bed the ghosts of last year, when he not only high-sided himself out of one race, but out of both races in the first lap as well. So Estoril is not such a happy hunting ground for the 2021 champion, but he's found some form here today. And I've got to give a mention to the Cuna de Campeones rider of the number 11, David Gonzalez. There he is on screen. He rode an absolutely brilliant race, set the fastest lap of the race, not just on one lap, but on different laps throughout the race, and he powered his way from mid-pack towards the front of the field, and at one stage he looked like he would be in perfect position to take the win, but before Brian Uriarte eventually timed it to absolute brilliance and slipstream past Max Quiles on the run to the line. So as Brian Uriarte makes his way back towards Parc Fermé, we will hear from the race 2 winner and also the race 1 winner in a little bit of time with Chris Jordan, who will be awaiting his presence in Parc Fermé. And there's Max Quiles, the number 28 with the Aspar Junior team. Congratulations for him. Dodo Boggio, his teammate, just missed out on a podium by 400ths of a second. Are we going to get a little burnout here from your race 1 winner? No, not quite. Just getting more hugs from more of the fan club, maybe some family members as well. But that was absolutely outstanding from Brian Uriarte, who won a couple of races last year, won a race in 2021 as well. But this year, he really looks like he's mounting a title challenge, and it looks like it'll be very, very hard to stop him. He's waving to the camera. He knows that was a big one here today, and he knows he's put 50 strong points on the board right from the off here in Estoril, and that will be very, very important for him as he hopes to continue this form going into Valencia in just a couple of weeks' time. As you can rightly imagine, we're keeping all eyes on the race winner as he comes back in towards the pits. Can't imagine there's anyone happier in the paddock than Brian Uriarte on the Team Australia Galicia 00 bike. And Max Quiles, he must just be a little bit upset, happy but upset that he just missed out on what would have been his first race win since Valencia race 2 last year. He comes back into pits. The Team Australia Galicia team, they're very, 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 very used. They're very used to being on the top step of the podium, having lots of riders in their academy that they push through all the way up to the World Championship in Moto3. And Brian Uriarte, he is going to be another one of those riders that you can expect to hear lots of in the coming years, especially throughout 2023. Max Quiles, he looks happy enough with his second place here today. and he can hold himself quite high today as he put in a brilliant performance. 4th place in race number 1 from the back of the grid. Second position here today, led quite brilliantly the last lap before he was eventually slipstreamed by Brian Uriarte. And David Gonzalez, the number 11 on the Cunha de Campeones machine, he takes his first ever European Talent Cup podium, and he will be delighted with that one. His team celebrate with him. The picture's getting taken for the Instagram a little bit later on. You will be seeing that on his page. And you can imagine there'll be plenty more to come from Gonzalez in the foreseeable future and within this year as well, because he's here to stay as a Cunha de Campeones rider, and the Cunha de Campeones team, you just know, will be pushing him forward. Now, this is the incident that happened on the second last lap. Guido Pini lost the front going into turn number 7, and the luckless Hakim Danish had absolutely nowhere to go, and he was skittled out as well. Thankfully, both riders seemed to walk away from the incident, but Guido Pini was pushing the front of that bike quite a lot in that race, and you can only imagine that he pushed it over the limit. The tyres squealed too much in the end, and he skittled out one of your championship hopefuls, Hakim Danish. Stand on foot pegs. He knows he is number 1 here today, does Brian Uriarte. A fantastic victory for him. And we can also hear from the man that won both races here today in the European Talent Cup. He's down in Park Fermi with Chris Jordan.
Brian, 2 from 2 today on the last corner in both of them. Can you just tell us a little bit about your race and how you lined up that last corner move once again?
Well, I wasn't thinking that this could happen a month ago. Now I'm here, 2 victories, pole position, incredible. Last lap, amazing. I overtake Maxim in the last straight, but well, this is a race, and I just want to say thanks to my team, dedicate that victory for my brother, that tomorrow is his birthday. Also to my mom, that is the Mother's Day. My family, my second family, the team, my sponsors, everyone. Yeah, say thanks.
Congratulations, Brian. Y ahora, cuéntame sobre tu carrera, la última curva, 2x2. ¿Cómo te sientes ahora?
Bueno, me siento muy bien, he visto que tenía buen ritmo. Todos eran muy rápidos, a pesar de tirar y empujar, nadie no me iba a escapar. Y bueno, he jugado mis cartas en la última curva. Máximo ha hecho muy buen trabajo, ha decidido el tirar y yo adelantarle, y bueno, pues son carreras, y solo quiero agradecer la carrera a mi equipo, dedicar esta carrera a mi hermano, que mañana es su cumpleaños, a mi madre por el Día de la Madre, y bueno, a Hugo y su familia, que me apoyan siempre, y esta victoria también me ha ayudado Hugo, seguro, y bueno, le echamos mucho de menos, así que nada, esta victoria va para él.
Felicidades.
And this is how Brian Uriarte won race number 2 of the European Talent Cup in Estoril. His lights went out, he got a great hole shot from the front of the grid, but it was Hakim Danish who went round the outside originally to take the lead of the race. But it wouldn't be long before Brian Uriarte would find his feet and get back into the mix and at the front of the field, as the rest of the battle was heating up further down. Guido Pini would make a move up the inside for second before he would eventually take the lead of the race, passing the likes of Max Quiles, as all 3 riders went down the back straight in towards turn number 7. 3 abreast, the action was heating up quite brilliantly throughout the European Talent Cup. Further back, all riders throughout the entire field, all 30 of them scrapping it out for every position they could get, but it was David Gonzalez who found his way to the front mid-race as well, before Rico Salmela went round the outside, but it wasn't to be, as Uriarte late on the brakes managed to sweep into first position once more. Slipstream City was the name of the game in race number 2 here today for European Talent Cup, and we got plenty of it. Rico Salmela retook the lead ahead of Guido Pini, with Brian Uriarte getting shuffled back ever more. Salmela would lead the way, but some problems coming through turn number 5 would see Pini, Gonzalez and Hakim Danish overtake him, shuffling the Finnish rider back a few more places. But then it would be your eventual race 1 winner and your race 2 winner that would find his way back towards the front, with Guido Pini in hot pursuit. Dodo Boggio making moves from the further back down the field, and he, on the bright yellow helmet, would try his best to take his first victory since Jerez last year. Then disaster struck as Guido Pini lost the front in towards turn number 7, taking down the luckless Hakim Danish, but thankfully both riders walked away from that incident with only a couple of laps remaining. but it was a slipstream towards the end of the race, and it was Max Quiles who led the way, but Brian Uriarte took it as the checkered flag waved for his second win of the day, a double here in Estoril for Brian Uriarte. Celebrations all round with his team as he came back into Parc Fermé. Brian Uriarte is a 210 race winner in Estoril. Well, a podium that everyone on it will be delighted with their result. David Gonzalez taking his first ever European Talent Cup podium. With Max Quiles happy with a very solid result today, a 4th and a 2nd place. And he knows he is very much in contention for a 2nd championship in the European Talent Cup. But Brian Uriarte, he is the rider that everyone will be chasing going into Valencia in just a couple of weeks' time. Back-to-back wins here today. European Talent Cup, full house, 50 points for him. Trophy given out to the team as well. That's another one for the cabinet for the team Estrella Galicia. And David Gonzalez, that will be one of the most important trophies he will ever hold in his career, as he knows this was just a stepping stone onto bigger and better things for the Cuna de Campeones rider. In the 2nd place, he's had plenty of them in the cabinet in the past with race wins, championships and podiums. But Max Quiles, this will be another important trophy for him as he bids to retake the championship he lost in 2023. But to do so, they'll have to stop this man, Brian Uriarte. It's the 2nd winner's trophy of the day. He's delighted with that, smiles all around, a very popular rider within the paddock. And he'll be happy to hear the Spanish national anthem.
A very proud moment then for the trio of Spanish riders as they hear their own national anthem aboard the podium here after race 2 of the ETC, the European Talent Cup here at Estoril. Celebrations in full flow and a bit of a splash around on top of the box. So it's picture time now for our podium trio. Brian Uriarte on top once again here with Maximo Quiles and David Gonzalez taking P2 and P3 here at Circuito do Estoril respectively. So these are our results. Uriarte, Quiles, Gonzalez on the podium. Dodo Baggio just misses out with Alberto Fernandez not far behind. Podium finisher in race 1, Rico Salmela also misses out as Jesus Torres and Rush Mudley, Lorenz Luciano finished 7th, 8th and 9th. Guillaume Plonk takes a top 10 finish. Hamad Khamis Al Sahuti, P11, another decent showing for the Qatari rider in the ETC. Benyat Fernandez, Pau Alsina, Carter Thompson and Gonzalo Perez round out the point scoring positions. Adriano Donoso, Brinton, Liguri, Agostinelli, Aguilar, Alomar, Roman, Kayet, Rotola and Van Triet are next in the standings. And Greek rider Vasilis Pantiliakis completes today's race finishers in race 2. So this is how the championship standings look after 2 races. It's maximum points after an Uriarte double, the number 51 with 50 points. Maximo Quiles moves up into 2nd, 17 points off his compatriot with Rico Salmela in 3rd on 30. Gonzalez takes home 25 points from Portugal. Rush Mudley, the South African, on 19, 1 point ahead of Dodo Baggio, while Hakim Danish has his podium celebration on 16. So lots of point scorers across the 2 races. Jesus Torres, Pau Alsina, Guillaume Plonk all picking up 10, as has Benyat Fernandez. A little further behind is Belgian rider Luciano. Reigning champion Guido Pini sits on 8 points. And rounding out the final point scorers from all of today's action, Gonzalo Perez, 1 point in his P15, with Carter Thompson picking up 2. So the day here at the European Talent Cup belongs to one rider and one rider only. Brian Uriarte takes home double victory here at Estoril, and they are well-deserved celebrations for the young Spaniard.
Kilometers. The Estoril circuit, situated just outside Lisbon, is one of the most iconic in Europe and one of the most iconic on the Junior GP Championship. We've seen lots of great racing in the past, not just as much as we've seen here today. Lots of fantastic action throughout the entire day. Around the 13th turn, 4 right, 4 left, 9 right throughout the Estoril circuit. And Moto2 picks up race number 5 of the day for the second race and around this Circuito do Estoril circuit for 17 laps of high action. Senna Aegis was your race 1 winner. Can he back it up in race number 2? And who will challenge him at the front? The sun is shining here in Estoril and the clouds are disappearing as we look to close off the day almost, but with 2 more races of Moto2 coming right up in a few moments' time before rounding off the day with the Stock European Championship, the final race of the day coming up in just over 1 hour's time. It's been a fantastic day of racing action. We've had 2 brilliant European Talent Cup races, we've had 1 brilliant Junior GP race, and we've also had an incredible Moto2 race which saw Senna Aegis, the championship favourite, take victory once more ahead of 2 rookies, Carlos Tatai on the number 99 machine and number 29 Harrison Voigt, who picked up his first podium in Moto2. The Portuguese flag flies high here over the Estoril circuit, and we're witnessing some brilliant action as we have done throughout so many years at the Circuito do Estoril. So this is what happened in race number 1. Senna Aegis lined up in pole position, but there was an incident for one of the riders on the sighting lap. Number 99, Carlos Tatai, got underway as the red lights went out and away we went. Senna Aegis leading quite brilliantly from the off, but it was Xavi Cardelus. He was getting his arms out and his fists out with Carlos Tatai in the opening laps. But a red flag would come out for the number 4 of one of the riders who crashed further back with gravel on the track. So we got a part 2 for the race. Xavi Cardelus, he had a bit of a wheelie off the line, so he dropped back, but it was Carlos Tatai who almost clipped the back of Senna Aegis, sending him wide, and Senna Aegis with a big gap to Xavi Cardelus. But that didn't deter the Moto2 rookie as he came back towards the front. But there was this big accident with Xavi Cardelus, who crashed into the back of Carlos Tatai, putting Xavi Cardelus further down the field, and another rider went down, that was Montero. But Carlos Tatai, that didn't deter him, the Spanish rider finding his way through back towards the front of the group. Leading the way quite comfortably was Senna Aegis as Carlos Tatai made his way back into second after the collision with Xavi Cardelus earlier on in the race. The Andorran rider would eventually come back to finish 13th. But a shake of the head allowed Harrison Voigt to move into second. The Australian showing his class on his Moto2 debut before Tatai retook the second spot once again soon after. But The day belonged to Senna Aegis. He crossed the line to take victory number 3 in Moto2, the first one of the year. Carlos Tatai held on for a great second spot ahead of Harrison Voigt, the 2 rookies on the podium the first time round. So it'll be Senna Aegis everyone will be chasing in race at number 2 later on today. And the young Australian rider shows his celebration style with a great wheelie and also a fantastic stoppage. Celebrations with the team. Can anyone stop Senna Aegis in race 2? There we go. 23 degrees air temperature, 28 track temperature. Is getting even warmer as the day progresses. The wind is still at 25 miles per hour, 40 kilometers an hour. The stunning picturesque Estoril, Circuito do Estoril. But the wind is blowing quite heavily, as we've seen with some riders having some issues with it earlier on in the day. It's a bit gusty out there, Chris, but thankfully with these big Moto2 machines, everything should be a-okay.
Yeah, all going well. Hopefully we'll see it pass without much incident in this race. I do have to mention I had a chat with Senna Aegis post-race after his win, and he did admit some concerns over it, but clearly it didn't affect his race too much, as he launched from the line perfectly on the first start, and again after the red flag to build up a comfortable victory advantage. Will it be the same here? Well, let's look at Carlos Tatai. He got caught up in an incident with Xavi Cardelus during race 1, but he did show excellent pace, and he came home P2 about 7-8 seconds behind Aegis. If it weren't for that incident, I think he could have gone a little bit closer and given Senna Aegis something to think about.
It's 100% something that we've got to look forward to in race number 2. Can Carlos Tatai do anything about the man on screen here, Senna Aegis, who is looking very, very brilliant already so far in 2023. Now, it was quite interesting when you did speak to Senna Aegis, because he was saying that the grip levels in race number 2 with the increased heat and the slippery track surfaces might just play against him. He was struggling in the early stages of race number 1, but that might give some of his rivals some hope, but also not make them feel too confident, considering how much he pulled away in those early stages, even when he was struggling.
Yeah, he'll want to avoid getting pitted into a dogfight, which we saw. Xavi Cardelus and Carlos Tatai in race 1 was an absolute dogfight on the opening couple of laps, and it was a great watch. But while that was happening, Senna Aegis pulled away out front. So another good start from the young Australian will kind of allay a few of those fears, should we say.
We can only hope that we will have more of a battle, and especially from this young man, Carlos Tatai, who took a great podium in race number 1, his Moto2 debut in the European Championship. He has been on the podium in the Moto3 World Championship just last year, and he is looking to be one of the contenders for the title in 2023 with a great record around, well, what has already been a very, very short Moto2 career, but we can only imagine that he is here and ready to stay.
Yeah, hugely impressive in the opening race. As we mentioned, he got caught up in that incident with Cardelus coming out of turn 1. It cost Cardelus a podium, and it looked like it could have cost him a podium chance as well, as he ran on very wide, dropped down to about P7, P8, but he didn't let that affect him, and he came fighting back, roaring back even, for his first podium in this class. P3, we see Nicolo Antonelli, a very familiar face for many motorcycle fans, who's competed, a 4-time Grand Prix winner in Moto3. He was in the Moto2 World Championship last year. He served a penalty in the opening race of the day. Started from P5, but that doesn't carry over to race 2, I should say. And he will start from the front row. He'll be looking for a little bit of a better race as well. He kind of disappeared into the mired into mid-pack. Never really troubled the people out front.
Yes, he got off the grid twice when we had the first start and then the start after the red flag. A little bit badly, we should say, because he was starting from 5th, but by the end of lap number 1, he was down in 9th and 10th position and never fully recovered from that. He ended up coming across the line in 8th, but he was about 12 seconds off your race winner, Senna Aegis. So Nicolo Antonelli from the front row of the grid will be hoping to get away with the top couple, your Senna Aegis and the Carlos Tatais of this world, in the opening couple of laps of the race. A little wave to the camera from Xavi Cardelus, who was someone that really got his elbows out in the first couple of laps of both starts in race number 1 before he eventually came to clashes with Carlos Tatai at the end of lap number 4. Not quite sure what happened there, but it looked like he just ran on the grass a little bit, got out of shape and had nowhere to go but to clatter into the back of Carlos Tatai. Thankfully, both riders stayed upright. Xavi Cardelus eventually recovering to finish in 13th, while Tatai went on to finish in 2nd. So we hope for more from Xavi Cardelus, apart from the collision, because he's one of the riders to look out for in race number 2.
Yeah, Cardelus was excellent in that first race. A little bit unfortunate to get caught up in that incident. Here we see the Napoli jersey. Mattia Ratto celebrating Napoli's first Serie A win in 33 years since the days of Diego Maradona. So clearly we've a Napoli fan.
I'm not as much tuned into football as you are, but that sounds incredibly prestigious.
Well, you would have been tuned into football if you saw the city and the celebrations they had after. It was ridiculous.
I can imagine. It must be like Argentina winning the World Cup last year, that as good as that. So it's good to see Ratto supporting his home team there of Napoli, and well, congratulations to the team for winning that prestigious prize as well. Further down the grid, we'll have Alex Toledo on the number 55 machine for the Easy Race team, and he'll be, well, putting up hopefully a stronger performance in race number 1. He put the rider for the number 55 Easy Race team. He was featuring towards the front, but then dropped back ever so slightly. Eventually finished in 7th, picking up 9 points. But we know Alex Toledo, the 21-year-old, has got a lot more to show in race number 2 coming up later on. So yes, great start for race number 1. He'll be hoping to repeat that, but this time he'll be hoping that the tyres stay in good condition and he can fight for the podium all the way to the very end.
Yeah, a very talented rider with the 7th place finish in race 1. Perhaps not exactly where he wanted to be in that race. He did come, I believe it was 4th in last year's championship and one of the highest placing returners from 2022. So he's a rider who should have podium ambitions throughout this campaign. Next up, Yere Ruiz. Now, he was a great rider to watch during race 1. He was getting stuck in, elbows out, overtakes left, right, centre. Very entertaining watch. He fell off a little bit towards the end, picking up a 6th place. But the FAU 55 TEY racing rider, he'll be back in the podium battle.
Yeah, it was such a shame for Alex Ruiz to drop back towards the end of the race, because he was sitting in 2nd spot at one point during that race with some great overtakes, some ambitious overtakes. It was only when Carlos Tatai came through, and then once again when Harrison Voigt came through, that he started dropping back down a little bit. But Yari Ruiz, we know how good he is, and he'll be featuring in the battle at the front. As well, Juan Rodriguez, who picked up a 9th spot, but his pacing towards the middle part of the race didn't really show where he finished, because he was setting really fast lap times, catching Nicolo Antonelli in 8th place. So if he can get off the grid very well, he might be well and truly in the mix.
Yeah, 15 seconds behind the race winner, Senna Aegis, but when we take into account how far Aegis was ahead of the chasing pack, he was about 8 seconds behind the podium finishers. It's probably not exactly where he was planning on being, because he has shown excellent pace throughout the weekend and through last year. Now, speaking of excellent pace, Harrison Voigt, 1 podium so far on debut here at Estoril in race 1. A superb ride from the Australian. It's his first podium, as we said, it's his debut. And, well, if he can repeat it again, there might be a big party in Australia.
I can imagine what the scenes would be like in the Gold Coast of Australia tomorrow morning, especially if you can get both riders of Senna Aegis and, of course, Harrison Voigt back on the podium in race number 2 today as well. And Harrison Voigt has been super impressive. As we mentioned earlier on in proceedings, he was working his way from a low down position in practice, but worked his way forward, and then in qualifying was looking very, very good. And as we saw in both starts of the race earlier on today, was all immediately inside the top 4 and 5 on both starts. So he's very good off the line as young Harrison Voigt, and we expect more from him in race number 2 to do exactly the same.
Yeah, we just saw Alberto Sura on our screens, a rider with plenty of World Championship experience. He showed that in race 1, starting late, further down the pack off the grid. He started on 12th, but he charged through to find himself in 4th position, picking up 13 crucial championship points.
Now we're about to go racing in Estoril for Moto2, Race 2, and it's Senna Aegis who starts from pole position once again from Carlos Tatai, and this time Nicolo Antonelli, who can take up his third position on the grid. Xavi Cardelus from fourth ahead of Matteo Rato and Alex Toledo on the 55 machine. Yari Ruiz in seventh ahead of Juan Rodriguez on the MMG Penamoto machine, and rounding out the front row, or the front 3 rows of the grid, is Harrison Voigt.
Yeah, Roberto Garcia recorded a DNF in race 1. He'll try pick up his first points of the campaign. He's alongside Marco Tapia and Alberto Sura in the 4th row. Behind them, Unai Oradre, Maxwell Toth and Sam Wilford. Franz Mongiardo, Martin Vugrenek, whose crash caused that red flag, is in P17. Eduardo Montero in 18th. And in the final 2 rows, it's Jared Rio, Mattia Volpi, Kyle Paz, Filip Rehacek and Chanon Inta. We've got some problems here. The number 27, once again, it's Maxwell Toth who is having issues before the race has even started. As we mentioned, he crashed out on the sighting lap in race 1, and now he won't even manage to make the warm-up lap.
It's a disastrous day for Maxwell Toth, coming all the way over from the US. You would think he would hopefully get something going his side for race number 2, but hopefully they can get that bike started and he can at least make the starting grid or even the back of the grid. If none of that, maybe a pit lane start, but it would be nice to see the young American in this Moto2 race for race number 2 at Jerez, because you don't want to come all this way for absolutely nothing, and so far, well, it kind of has been. So the Moto2 riders make the way around the warm-up lap, and it's once again Senna Aegis who leads the way with the track temperatures all the way up to 20 degrees Celsius, 82 degrees Fahrenheit, and 21 miles per hour, 40 kilometers an hour. And there he is, Maxwell Toth, rolling down pit lane. So fingers crossed that bike can stay up and running and he can take part in this race as well. So Senna Aegis there to taking the long lap penalty. We can't imagine he's expecting to be taking that at any point in the race with his domination from race number 1 earlier on. He looked so smooth, so cool, and so calculated. Can't imagine he's pushing too hard and using as much of the track as others behind him.
Yeah, he's just getting a good look at some of his rivals as they pass on through turn 6. And there you have the championship standings on the right-hand side of the screen, with Aegis with the maximum from race 1 ahead of Carlos Tatai. Now, we're coming up through the chicane on the elevation change, left to right. This is where we can see plenty of action. It can be... Riders tend to get out of their seat a little bit here when grip is low, so we should keep an eye on that during the latter stages of the race, particularly with such high temperatures of 28 degrees Celsius on track. Sweeping round the Ayrton Senna Parabolica. We see this in the lower classes, the long run to the line, that slipstream comes into effect, and just the fact that there is such a long run to the line, slipstream in close racing could have an effect here in the Moto2 European Championship Race 2 from Estoril.
Your pole position man, Senna Aegis, makes his way to the grid, hoping to repeat his Race 1 victory earlier on this morning. The name Senna is very synonymous with the Estoril circuit, with Ayrton Senna taking his first Formula 1 victory here in 1985. Can Senna Aegis take back-to-back victories in Moto2 here today? You can only imagine that he is a rider to beat. As the revs rise, the lights go out, and it's a great start from pole position, but Carlos Tatai got off the grid very well too. Nicolo Antonelli, he's had a bad start. The number 23 dropping back in towards the pack once more. So it's a repeat of race number 1. Here comes Tatai up the inside. He doesn't make contact with Senna Aegis this time round. So Senna Aegis leading the way with a couple of bike lengths advantage. But it's Xavi Cardelus getting his elbows out once more, just behind Alex Toledo, who's come from the mid-pack of the second row to third place. And we've got a rider late on the brakes, almost contact. That was Nicolo Antonelli. Oh, that was Harrison Voigt just in front of Nicolo Antonelli. He pushes Jari Ruiz wide and gains that position, so Harrison Voigt up to 5th, but Senna Aegis leads away from Carlos Tatai.
This is what we want to see. Carlos Tatai has gotten away well, and he is hot on the tail of Senna Aegis. Aegis is going to try and break away here a little bit, but let's see if Tatai can go with them. Oh, a moment there for the number 29, Harrison Voigt, and he's lost the position, slipped back behind Xavi Cardelus.
Yeah, Harrison Voigt already with his elbows out, already trying to make places as the rider from Australia looks late on the brakes, but Xavi Cardelus already looking at the inside of Toledo as well, so you can't make that stick there. This is just allowing the top 2 to bridge a bit of a gap, especially with Senna Aegis a few bike lengths of advantage as they approach the chicane for the first time around. 17 laps to go. Harrison Voigt getting nerfed out of the way there by Jari Reid into the chicane. So Harrison Voigt dropping down to 6th spot as we've got one of the Leglise riders off. That is
Radre.
Yes, he's gone down. I did see Marshall's running down the background, so that must have been for that at turn at number 6. So the STV Leglise racing rider, his day has come to an early end on the number 10. But back at the front, look at the gap the Senna Aegis already has coming across the line to complete lap number 1. He has a gap of over 7/10 of a second as Toledo goes round the outside. Now we've got Xavi Cardelus and Carlos Tatai coming back together again and battling it out just like they did in race number 1 once more. Swords out, you can't imagine this fight will get any heated as it was in race number 1.
Yeah, rivalry is renewed between the Andorran and the Spaniard, and it might just play into the hands of Senna Aegis as he looks to break. He's nearly at a second ahead of the chasing pack. Right behind them, Alex Toledo and Harrison Voigt are still chasing down the 2 and 3, Tatai and Cardelus. As Cardelus takes 2nd place.
Well, Cardelus and Tatai are really becoming sparring partners out there on circuit here today. So they're 2nd and 3rd in this train. Well, 2nd and 3rd in the race, 1st and 2nd in that train just behind Senna Aegis there. And Carlos Tatai a little bit late in the break, so runs very wide. Can that give Xavi Cardelus an opportunity to get up the inside? Not quite. Almost contact there between the two. These two are really at war with one another here today. Here comes Voigt up the inside into turn number 7. He takes that's 4th place off of Alex Toledo. So Harrison Voigt, he wants to repeat his podium from race 1 earlier on today, and he's already well within his right to do so.
Yeah, all this chopping and changing, going wide, little mistakes here, while out front, it's all but perfection from Senna Aegis. His gap is now out to 1.1 seconds. We thought Carlos Tatai showed enough pace in the opening race that he could go with them a little bit, but it looks like the Australian might just be a class above. But let's see, with the heat, with the on-track temperatures, and with the wind, will that tyre wear bring Aegis back into this dogfight for podium positions as the bikes come screaming by the commentary box? They go into turn 1, a little bit of a wobble from Aegis, and the number 18 up the inside, and there is contact. Harrison Voigt sets the fastest lap. But that from the number 18 of Xavi Cardelus sees contact once again at turn 1, and he's dropped a couple of places.
I don't know what Carlos Tatai has done to Xavi Cardelus off circuit, but they don't seem to like each other one little bit. They've come to blows how many times now? That must be at least 3 or 4 times at turn number 1 across all of the racing here today. But that little moment there between Cardelus, the Andorran, and the Spaniard of Carlos Tatai has allowed Harrison Voigt back into 3rd spot. As you said, fastest lap of the race, and that gap between 1st and 2nd has now come down. It was over 1 second at the start-finish line. It's now 0.8 of a second. So is Senna Aegis just holding pace, trying to conserve his tyres? Is he running into a bit of a problem? Or is Carlos Tatai and Harrison Voigt just pushing each other on so much they're able to catch the leader?
Yeah, let's take a look at this lead. Just behind the lead group, outside the podium trio, Xavier Cardelus leads Nico Antonelli with Alex Toledo, Jere Ruiz just behind them, and Matteo Ratto and Alberto Sura chasing in just behind.
Yeah, great scraps going on further down the field. Nicolo Antonelli, who had a bit of a disastrous start, has found his way back into 5th spot. He's just behind Xavi Cardelus. So Nicolo Antonelli, as we said earlier on, Moto3 stalwart, 4-time Grand Prix winner in the Moto3 class, is now really starting to find his form in the Moto3 European Championship, and he's already, as you can see in the background, just behind Xavi Cardelus. As Harrison Voigt finds a slipstream on Carlos Tatai as he blasts past us across the line again. The gap is down to 0.6 of a second between Senna Aegis and the battle for 2nd. Carlos Tatai leery on the brakes. We've seen this so many times. Fastest lap of the race again from Harrison Voigt, the number 29 rider on the Yamaha Philippine Stylo bike machine. So he's already shown great pace, and he's already trying to make it Australia 1-2.
Yeah, another fastest lap of the race from the Australian. You can see the little nods of approval as he was getting past Tatai, but brilliant on the brakes from Tatai to maintain and ensure that he will be in 2nd place coming out of turn 1, and he can set his sights now on Aegis. The gap is below 0.8 of a second, so just maybe they can reel him in a little bit more.
Yeah, that was Carlos Tatai going a little bit wide into turn number 6. The number 67 there, Alberto Sura, he's had a bit of a horrible start towards this race. Back in 9th place, the rider that finished 4th in race number 1 earlier on today. So he's not where he wants to be, he's not where he should be, but we saw from race number 1, he worked his way towards the front as the race played out. And of course, with the tyres potentially running towards the end of the level, that was a big move there from the number 72 of Ruiz there. No, so what a pass there it was from the rider further down the field into sixth point.
Certainly an ambitious move up the inside of the chicane, but he seems to have made it stick.
Very, very much a very ambitious move, and he has made it stick, and great move there from Ruiz there. So he is definitely putting out his stall and showing the riders around him what he's made of.
Yeah, coming crossing the front, the start finish front straight, and Senna Aegis is down to 6/10 out front, so they are gaining on him, but he has just posted the fastest lap of the race.
Only a tenth of a second between Aegis, Tata and Voigt on that last lap, as Voigt is up the inside of Carlos Tata into turn 2. You don't do that there, so maybe Carlos Tata had a bit of a moment. Tata is coming back just off screen there. Carlos Tata dive-bombed Harrison Voigt into turn number 3. Did he make the move stick? He has done. Someone's gone down. That might be Voigt, that might be Tata. You saw the marshals running around, and they both collided. Tata is taking out Harrison Voigt for second. Wow, that is incredible stuff there. So I'm not sure. Harrison Voigt is very unhappy with Carlos Tata. I did see as he went out of camera, Carlos Tata taking an ambitious move on Harrison Voigt into turn number 3. So it must have been too ambitious, and down they both go.
Yeah, and that has handed Senna Aegis a country mile to work with. Moving up into second place, it's Xavi Cardeluz with Nico Antonelli now on the podium. But Senna Aegis is in a world of his own. After posting the fastest lap of the race, he's got pace to burn. Now, it's interesting to see if he will notice the other two riders behind him catching him. But now it's Xavi Cardeluz and Nico Antonelli who are quite a bit behind.
Yeah, it's taking the sting out of this race just a little bit, but Xavi Cardeluz and Nico Antonelli, they're pressing on and they're trying to bridge this gap to Senna Aegis. There is Carlos Tata, and he was involved in that incident, maybe cause of the incident with Harrison Voigt, and Harrison Voigt looks dejected with that. He just moved into second place with an amazing move, you must have to say, on Carlos Tata. And Carlos Tata tried to respond in turn number 3, took both of the riders out. So that's left Senna Aegis with a 1.9 second advantage over Xavi Cardeluz, his teammate from last year in the Promo Racing team, before Senna Aegis moved over to the Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact team. On the last lap, Nicolo Antonelli was a tenth of a second quicker than Xavi Cardeluz, so he's bridging that gap to the Andorran rider just in front of him. So Nicolo Antonelli, don't count him out for a second place onslaught on the Andorran of Xavi Cardeluz.
Yeah, the podium battle here is still far from over. Well, the battle for fourth sees about 4 or 5 riders within a few tenths of one another.
Yeah, some fantastic battling going on between the riders from 5th all the way down to 8th position, from 4th all the way down to 7th position, because just behind them, only 3.1 seconds back, is the Brit, the number 35 on the AGR team machine, Sam Wilford. Now, we spoke a little bit about Sam Wilford and trying to put to bed the ghosts of Estoril last year. He picked up an 11th place in race number 1. He's now running in 8th place, so Sam Wilford, we know how fast Sam is. He was still recovering from that injury he picked up at this round 1 year ago, and he's now starting to refine that form, and Sam Wilford is making progress in the Moto2 race.
Yeah, that incident brings a few players now into the top 10, including Wilford, Juan Rodriguez and Gerard Rieu. So 18 riders left on track. Maxwell Toth, who started from pit lane, he's pushed himself onto the precipice of the point scoring positions. Here we look at the battle for fourth, led by Yerry Ruiz. Alex Toledo hot on his heels. Is there a move coming for 5th place from Rato? And on the brakes into turn 1, he looks the inside line. He might just be a little bit too far away. Alberto Sura just behind as well. The incident as well between the two riders who went down, Voigt and Tatai, is going to be investigated. So it may not be the end of that one.
Yeah, Carlos Tata is trying to get his bike back to the pits. As we can see, a little bit of fisticuffs in the gravel trap between both riders. Harrison Voigt clearly very unhappy with Carlos Tata, beating the absolute living daylights out of that Dr. polystyrene in the gravel trap there. So Carlos Tata trying to get his bike back to the pits. Maybe he's trying to see if he can get back into the race somehow, just in case there's a red flag later in the race. But he must have had, you have to complete enough race distance to be allowed back into a second part of the race if that were to happen. Now, last lap, it was only a couple of tenths of a second. Xavi Cardelus responded to Nicolo Antonelli's onslaught onto his second place by improving by a couple of tenths of a second over the Italian rider. So Nicolo Antonelli is 1 second back now. He's got to really dig deep if he wants to try and catch Xavi Cardelus.
Yeah, it's another Senna Aegis masterclass out front, but Nico Antonelli, it's not over yet. There, we can see here on screen as they come through there, Cardelus does have the comfortable advantage, but with still 11 laps to go in the heat, we can see tyre wear come into this. If Antonelli can begin spinning off a few fast laps in a row, put a little bit of pressure, but pushing Cardelus a little bit more, it could force him into a mistake.
Yeah, Nicolo Antonelli there comes across the line now, and he's dropped back to 1 point. Well, he's dropped back another couple of tenths on that lap to Xavi Cardelus. Xavi Cardelus just trying to get the hooks into Senna Aegis, but Senna Aegis still remaining fastest, and just set the fastest lap of the race after seeing that, 39.6. And the heat and the way the tyres are dropping off, as we can imagine in the heat here today, that's an outstanding lap time from your championship leader and your dominant race one leader for the time being. But it's this battle for fourth place we'll keep an eye on, because that's Jari Ruiz on the 72, FAL 55 Tay Racing ahead of Toledo on the Easy Racing team, and Matteo Ratto in the AGR team, with Alberto Sura on the 67 team, Chiati Boscoscuro just dropping off a little bit. But this is really heating up, and these four riders were embroiled in a battle for the podium positions in race number 1.
Yeah, you can throw a blanket over riders in P4, P5 and P6 at the minute. It is that tight. Alberto Sura is hanging on to the coattails of the number 13, that is Matteo Ratto. And if they continue at this pace, they might just be able to reel in Antonelli. They might sense a podium is possible.
I thought it was a move going up the inside there from Alex Toledo on Jari Ruiz, but Jari Ruiz, we know he's very good into that chicane there. Overtakes on Harrison Voigt earlier on in the race, so he managed to hold stern for now. Senna Aegis will be coming across the line any moment now to click off another lap. 9 laps to go for the young Australian rider, and he is just opening up a gap over the chasing riders of Xavi Cardelus and Nicolo Antonelli. Another 1:39.8, but that time round it was Xavi Cardelus who also found himself in the 1:39, but that time in the 1:39.9. But it was Nicolo Antonelli who's increasing his pace. He's now in the 1:39.7, so only a tenth of a second off the fastest lap of Senna Aegis from 1 lap ago. And we can see on screen now that's half a second between the pair, between second and third position. Xavi Cardelus is feeling the pressure from Nicolo Antonelli, who really wants that second place.
Yeah, this is where experience may just come into play. Cardelus has plenty of experience at this level, plenty of podiums, still yet to win, but Antonelli making his debut here on Moto2 machinery, having done a year on Moto2 World Championship. So 2 different backgrounds coming into this one. Antonelli, though, taking 0.2 of a second off of Cardelus in the last lap. Just a note, we've noticed Maxwell Toth having sung his praises after a pit lane start. He seems to have retired from the race.
Well, it's such a shame for Maxwell Toth, but it's good to see that he managed to get out there for at least a couple of laps, and he will return next time out in Valencia. Also, another rider that's just entered pit lane is Philippe Rehacek, the Cardoso Fantic racing rider, who was in 17th spot. He's just pulled into the pits, so leaving 16 riders out on track. And at the head of the field is Senna Aegis. So if Senna Aegis starts feeling a little bit comfortable, and with the pace that Antonelli's on, with 8 and a bit laps remaining, maybe he can start coming under a little bit of pressure from the Italian rider. But the Italian rider of Nicolo Antonelli does have to find a way past Xavi Cardelus before he has any thought of trying to chase down the race leader Senna Aegis. And we saw this yesterday from Nicolo Antonelli in the hot temperatures of qualifying 2 in Moto2. He found late pace to put himself into contention before he eventually got that penalty. Only 200th of a second off of Senna Aegis' pole position time.
Yeah, he's really got the hooks into Cardelus now here. He's only a few tenths off of Cardelus, the Andorran, and he's definitely eyeing up a chance of charge for P2. 8 laps to go, coming through the final sector. 7 after this. It'll be interesting to see. Can Antonelli maintain this pace, or will the experience of Cardelus in this championship show at the end?
Yeah, it's a great battle for fourth, great battle for second now on screen with Antonelli and Cardolos. Further back, there's another good battle going on for 8th spot with Juan Rodriguez. He's just overtaken Sam Wilford, but Sam Wilford is only a couple of tenths behind the Spanish rider. Looks like there was a little bit of a mistake there from Xavi Cardolos, ran a little bit wide. That has put Nicolo Antonelli right onto the back wheel of Xavi Cardolos. So Xavi Cardolos knows he's under a bit of pressure. Nicolo Antonelli knows he's putting Xavi Cardolos under a bit more pressure, so he might try and push the Andorran into mistake with only 7 and a bit laps remaining.
Yeah, he's taken 0.3 of a second out of the Andorran, and he is swarming all over that rear tyre right now. It feels like it's only a matter of time before Antonelli makes a move. So, about to complete the next lap of this race. Senna Aegis is across the front, start straight. He'll be landing down. This is the battle for second, where we see them coming out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna corner. Will Antonelli get into the slipstream to make a move coming onto the brakes in turn 1? As we see, Senna Aegis cruise through there. Antonelli runs a wider line. He won't get close enough just yet. As for his lap time, he's another 0.3 of a second taken out of Cardolos up front, up ahead of him. While the battle for fourth remains in control by Yerry Ruiz, with Alex Toledo hot on his heels, Rato and Sura.
Yeah, great battling going on all the way down the field. We've got a flash of a group of about 5 riders who have just come past us from Kyle Paz in 10th down towards, that would be Mongiardo, the number 49 machine. So there's a great rider going on for the fringes of the top 10. Kyle Paz on the number 32, just ahead of Ryu, and then Matteo Volpe. And then we've got the number 4 of Druginek. That was in the rider that brought out the red flag in race number 1. So, yeah, great battle going on all the way down the field here in Moto2. Can anyone do anything about Senna Aegis? Probably not, as his gap is now opened up to 4.3 of a second. But in terms of lap time, Nicolo Antonelli is actually sort of not bridging the gap, but also pegging the gap towards Senna Aegis. But now that he's behind Xavi Cardolos, how much more of that lap time will be coming? But now that he's stuck behind the Andorran rider.
Yeah, coming through the final sections here once again of Estoril Autodromo de Estoril. Aegis cruising out front. He has once again checked out of this race. He's pulled the pin and he is in his own world. Cardolos and Antonelli, this one is far from over yet. Cardolos has responded quite well. He's opened up the gap once again to Antonelli, and we can have a look there. Yeah, he put a 10th on the Italian just behind him.
Another fast lap coming in from Senna Aegis there, another 1:39.6. That might be the fastest lap of the race. We've just seen it from the Australian there. So thumbs up from Chris there. He tells me it is the fastest lap. Incredible from the Australian rider, finding even more speed when the tyres are getting to the hottest and with the track temperature at its hottest throughout the day. So Senna Aegis, if he's giving anyone any thoughts about challenging him this year, he's just put that to bed by absolutely scorching off into the distance, 4.4 seconds ahead of Cardolos and Antonelli. Further back, Ruiz, Toledo and Rato, they're still battling out for fourth, but Ruiz is still managed to consolidate that fourth spot for now, with Kyle Paz in 10th battling out with the other 5 riders in the group, just holding that off. And we've got, that is the number
Francesco
49.
Mongiardo has gone down.
Mongiardo, he was in the battle for that 10th spot as well, so we'll see what happened to him here. Is his high side coming at the corner? Or maybe he's lost it on the way in. Yeah, just tucks in front there, maybe on the curb, but that's a disaster for the number 49, who was having a good race in the battle for 10th spot with the other 4 riders in that, which was led by Kyle Paz.
Yeah, and that also promotes Shannon Inta, or will promote Shannon Inta into the top 15, giving the Thai rider a chance of his first points in this class. Meanwhile, out front, and again in a world of his own. We'll wait now until we can see in the background when anyone comes near this young Australian rider who is ever so impressive. 5 laps to go, 5 laps to back-to-back victories for Senna Aegis. Meanwhile, it seems we have another crash further down the field. We'll bring you more on that once we can find out a little bit more information. It's Montero from SCV Laglisle Racing. In the battle for second place, Cardolos, showing his experience once again, puts in a 1:39.9 on the last lap, to almost 2/10 better than the Italian rider Nico Antonelli right behind him with the number 23 emblazoned across the front of his bike.
Yeah, the Italians are just yo-yoing back and forth between Cardalus and Antonelli for second spot. Once Antonelli gets close enough, Cardalus can just find a little bit extra and just pull the gap back towards over. Half a tenth of a second there, but Senna Aegis, what more can you say about this young Australian here? He's really setting himself up for a dominant season in Moto2, just like we saw with Tulovic last year, also how we saw with Aldeguer in 2021 as well. There's not much more we can say about Senna Aegis other than he's absolutely phenomenal at the moment here in Estoril, and you can imagine he'll carry that on throughout the rest of the season, and a lot of the riders are going to have to find questions to the answers of how to stop Senna Aegis from romping away to the championship, and we're already talking about that after round number 1.
Yeah, we saw Lukas Tulovic put in an absolute masterclass last year to take the European Championship, but Senna Aegis pushed him all the way, and now it seems it is Aegis' turn to do the same. As you see him stream by us here in the commentary box, it is up to his rivals to step up to the mark and step up to the benchmark that the 17-year-old Australian has set so far here in Estoril.
Further action going on further down, as we were just about to say. That's Alex Toledo, who has dropped behind Mattia Rato and Jari Ruiz for 4th and 5th spot. So the Italian has got the inside line going into turn number 2. Will he make his deck? Oh, that was very close there, but Jari Ruiz had just chopped off the front of Mattia Rato. Rato's coming back again, so Rato's finding some late form, pushing on Jari Ruiz. And we saw it in race number 1 towards the end. With about 2 or 3 laps to go, Ruiz was starting to have some tyre troubles. He might be falling victim of the same thing once again.
Yeah, all eyes on the battle for 4th now here as it begins to intensify. Jari Ruiz doing his level best. He's in control of this. We seem to have lost Alberto Sura from the back of this. He has faded up. But Toledo and Rato are still there. They see crucial championship points up for grabs just ahead of them. But can Jari Ruiz hold on?
Yeah, it's a great battle for 4th spot, as you mentioned. Alberto Sura in 7th place. A track limits warning just flashing up on our screen for the number 77. That's Mattia Volpe on the MMR machine. He's in 11th spot right now, challenging Kyle Paz for that 10th place as well. But Alberto Sura, he's dropped back off this group, but he's also got a 7-second lead over the battle for 8th between Sam Wilford and Juan Rodriguez. And Sam Wilford has just found himself going back to the front of that little battle, 2 tenths ahead of Juan Rodriguez. So that's great stuff there from the British rider.
Yeah, absolutely super stuff now as we see them coming up towards the start, finish straight once again. Here comes Ruiz over the line. Will there be a move coming here at turn 1 from Rato? Doesn't seem he is close enough, and Ruiz maintains control. While Senna Aegis out front builds his lead. Cardalus remains in 2nd. But we're keeping our eyes here on the battle for 4th because it is intensifying. It looks like it's only a matter of time before a move is coming. I thought he was going to try and move up the inside there from Rato. Nothing yet, but it feels it's just a matter of time. It's about timing, it's about getting the right angle, and it's about finding out when to do that.
Yeah, setting up for not just an overtake from 1 corner further down, but maybe even 2 or 3 corners down the track is so important here in Estoril. A very tight and technical circuit, an iconic circuit, a staple of the Junior GP World Championship, the Moto2 European Championship as well. The battle for 2nd is not over quite yet. Last time round, Nicolo Antonelli was almost 2 tenths of a second faster than Xavi Cardalus in 2nd place. The gap is down to 3 tenths of a second, with both swapping faster sector times in the 1st and 2nd sector. So Nicolo Antonelli, as we can see there, is a little bit closer as they come through the chicane. Xavi Cardalus just has to hold on for 2 and a bit laps for another podium place here in Estoril, and his 5th within a season. So Xavi Cardalus is really starting to show why he is one of the absolute top dogs here in Moto2. And Nicolo Antonelli, if he wants to become one of those top dogs, he knows that Xavi Cardalus is an absolute benchmark. Maybe not quite the benchmark of Senna Aegis, but he's absolutely one of them. And coming across the line to complete another lap. Both riders just a 10th of Senna Aegis at last lap, both in the 1:39.9s, and Antonelli runs a little bit deep into turn number 1. Both are pushing the front of that of their Moto2 machines as the track temperatures and the tyres scream enough.
Yeah, it has been utter class from Senna Aegis. He's rattling off fast lap after fast lap. He is in a world of his own, and will take the victory here as long as he can keep it clean and tidy over the final 2 laps. Xavi Cardelus, Nico Antonelli, this one is going down to the last lap. It's about Antonelli trying to get right onto the rear tyre of the Promo Racing machine below the Andorran, just ahead of him. Will he get the chance? Well, he's only got a couple corners left.
Yeah, a bit of a moment there from Nico Antonelli as he got on the throttle coming out of turn number 6. That's given Xavi Cardelus a bit more breathing space from the Italian rider, the 27-year-old number 23 rider, with only a lap and a couple of corners to go. But it's absolutely monstrous as Nico Antonelli into that chicane, so he's really closing up a lot of his time on the brakes on Xavi Cardelus. Last lap he went a little bit deep into turn number 1, but it looks like Nico Antonelli is shaping up, more than his bike making shape, shaping up a move on Xavi Cardelus, potential at the end of the home straight into turn number 1. Around the Parabolica for the penultimate time, they open up the acceleration, and then Senna Aegis sees it only has 1 more lap remaining as he laps. That'll be Inta on the SF Racing team, so Inta is on for his first points in 14th. Nico Antonelli not close enough, but a bit of a moment there for Xavi Cardelus on the brakes. That sent the Andorran wide. He's just managed to hold the apex, but Nico Antonelli closing ever so slightly on this final lap.
Yeah, that offers a glimmer of hope to Antonelli as he now chases down. Last lap, he's only got a few corners now. If he wants that P2 to make it a memorable day here in Estoril, oh, he's getting right up, but he's a little bit wide there, but he's trying to get right onto that rear tyre from Cardelus.
Yeah, all eyes at quite rightly on this battle for second. Further back, it's still Reith just ahead of Rato. Toledo's dropped off the back of that group now by a couple of seconds, but he's in a safe, I thought, spectacular 6th spot for the number 55. Nico Antonelli, will he be close enough into turn number 6? Xavi Cardelus is an absolute demon on the brakes into turn number 6, which drags it. Nico Antonelli just slightly wide with only a few more corners remaining.
Yeah, Cardelus showing all his experience here. He hasn't blinked once in this shootout for P2. Antonelli, he's got to make a move soon if he is going to challenge or worry Cardelus, but Cardelus is pulling off an excellent lap here. And through the chicane they go. He's got a gap, so running out of time now for Antonelli. He needs to get onto the back of that bike ASAP if he is to challenge Cardelus for P2. Only a couple corners left. Senna Aegis is on the way to another victory, but what about P2?
Yeah, you can only imagine if Antonelli gets close enough, he can use the slipstream, but it doesn't look close enough just yet. But all eyes are on the winner here today. Senna Aegis crosses the line for victory number 2 and Estoril. Xavi Cardelus holds on for second ahead of the number 23 of Nico Antonelli, who takes his first Moto2 podium here. And who's it going to be for 4th? Rato or Reith? It's going to be Rato. Rato got the best of Jari Reith on the final lap. Alex Toledo is in 6th spot, so not sure where Rato got Reith. We'll have to see a replay of that, but that was very close to the line there. Alberto Souda takes a very hard-earned 7th place, and we'll wait for Sam Wilford just holding off Juan Rodriguez for 8th place, 6/10 of a second, and then will be Volpe or Kyle Paz for the top 10. They come across the line, flashing past our commentary spot now, and it's going to be Volpe that just takes it by 900ths of a second from Kyle Paz. But who can stop this man here? Senna Aegis, the number 81 from Australia, the 17-year-old from domination in the Moto2 European Championship. The rider, the man is absolutely on fire here. And Xavi Cardelus, try as he might, he tries a little stoppy there, but yeah, maybe need a little bit more of that front brake to make it work quite to the effect of Senna Aegis just behind him with his stoppies earlier on this afternoon. Big wheelie there from Cardelus, just in front of Nicolo Antonelli, who takes his first podium in the European Moto2 Championship, and his first podium in any Moto2 class as he moves over from the World Championship of last year. And Nicolo Antonelli, we know he's such a great rider, such a big talent, as we've seen in the Moto3 World Championship in the past, a 4-time Grand Prix winner, and he's now on the podium here in Moto2. But Senna Aegis once more here today, who took victory in dominant fashion. And these riders are just trying to pop a wheelie at any chance they can. Well, when you're winning as much as Senna Aegis, the wheelie practice is always more than welcome. And it's always good for the social media the social media outlets back home, all good for the pictures, all good for the videos as well. And Senna Aegis, well, he'll be doing plenty of it in 2023, you can only imagine. As he comes back into pit lane, he'll be celebrating with his team a very Valentino Rossi one-legged wheelie-esque performance there as he comes back into Parc Fermé. Now, will we see a bigger stoppie than what he did in race number 1? Yes, we will. That was a much nicer stoppie from Senna Aegis as he rolls back into Parc Fermé. Race 2 winner here, following on from his race number 1 victory earlier on in the day, and he celebrates what was an incredible victory with his team. Yeah, the Liquid Moly Husqvarna Intact Junior GP team are very used to winning races, as they did with Lukas Tulovic last year, and there'll be more of the same in 2023 with this man looking like he's unstoppable for the moment. But we have seen already today the likes of Carlos Tatai, Harrison Voigt, Xavi Cardolos and Nicolo Antonelli have the pace when needed to run with Senna Aegis out front. It was such a shame that we lost Carlos Tatai and Harrison Voigt in the early stages of the race. Those two were swapping paint, quite literally, as they found themselves in the gravel trap at turn number 3. Hard day's work for Xavi Cardolos, the most experienced rider on the grid. A bit of an issue for him in race number 1 after colliding with Carlos Tatai, but he's rebounded in absolute brilliant fashion and taking second place here today. But Nicolo Antonelli, that's a return for the riches for the young Italian, the 27-year-old, and he has taken what has been a very well-earned and a great third place here today. A bit of a tough start in proceedings earlier on this morning after some starts that would be less than advisable, but he managed to rectify that in race number 2, and he's found himself on the podium as well. But we see the celebrations from the number 81 rider of Senna Aegis. He will be down in Parc Fermé very shortly to speak to our own very Chris Jordan for what will be one of the happiest men in the Moto2 or even any of the paddock as he celebrates what has been an outstanding victory here today in race number 2. Now, as the Moto2 paddock packs up, they'll be moving on to Valencia in just a couple of weeks' time, where anything can happen, as we saw last year with some great racing in the Moto2 class, with Senna Aegis battling Lukas Tulovic and Alex Escrige for victory there. With Senna Aegis hoping to make amends for what happened last year, crashing out of the lead just as he took it. So he'll be hoping to rectify that as he makes his way to Valencia in just a couple of weeks' time. What can Xavi Cardolos do there? He's shown great form in Valencia as well over the years. And Nicolo Antonelli, he's been very prominent at the front of Moto3 races in the World Championship in the past around Valencia. So you can imagine that he will be in the mix along with the top two as well. And you can't forget Carlos Tatai and Harrison Voigt, who were on the podium in race 1 earlier on today, battling for second before coming together in race number 2. They will also be in the mix. So we've got lots of great talent, lots of great racing potentially happening through the entirety of the 2023 season. And we hand over to Chris Jordan, who is down in Parc Fermé with a race winner. Over to you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. It's Portuguese perfection as far as Senna Aegis is concerned. 2 for 2, Senna. Perfect way to launch your title campaign. How are you feeling after today's action?
I'm really positive after this weekend. Perfect weekend for us, pole and 2 race wins, and starting the year with a lot of good momentum. I'm feeling great, but just a big thank you to the whole Husqvarna Dynavolt Intact GP Junior team and my crew chief, my family back home, my manager, my trainers, and thanks to everyone. And yeah, I think we can continue into round 2 of this performance and see you guys all in Valencia.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So it was a great start from Senna Aegis from pole position on the grid. Carlos Tatai was an early challenger into turn number 1, but couldn't make it stick. So he would eventually find a battle with Harrison Voigt. Just slipping back there was Uradri on the number 10 machine, the STV Leglise Racing. Once more, you had Carlos Tatai trying to look up the inside of Senna Aegis before Senna Aegis found his form and started opening up a gap at the head of the field. Xavi Cardelus, Nico Antonelli, and of course Jari Ruiz, Alex Toledo and Harrison Voigt were in the mix early on, but it was this incident here that caused all the drama as Carlos Tatai and Harrison Voigt came together on the opening lap at turn number 3. Further back, you had a great battle between Ruiz, Toledo, Sura and Rato as they battled for 4th position, but it would be Nicolo Antonelli who would start applying the pressure to Xavi Cardelus in the closing stages. An unfortunate tip-off for the number 49 of Montegrado, and further back before the number 21 of Montero found the gravel trap as well. But the battle for 4th was really heating up, with Rato starting to attack the number 72 of Ruiz and would eventually prevail in the closing stages. But it was Nicolo Antonelli who kept applying the pressure to Xavi Cardelus and tried as he might, couldn't quite make a move on the Andorran. But it was the Liqui Moly team that were cheering on their man as Senna Aegis crossed the line for a double victory here in Estoril ahead of Xavi Cardelus and Nicolo Antonelli taking his first podium in Moto2. A stoppie for the race winner. He comes back into Parc Fermé with celebrations all round with his team. Senna Aegis, the Australian, makes it back-to-back victories here in Estoril. He'll be hoping for more next time out in Valencia. So waiting for the top 3 men to come out onto the podium. But before then, we've got the team representative of the Liqui Moly Husqvarna racing team to receive the trophy once again here today for the team that has been so dominant in Moto2. Nicolo Antonelli, he celebrates his first Moto2 podium, and first of what you can imagine might be many more to come. Xavi Cardelus, well, it's another podium for the experienced and very likeable Andorran rider who will stand in 2nd spot. But it's Senna Aegis who does the double here in Estoril. A very large representation of different nationalities. You've got an Australian flag there, an Andorran flag, and of course an Italian flag up on the podium in Moto2. As Husqvarna, the Liqui Moly Husqvarna racing team receive another trophy for their rider, Senna Aegis. Nicolo Antonelli, it's been his first podium for quite a while since the Moto3 days in the World Championship. That'll be a very well earned and a very well looked after trophy that he has just received in Moto2. Xavi Cardelus, that's another trophy to add to his collection, just still missing out on that winner's trophy, but you can imagine it will come at some point with the fast Andorran rider looking to consolidate another strong campaign in 2023. As Senna Aegis does the double for Australia and for himself here in Estoril.
So a proud moment for the young Australian. Portuguese perfection sees him take 2 from 2 in the opening round here in Estoril as the celebrations begin on the podium.
Três nacionalidades, Austrália, Itália e Andorra, no pódio desta corrida 2 de Moto2 European Championship. E agora vamos para a foto.
And now time for the podium photo of the top three riders today, with Aegis on top, Cardelus in 2nd and Nico Antonelli on 3rd. So this is the results from race 2 here in Estoril. Aegis, Cardelus and Antonelli on the podium. Mattia Rato beat Jari Ruiz to 4th on the line, with Alex Toledo, Alberto Sura in 6th and 7th. Sam Wilford, a pretty good result for the young Brit. P8 for him. Juan Rodriguez in 9th. There's a top 10 then for Mattia Volpi. Well, Filipino rider Kyle Paz takes 11th. Crashing out in the opening race, Croatian rider Martin Vugranek picks up his first points of the season. Gerard Riou is in 13th. Thai rider Chanan Inta takes 14th. And these are the riders who failed to see the checkered flag. A big talking point, a collision between Tatay and Vought, and yet to see what will be the outcome of the investigations there. Championship standings, as we said, 2 from 2 puts Aegis on 50 points, a 26-point advantage over Nico Antonelli, with Rato on 24. Xavi Cardelus is 4th, 1 point further back, and 1 point further back again is Alberto Sura. Yere Ruiz has 21, Tatay 20, Alex Toledo on 19, and Harrison Vought on 16. These are the rest of the point scorers from today's action. Juan Rodriguez has picked up 14. Sam Wilford, 13 points for the Brit. Volpi on 8. Tapia and Paz on 6. Vugranek, Oradre on 4 each. With Gerard Riou on 3 points. And very first points for the Thai rider, Chanan Inta. He picked up 2 points from race 2. So, Moto2 Estoril European Championship, day 1 begins to one rider, the number 81 of the Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact GP team. Sen Aegis takes victory in race 1 and race 2, and he will head to Valencia on maximum points and most definitely the rider to beat.
Circuito do Estoril, just outside Lisbon, is the host of round number 1 for Junior GP. And a fantastic day of action it has been, with one more race to go here for the Stock European Championship. 4.1 kilometres, around 13 turns in this circuit here. The longest straight is just under a kilometre in length, and that gives it the perfect chance to slipstream as you go towards the finish of the race. 17 laps for this Stock 600 class race with 4 left corners and 9 right. We've got some fantastic racing action coming up in the Stock European Championship. So one final race of the day, 6 races in total here in Jerez. It's been a bumper day of action, and hopefully you've enjoyed it just as much as we have. With 5 fantastic races down, there's still one more to go. I'm Liam Hodgins. Joining me for the final race of the day is Chris Jordan. And Chris, well, we've got lots of action that's already happened, and we've got even more to happen with the European Stock Championship. For the first time that they have their own class. They've usually been racing with the Moto2 Championship, but however, there's been so many riders that have been keen to enter this championship, we've had to make it their very own class.
Yeah, exciting times ahead for the Stock Championship. 22 degrees Celsius, 27 on track, so it's cooling a little bit from what we've seen earlier. Might just play into the hands of the riders here in Portugal. Yeah, it's difficult to know which way this one will go. With it being the first time that the Stock are on their own individual race, we have lots to play for, but there are a few names that stand out. One above all is probably that of Dani Munoz. He has been there and done that many times in the Moto2 and Stock Championship when it was together. But there are a few others, the likes of Eric Fernandez, who starts from pole, also has plenty of experience on these types of machines.
Yes, lots of riders up and down the field to keep an eye out on, especially if you're on Britwatch with the likes of Carter Brown and Corey Tinker as well, who will also be in the race and keeping lots of eyes glued to the screen ahead, as well as Bed Narek with the CF Motorsport team. So lots of riders to look out for, all on Yamahas, except one, Chris. One rider will be out there, as you will see, on a Kawasaki, and that will be the number 61 of Javier Del Olmo.
Yeah, very much so. Yamaha to the fore in this competition. Quick review, Liam, you're going to take us through what happened last year.
So qualifying review, we had the number 4 that was on pole position with Fernandez.
Nos ha faltado un poquito para hacer la pole, pero bueno, la segunda nos hemos apretado. Igualmente en la segunda no he llegado a cuadrar los parciales. Si los llego a cuadrar yo creo que hubiera bajado, pero muy contento con el equipo porque han confiado en mí y gracias a ellos estoy aquí. Mañana veremos a ver lo que se puede hacer y sobre todo si me voy con Muñoz ganar. Y si voy solo a ganar también. La cuestión es ganar.
That is, of course, what happened qualifying yesterday. I was just keeping my co-comms on his toes. That is from Eric Fernandez, and the goal is to win, Liam. But even he, our pole man, is worried about the threat of Danny Munoz, who will launch from P2. Fernandez, he has his own experience here. The number 4 across his Yamaha machine, pole position today. He finished P12 in last year's championship. Well, he was a double winner in Catalonia.
Yes, he was indeed a double winner in Catalonia. Very brilliantly so was Eric Fernandez. Took brilliant victories in the class and also featured very highly inside the Moto2 class at that time when they were racing against each other. So we know Eric Fernandez is one of the riders that will be worth keeping an eye out on, as well Daniel Munoz here. Relation to David Munoz that you will know, you will see in Moto3. Daniel Munoz on the number 17 machine. He competed in only the last 5 rounds of last year and in the stock class won 4 and finished second in the other. So a very, very prestigious rider is Daniel Munoz. He's one of the favourites along with Fernandez. Pole position in the Moto3 class when it was a CV championship at the time and European Talent Cup, and finishing the points in Moto2 during all of those races he competed in when he was in the stock class as well. So Daniel Munoz and of course Eric Fernandez are the 2 riders that even Marco Garcia will be chasing here this weekend.
Yeah, a very good qualifying result as Marco Garcia gives a salute to the camera. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep pace with some more experienced counterparts in Munoz and Fernandez. Now we look back onto the number 23, Alex Millan. Formerly an ETC rider. Well, we will look in a moment, but I'll tell you about him anyways. Alex Millan, formerly an European Talent Cup rider, 2018-2019. He's been in the Red Bull Rookies Cup in 2020, and then most recently competed in World Supersport over the 2021 and 2022 season. So he is a rider of pedigree.
Yes, he is indeed. Millan, we will be expecting a lot from this year in 2023. He's been in a lot of categories, as you mentioned. Supersport 300 last year. He's also done the European Talent Cup where he was a race winner in 2018 and also raced in Moto3 when it was the SEV Championship as well. So Alex Millan be one to watch out for this year, as well the Australian here. There's a lot of Australians in the paddock this year, and very much so they're trying to build upon a career that they think they will be able to progress further, and we're absolutely sure they can. And it's going to be Archie McDonald, the Australian, on the MRE Talent machine. The number 69 that goes from 5th place on the grid. Formerly competed in the Blue Crew Oceania Junior Cup back in 2018. So a very talented rider and one to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. He's starting in a good position, but he does have a long lap penalty coming his way after some irresponsible riding and rejoining the track in an irresponsible manner yesterday. Diony Iozzo, now he is the standard for many of the competitors here. We were talking to a few people down in the boxes yesterday, and they've earmarked him as the benchmark for some of the competitors.
Yes, they have done, because he's a rider that has a lot of prestige here in the Stock European Championship. He scored his best result of the season here last year in race number 1 with 2nd place in Estoril. He's had 2 non-scores from 8 races, so he'll be hoping to make amends from that at the back end of last year, but he'll also be given a back of the grid penalty for riding slowly. But he scored in all but 2 of the last 2 races of last year, so he has got a lot of pedigree, does Dino Iozzo, and one of the riders who was earmarking him as a potential challenger will be the rider not on screen now, but the rider next along, Carter Brown, who's making his debut in the championship, moving up from the ETC Championship and the British Talent Cup champion. He will start from 8th on the grid.
Yeah, just a quick word on Rodriguez. A very good qualifying, but we did manage to grab a few words down the Carter Brown garage yesterday, and they were very impressed by his adaptation, and a very rapid adaptation to the bigger machinery. As we see him here on camera, Carter Brown, the number 74. Let's just keep a little eye out on what he can do. It is his debut beside some of his team there, some of the people we were having a good chat with yesterday. And they're confident that Carter Brown, maybe not today, but as the competition progresses, we could see him among the top riders.
Yeah, teaming up with Craig Fitzpatrick, who used to be a former racer himself, who owns a team, the CF Motorsport team. Also the crew chief for Carter Brown, so he's really helped move Carter along his progression and his career as well. He feels, as you said, a lot happier with the machine, and he's hoping for later on in the year top 5 finishes. Maybe not quite just yet, but you can imagine with the way Carter has started, you can foresee that later on down the line Carter will be challenging for the top 5 in races. Next up on the grid is the number 82 of Mario Mayer. So he'll be making his debut in the championship this year. Very, very good performance with the Yamaha GV Stratos team for Mario Mayer, just ahead of his teammate as well.
Yeah, impressive stuff. So a couple of debutants high up on the grid, so it'll be very interesting to see. Was it just one lap pace they found through qualifying? Was it just a little bit of a luck? Or can they really, really compete? As we look at the Argentine Maximiliano Roca, 24 years of age aboard the Yamaha. It's a big year for him. Starting in P10, just ahead of probably the person with the best hair on the grid.
Yes, you've been going on about this hair all weekend. The number 37 from 11th place on the grid will be the other Brit, Corey Tinker, who's also been in this class for 1 year, but Corey has been showing good pace all throughout this weekend, and to be honest, he's been trying to outrun the foils of Chris Jordan, who's been trying to touch his hair any chance he could. There he is on screen there. As you can see, the big mane of curly hair hanging at the back of his helmet there. Chris Jordan is enjoying the sight of that indeed.
It is glorious stuff. And a thumbs up, he approves of this message.
Yes.
But on a serious note, Tinker has been around a few different championships, Portuguese championships, 1000cc machines as well. So he's well versed on different types of machinery. Let's see what he can produce here today.
Yes, it'll be very, very good to watch what Corey Tinker can do from 11th on the grid. Best result last year of 9th place in Aragon. And as we're speaking to a few people down in pit lane, he is all over the place at the moment, riding 1000cc bikes, competing in the Portuguese Championship. So it'll be very interesting to see how he gets on. 12th spot here, we have the number 73 rider. That is Giancarlo Ribeiro on the LST Motorsport machine, and he has been competing in the previous 2 years in European Talent Cup.
Yeah, he's the home hero here today. So let's see if he can give the fans in attendance something to cheer about.
Yes, there's a lot of fans out there in the grandstands cheering on their home heroes here today, hoping to see some frenetic and fantastic stock European Championship action. The final race of the day here in Estoril. It's been a long day. It's been a very, very fast day, and it's been a great day of action with Mihail Florov, the rider in 13th spot. The number 73, the number 91 rider, I should say, he'll be going off from the middle of row, from the front of row number 5 for this race, just coming up in a few moments' time.
Yeah, only moments away now from the inaugural solo stock race here in Estoril. It's going to close out an exciting and brilliant day of action as we look at Mateusz Hulowitz, the number 85 P14. A little further down the grid, but a good start, and you never know just where you might end up going into those opening corners. You could end up in a podium battle, so that is something he will be targeting.
Yes, we've seen from so many riders here today. It doesn't matter if you start so far down in the field. We have seen lots of riders come through the field to fight it out in the top positions as well. The team personnel make their way off the grid. We're ready to start as the fans that have been here all day under the Portuguese sun enjoy the start of the final race of the day.
Yeah, almost there, but we just have to have a quick mention. We are missing one of the riders from this weekend. NTC graduate from Romania, Jacopo Hostruc, will not line up on the grid. Unfortunately, he had a tip-off in yesterday's race and broke his collarbone. So it's wishing a speedy recovery to him.
We are indeed. It's time for Stock European Championship here in Estoril for round number 1. And from the front row of the grid, it's going to be Fernandez that leads them away on bike number 4 ahead of Munoz and Garcia, and an all-Spanish front row. Milan is in 4th ahead of Archie McDonald on the number 69 machine, and then you've got Iozzo, the number 13, on the outside of row number 2. Rodriguez leads row number 3 ahead of Carter Brown, and then we've got Mayer rounding out the top 9.
Roca, Tinker, Ribeiro are on row 4 ahead of Florov, Hulowitz and Moreno. At the back of the grid, we've got Jack Bednarak, Kilian Estola, Javier Del Olmo, our Sol Kawasaki out there, and our other Argentinian, Nazareno Gomez.
So your pole sitter is ready and waiting to get the warm-up lap underway. Eric Fernandez, can he be the first winner of the Stock European Championship? The first time they are on their own without racing within another championship. They make their way round the Estoril circuit for the start of the warm-up lap, and a really intriguing race ahead of us. If we are to believe what we've been told, we have at least 4 riders that can break away and close a very, very good, a very intriguing battle towards the front of the field. That will be Fernandez, Munoz, Garcia and Mian as well. So, Chris, this is shaping up to be a great finale to the day.
Absolutely, it should be a cracker. As we see Danny Munoz, of all people, running a little bit wide there at turn 1. Maybe he's just trying to get a little look at some of the machines ahead of him. But he should be the one to watch. He is the one earmarked by many of the teams as the big guy in this class. Eric Fernandez on pole, 1:41.395 in yesterday's qualifying. He is the man who will launch from the head of the grid, but eyes will be on Munoz, Mian and Iozzo as they look to live up to some of their pre-season favourites billing.
17 laps of Stock European Championship action around the 4.1 kilometre Estoril circuit. We'll be getting underway very, very shortly. Who will take top honours around this 13-turn course? As you can see in the distance there, the hills, they have eyes, and the eyes are for the Stock European Championship and the final race of the day. A very picturesque part of the world here on the west coast of Portugal. And if you've been ever thinking about coming to an event for a Junior GP, then Estoril, put that on your calendar, because there's an absolutely brilliant facility and a brilliant place to come as well. So a couple more corners to go for the riders as they complete their warm-up lap. Some of the riders already on the Parabolica, the turn at number 13, where we will see, if it comes down to the final lap, a showdown as they try and get the best run through the final corner and powering towards the start-finish straight. Lots of races have been decided today from the last corner to the start-finish line. We won't give anything away if you're just joining us, but what we will say is we will encourage you to go back and watch the previous 5 races of the day here in Estoril. It's been an absolute cracker under the Portuguese sun, but this is the final time today that we will be racing as the number 4, your pole sitter, just warms up the tyres a little bit, very reminiscent of what the riders would do back in the early days in the mid to late 2000s. Eric Fernandez on the FAO 55 T racing machine. He will lead them way when the lights go out. We're only a few seconds away now from racing in the Stock European Championship, and the crowd are waiting. They've been here all day. Has a crowd there in the grandstand. There'll be some very sunburned bodies when they get home tonight from all the hot sun here today. So the revs are rising, the red lights are on, the final race of action here today, and it's a great start from your pole setter who looks across at Danny Munoz as well. They both come across the track as Fernandez tries to rush it up against the barrier, but it's going to be Daniel Munoz late on the brakes into turn number 1. Here comes the number 13, not late enough on the brakes, but it's Munoz that leads away from Fernandez, and maybe Archie McDonald. It looks like it might have been the number 8, or the number 69 of Archie McDonald has also made a great start. He's into either 3rd or 4th position, but as they complete the 3rd corner of this opening lap, almost touching the rear wheel of Fernandez, was Daniel Munoz. So Fernandez has found his way back into the front. So it's Fernandez from Munoz from McDonald.
Yeah, very decent start from Fernandez off pole, but he seemed more concerned by what Munoz was doing with constant looks over as he kind of rushed him to one side of the track. It looked like Munoz was going to take the whole shot, but no, it is Fernandez out in the lead. Archie McDonald sits in 3rd, but he's got some competition right now from Marco Garcia.
Yeah, it was a very clean and calculated move from Marco Garcia. He's making some moves. He's seen the top 2 just opening up a gap ever so slightly, so he's wanting to bridge that before it gets any bigger than that. So Marco Garcia, one of the riders that we're expecting to challenge at the front, he's now into 3rd spot, and Archie McDonald holding very well there in 4th place ahead of Mian. So Mian, he's been mired in the pack a little bit, but he's making a move on Archibald. Has he made it stick? He's pushed the Australian out wide. Who's it going to be? And Mian is up into 4th, Archibald 5th.
A very classy move as he gets up out of the seat coming out of the chicane, but a classy move all the same from Mian, as Archie McDonald has a bit more trouble coming from behind him, but he can now also take his long lap penalty, so he will look to try and build up a little bit of space so he doesn't get caught coming back at the end of what, 5, 6, 7 riders after such a strong start. Coming down the front start finish straight, it's Eric Fernandez who will lead over lap 1 with Danny Munoz in company. And then in 3rd place, it's Marco Garcia.
As they all fan out coming down towards a bit of a moment there for Munoz on the brakes. So he's ran a little bit wide, has Munoz. So number 17's lost a little bit of ground towards Fernandez. Garcia is trying to close the gap back up, and also Mian ahead of Iozzo. And McDonald, not Archibald, Archie McDonald, I've been telling him by his Christian name. So Archie McDonald, he will be serving his long lap penalty this lap, or maybe in a couple of laps time, but he's in 2nd place right now. Corey Tinker, he's made an outstanding start. Corey Tinker, the Brit with the fantastic hair, and on the number 37, he's in 7th place. He's made a stonking start from 11th place on the grid, so he's well and truly within the top 10.
Yeah, just a little look through the timesheets and on Britwatch. Carter Brown just outside the top 10, just behind Rocca, but he will be hoping to build a little bit of pace, put in a few fast laps and not lose touch of the riders out ahead. Now let's watch as we come up towards turn 6, just a couple turns until we do at the end of the back straight. Will Archie McDonald go straight in for his long lap penalty?
I'll be watching out for Archie McDonald, whether he will do that. Corey Tinker just climbing all over the back of Archie McDonald, just in front of him. Rodriguez on number 44, just behind him. Adrian Rodriguez on the Easy Race team, so part of the same team as Corey Tinker, so the 2 teammates are racing together in 7th and 8th position. But at the front, it looks like it's Eric Fernandez who's opening up an even bigger gap, and Daniel Munoz is really struggling, doing everything he can to try and stay with the number 4 machine. They've both dropped Marco Garcia and Mian as well for dust. They've dropped them, but both for, well, what seems like an absolute age, a couple of seconds. 2.4 seconds is the gap between Munoz and Garcia, as Garcia is looking for a move to hold out back Mian. So Fernandez, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, 1:41.7, still a few tenths off his qualifying time, which is normal, but it is only lap 2. Expect that pace to hot up just a little bit as the race continues. Looking a little further back behind Fernandez and Munoz, Garcia remains in 3rd. The number 23 of Alex Mian, though, is looking just to get the hooks in a little bit as he wants his podium.
So far this lap, Daniel Munoz looks like he's closed down the gap ever so slightly. It was 0.6 of a second as he crossed the line, but it looks about 3 to 4 tenths of a second so far around this lap. Further back, there's a great battle going on between the fringes of the top 10. You've got Mayer, Rodriguez and Rocca as well battling it out as they try and jockey for positions just behind the likes of McDonald and Tinker. McDonald has not come in for his long lap penalty just yet, so he's got one more lap potentially to do that. If he doesn't come in, he will be disqualified, shown the black flag, and he will have to come into the pits, and that will be the end of his evening.
Yeah, so far so good for Eric Fernandez. He is leading out front. Oh,
God,
we've got
Raja.
someone down. Is that Iotto? Dione Iotto has crashed out of this stock 600 race.
That's a disaster there for Iotto. He was just on the fringes of the top 6. There was Iotto in the number 13 machine. He's high-sided himself coming out of the chicane. Disaster there, but thankfully he is up and he's okay, so he'll try and get back into this race. With only 19 runners in this race, there might still be a chance for some points as Munoz sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:41.346. That's faster than some of the riders in the Moto2 race. Only a couple of seconds, 1.7 seconds off of Senna Aegis' fastest lap in Moto2. What a great lap time that is from the Spaniards.
Oh,
got
race
crashed.
leader down.
Race leader's gone down. Fernandez pushing the front into turn number 3. Disastrous there from him. He was feeling the pressure from Munoz and he felt the pressure too much and he stacked it into the gravel.
Just as we thought, he was cool, calm and collected out front. He loses it, going around the right-hander and hands the lead to Danny Munoz on a plate. He's got now a comfortable advantage over Marco Garcia. Alex Millan has been promoted onto the podium places for now, but let's see if some of the riders from behind can catch them as Archie McDonald goes through the long lap penalty. How much time is he going to lose? He's down 2 places, I believe, from where he went in, so not the worst, but he now needs to show some strong pace to get back into that podium battle.
Yes, Archie McDonald has been looking very good so far at this race. That promoted Mayer, Rodriguez and Tinker up 1 place. So it's now Mayer in 4th, Rodriguez 5th and Tinker in 6th. A lot of those bikes out there in circuit have a very similar colour scheme, so trying to differentiate each rider is a little bit difficult as well. As Fernandez trudges away, we'll see a replay of this. Just pushing the front into turn at number 3. The front screamed enough and down he went. Nothing much more done wrong than that. Kicks the gravel for a good measure because he knew that a podium at the very least was on the cards, and crashing out of what was a comfortable podium position and potentially a win is not the way he wanted to start the season. So Daniel Munoz, with a gap of 5.1 seconds, is in, well, no man's land now. He's got such a huge gap in front of Garcia and Millan as this battle for second is now heating up.
Yeah, I expect this one to rumble on over the next 13 laps. Alex Millan, as we said, is a rider of some serious quality at this class, and he will not settle for just 3rd place when he can see a podium of a P2 podium just ahead of him.
Yes, he's going to be pushing on as much as he possibly can as the number 23 of Millan. And the number 82 just further back, they're being dropped quite comprehensively by the battle for 2nd and 3rd. So the more that these two push on, the more that this battle for 4th is dropping back. And that battle includes Mayer, Rodriguez, Tinker and McDonald. So Tinker is showing greatly in that one as well. From 11th place in the grid, we have to remind you. So he's well within the battle for top 5 position here. Just behind this group is Roca and Carter Brown, who was in 11th spot just a couple of laps ago. He's now inside the top 9, and the young Brit in his rookie race is showing very strongly as well.
Coming through the chicane now. It's all quite neat and tidy through there. They're going to want to close up the gap to just ahead, where Mayer will hopefully try and reel in Millan and Garcia, but there's quite a gap there at the minute. But 13 laps left to do it. We might see some tyre wear out of Garcia and Millan with their constant chopping and changing.
That last time round, Daniel Munoz has just dropped out the 141s. He's now in a very comfortable 1:42 in the last lap. Still 9/10 of a second quicker than everyone else so far. So it's so far so good for Daniel Munoz, a 4-time race winner at the end of last year when he was competing in the Stock European Championship. So Garcia and Millan, it's the battle for second between these two. We'll keep an eye on how that one unfolds as McDonald is climbing all over the back of Corey Tinker now for 6th position. So there's a great battle for the just of the fringes of the podium places, and we can see that in the background. A 4-rider freight train, an 8-wheeler for Mayer, Rodriguez, Tinker and McDonald. Further back, just outside the top 10, is Florov on the number 91 machine, Moreno on the number 11, and then Hulwich on the number 85 ahead of Bednarek, who's another Brit rookie in the class on the number 99 machine as the CF Motorsport. He is teammate of Carter Brown. Ribeiro and 14th on the number 73, and Nestola on the number 86. He rounds out the points finishers for now in 15th.
And we see a little bit of change here in the battle for 4th as Rodriguez makes his move past Mayor. Now, will he set a little bit of a quicker pace and bring the freight train with him as he looks to reel in the podium guys ahead of them? It's a big, big ask, but he seems to be opening up already just a little bit of a gap as they come round the final sector and will come down the front start straight once again to knock off another lap here in this stock race in Estoril.
You see McDonald building the speed as we've got one of the riders. That was the number 82 of Mayer. Just looking over his shoulder, it looked like he flicked something off his bike, maybe just a tear off visor, but this is giving McDonald a great run. Is he going to take all three of them? Late on the brakes he comes, not quite. He's moving into just ahead of Corey Tinker and the number 82 of Mayer Larry on the brakes, but that all started because Mayer just looked over his shoulder and gave McDonald and Corey Tinker a little bit of a sniff to try and get past on the two in front of him.
Yeah, impressive stuff from McDonald, responding to that long lap penalty, showing he's not too ruffled by having to take a bit of a trip through turn 6. That's a pity to see Mateusz Holowitz. He will, well, is his race over? Well, he is having some technical problems. Let's see what exactly happened here at turn 1. Does he lose the front? Yes, he does. It just goes down on him, pulling that a little bit too tight.
Yes, Holowitz. He might still be able to get some points if he can get back into the race, because there's now only 16 riders running. If he gets back into the race, it'll be 17. But it's been a rate of attrition so far here in the Stock European Championship race, with Iozzo crashing out before Eric Fernandez, and now Holowitz on the number 85 machine. So we're now starting to see the greasy track, the warm temperatures really starting to take away some of these riders' grip, and it's given us a high attrition rate as well in this race.
No problems though for race leader Dani Munoz as of yet. He's cruising around the circuit with such a comfortable advantage out front, nearly out to 7 seconds. Let's see what time he puts in here as he clocks off. Yes, another lap. 10 laps remain here in this European Championship stock race. He's in a 1:42.471. Not quite the searing pace he was setting earlier, but still a comfortable 4/10 ahead of his closest challenger.
Yeah, it looks like Mian might be dropping off ever so slightly from Marc Garcia. That last lap, it was 0.4 of a second as the battle for 4th still rages on, with Rodriguez just losing out to McDonald. McDonald is now at the front of that pack after his long lap penalty. He's now found himself back in the 4th spot on the number 69 machine, so he is well and truly the rider to follow in this battle as they're trying to bridge away from any of the other chasing riders. So the number 69 of McDonald ahead of Rodriguez, Mayer, and now Tinker on the back of this group.
Yeah, all eyes on this battle here. 4 riders considering themselves for strong championship points here. We saw Adrian Rodriguez was just hanging off the bike there a few corners prior. It seemed like he might have had a problem, but no, he just seems to be his riding style a little bit wider than that of McDonald, Mayer, and Tinker at the moment.
Yeah, just carrying more track there, as we saw.
Push on the track limits there for McDonald's.
Very close indeed. Yeah, we're just seeing some of the riders, if they're starting to struggle for some grip now, will be using a bit more of the track, which puts them in the danger zone to be running onto the green as well. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that, as this battle for 4th is really the battle that's raging on, and keeping all eyes glued to the TV screen, because it's not over just yet. Rodriguez has really put the hooks into McDonald, and they haven't left Mayer or Tinker yet. These 3 are just setting a pace that's very close to the lap that the top 2 or the riders in 2nd and 3rd, Garcia and Milan, are setting as well. They're setting 43s, but the riders just behind are just in the 44s. So anything can happen. You never know. And we've got one of the riders, that was a 44. Just taking a different line. I thought he was setting up for a split second, but last lap, Mian, I thought he was maybe just dropping back ever so slightly. It was 0.2 of a second faster than Garcia, so he's reeled in the Spaniard for 2nd spot.
Yeah, another lap down then. Munoz puts up another stunner. Nearly has a second over Garcia, who's in P2 with Mian. What is he, 0.8 slower? So Mian has put in a faster lap than the man in P2, Marco Garcia. Is this where he's about to make his move? Is he slowly reeling in the Spaniard ahead of him? Pushes it a little bit wide there, but he is following hot on the heels of the Easy Race team rider, Marco Garcia.
Yeah, it's very much heating it up out there on the track for the moment. And Mayer has got in front of McDonald, as has Rodriguez in the battle for 4th spot. So McDonald has been pushed back. Well, a big moment there for Garcia there. He had a big moment. Foot came off the pedal, came off the footrest there, not the pedal. So he had a massive moment. And as he tips into number 7, he looks a little bit leery. He's pushing on a lot now as the number 8 of Garcia, with Mian just closing in. And that's going to have Mian just rubbing his hands, licking his lips, thinking he's out for blood now, as Garcia is just making a few errors.
Yeah, he's given him a glimmer of hope. He's pushing in. Let's see how much that time, that little slip-up has cost Garcia. Well, he's recovered quite well. He's only 500ths slower than Mian in that sector. So this battle rages on as they come back along the front start straight. Garcia in control, Mian in the slipstream. Will he manage to get a little bit closer once again here? Looks it up the inside, but he's just a bit too far behind. Dani Munoz running away with it out front. But the battle for P2 will go down to the wire.
Yes, almost 9 seconds is the lead for Dani Munoz over Garcia and Mian. And Mian is starting to really push the front of that Yamaha R6 into turn at number 2. Looks like he's about to tuck the front just before he saves it and picks it back up on corner exit. But that's given Mian some hope, as we have Carter Brown, the young Brit on the number 74 machine. He's entered the pit, so not sure what's happened to Carter Brown on the CF Motorsport machine. He was featuring well inside the top 10 before he came into the pit, so yeah, such a disastrous moment for Carter Brown on the 74 bike.
Yeah, hugely disappointing for the young Brit. Not sure what has happened there that puts him down in 16th place. So if he does return and there is another crash ahead of him, he will finish among the points, but we're not sure what has happened there. We might see a replay, or we might receive some information a little bit later on. But as the race rumbles on, it's Munoz out front, Garcia and Mian coming through the chicane. Garcia putting on a very classy ride here to hold off the advances of Alex Mian behind him.
Yeah, it's a stunning performance from Garcia ahead of Mian. McDonald is now back into the forefront of that battle for 4th place, as he is back in front of Rodriguez, Mayer and Tinker. So that battle is not over and done with just yet, as those 4 riders really packing a punch in that group. But look at the gap that Daniel Munoz has. That's almost a full length of the home straight, as Mian is shaping up a move on Garcia later in the brakes to come. Will Mian do it? No, not quite. Garcia is very strong in the brakes as he darts for the apex of turn number 1. Every time he goes there, I always think he's about to lose the front. And here comes the 44 of Rodriguez. He's back up the inside of McDonald, so Archie McDonald just loses out in 4th spot. He's back to 5th, with Corey Tinker still watching as this battle is raging on in front of him, just keeping his powder dry for now.
Yeah, this is a cracking battle for 4th place. As we see the number 82 of Mayer, is he going to make a move up the inside? Not quite close enough. But yeah, Rodriguez and McDonald have been exchanging blows here, going blow for blow over the last couple of laps, with Mayer and Tinker just in behind, waiting for their opportunity to strike.
Yes, lots of racing action here in Estoril throughout the stock European Championship, and we've got plenty more of it with 6.5 laps to go. Garcia is still keeping Mian at bay, just further in front of this group here, with it raging on. Rodriguez, McDonald, Mayer, Tinker. Who will come out on top? We're not quite sure of this, but up the inside comes the number 69 of McDonald, and not quite yet. Just maybe shaping up a move, a potential move for the last lap. He's got another 6 laps to go before he has to really think about lunging up the inside.
Yeah, this battle will rage on. Just keep an eye on behind Rodriguez and McDonald, between what Mayer and Tinker are doing. They've kind of settled into a rhythm, while the front 2 of this battle for 4th continue to exchange moves and show some of the cards that they are currently holding. Dani Munoz takes off another lap out front. He is cruising at the minute, while Marco Garcia and Mian come right behind him. Well, not right behind him, about 9 seconds behind him. And Alex Mian still just cannot find his way through on Garcia. Garcia just so strong on the brakes and so very good defensively.
4 abreast almost into turn number 1 now. Number 82 of Mayer darts for the apex just in front of McDonald there. So that these four are giving us their money's worth out there on track. So it's now Rodriguez that leads the way ahead of Mayer, and McDonald and Tinker now is still at the back of the group, but only for now. So these four are swapping paint every single lap and throwing absolutely no punch, or holding back no punches, as they try and beat each other to that fourth place. And some very strong championship points: 13 points for fourth, 11 for fifth, 10 for sixth, and 9 for seventh in the place of Corey Tinker for the moment. But back at the front, I was having a look at the lap times of Daniel Munoz, who had dropped back into the 43s, and on the previous lap he was a little slower than the riders in second and third of Garcia and Mian, but the last lap he was back into the 42s. As we've got a change for sixth spot. That's Corey Tinker up the inside of McDonald. Late on the brakes, very clean into turn number 7, the downhill right-hander, and Corey Tinker is now starting to make his move on the pack.
Yeah, excellent move up the inside now as McDonald is pushed to the very end of that battle for fourth place. Mayer and Tinker are now making their moves through. Maybe Rodriguez will have something to worry about from the threats behind them.
Yeah, you'll have to keep an eye out on what those threats could be from the chasing pack. But no such threats for Daniel Munoz as he crosses the line again to tick off another lap. 5 laps to go for your race leader, and 5 laps to go as they give each other a little wave. Number 82 of Rodriguez and Mayer, and they are battling down towards us. 4 abreast almost coming down to turn number 1. Who will be latest on the brakes? It's going to be the number 82 of Mayer. So Mayer has found his way towards the front of the pack as we've got the battle for second closing up once again. So it's a yo-yo effect going on between Garcia and Mian. Every so often Mian will close back up and then Garcia will open the gap up to about 3 or 4 tenths of a second, but this time round it's Mian. It's got down to only a couple of tenths.
Yeah, very good stuff from Mian as he is in hot pursuit of Garcia out front. 5 laps to go, plenty of time yet to make his move, so he's not forcing the issue. He's just maybe going to show him a wheel if he can get close enough, just to show him a little wheel, give Garcia a little reminder that he is there and ready to strike on any mistake that he may make.
Yeah, it's all to play for here in the European Championship stock class, because you never know what's going to happen, especially within any motorcycle racing. Anything can happen all the way up to the checkered flag. No results are confirmed until then, and we've got plenty of action all the way through as Garcia just ran a little bit wide into the chicane. That's giving Mian a little bit of hope, a glimmer of hope that he is pushing him into a mistake, as Corey Tinker has now moved up into 5th spot, just further back in that battle raging for 4th place. So there's lots to look out for the fans at the circuit here in the commentary box, but the one thing that Daniel Munoz doesn't have to look out for is anyone challenging him from behind.
Yeah, he is in a country acre of space out front, gifted to him by Eric Fernandez's crash earlier in the day, as a really exciting battle for victory was about to break out. Mian looked like he might try and close up the gap there a little bit, but no, Marco Garcia extends it just ever so slightly once again.
Yeah, Garcia is a demon on the brakes into turn number 1. Mian can close the gap back up throughout the rest of the circuit, but as soon as they get to the braking zone of turn number 1, you can see Garcia just opening up the gap once more. So whatever he's got on the brakes of that Yamaha R6 machine is working wonders for the number 8 rider. As Mian tries ever so wherever he can to just gain some ground back on Garcia, but as you can see on this lap through sector number 1, he's already lost 4 tenths of a second as Mian, so not really sure. We didn't see a mistake on camera, so maybe he's just made a bit of an error just as he went out of shot.
Yeah, Marco Garcia now seems to have a little bit of a comfortable advantage coming in as Mian once again pushes out onto track limits. He'll need to be a bit more careful. So up front, Dani Munoz has a very comfortable advantage, nearly out to above 10 seconds at this stage. Garcia Mian still going wheel to wheel here, but Garcia has opened up just a little bit of a gap on this lap. We'll see if his tire wear or tires will degrade over the remaining 3 and a little bit laps that are to go. Behind him, Adrian Rodriguez has pushed up into 4th with Mayer in 5th, Archie McDonald in 6th, Corey Tinker 7th, Roca, Florov and Moreno complete the top 10 as of this time.
3 laps to go as Daniel Munoz crosses the line to complete another lap, and as Garcia ticks off another lap, it's Mian who's just dropping back ever so slightly. That time round he was 5 tenths of a second slower, and his compatriot just ahead of him. So you have to be thinking maybe the tyres on Mian's bike have just cried enough and he can't push anymore, but the tyres are not crying enough just yet, are the ones in the number 82 of Mayer, who's trying Lahiri on the brakes to get up the inside of McDonald. McDonald holds around the outside, so he remains in 4th spot, just ahead of Mayer, Rodriguez and Tinker still there, who's dropped back to 7th again after he was briefly in 5th spot. So this is raging on, and you can imagine this is going all the way to the very end. The battle for 4th is one to watch, and it's an absolute stonker, this one.
Yeah, it's all chopping and changing every time. Martin McDonald's been at the front, the back, in the middle of this group on several occasions as they all come through there pretty cleanly, but he finds himself back in front. Will he push on now and open up a gap to those behind, or can the other guys keep their hooks in the Australian?
Yeah, with a bit of a wobble there on the brakes for Mayer as he approached turn number 6. He's lost a tiny bit of ground to McDonald, who's really started to wind the wick up once again, asking questions of the riders behind him, asking if they can go with him, and it's seeming like they're pushing on a lot with lots of little errors, lots of little wobbles for the 3 riders behind McDonald in 4th spot. But yeah, as they come through towards the chicane once again, and it's late on the brakes. I did not expect that. It came from absolutely nowhere.
Stunning move
that
up
was
the inside
incredible.
of the chicane.
Wow, where did Mayer come from? I thought he was starting to drop back from McDonald a little bit, and what do I know? He just throws it up the inside of McDonald, and back into 4th he goes.
Absolutely phenomenal move up the inside there. We haven't seen that too often at that chicane. Uphill on the left hand, it's a very difficult move to get right, but Mario Mayer made it look easy.
I thought the battle for 2nd was all over, done and dusted, because the gap went up to 0.8 of a second on that previous lap. But as it crossed the line, it's only 0.3 of a second now, so the battle for 2nd still is not done and dusted, as is the battle for 4th. And it's the number 44 late on the brakes, and Rodriguez slams himself into 4th position ahead of Mayer. And McDonald, who was leading that group only a few moments ago, is back into 6th now, with Corey Tinker still in the back of this, hoping that these 3 riders will really start scrapping amongst each other and giving him a chance.
Yeah, they're giving everyone here their money's worth. This is a super battle for 4th position, and it's led currently by Rodriguez, getting down on the brakes into turn 1. We've seen it several times before, and we might see it a couple more times before this race is done.
Yes, it's the battle that everyone is keeping an eye on. As you can see out front, Daniel Munoz, the gap is up to 11.1 seconds, so he really has been commanding this race ever since Eric Fernandez tucked the front on the opening couple of laps. Marc Garcia still has
out onto the green.
Ooh, you have to be watching that. If anyone does that in the final lap, they will drop a position, and McDonald almost tagging the back of Mayer just in front of him. So this is really anyone's to play for. Now, will we have another move into the chicane? Here comes Mayer. He'd done this on McDonald last lap. He's done it on Fernandez this lap as well. That was a cracking move. Expect more of that from Mayer if he find himself not in 4th spot going into the final stages of the race. But someone that has absolutely no trouble is Daniel Munoz. He is in a commanding position. He's just started his last lap of the race, and across the line for 2nd spot is Garcia. Still just holds it by a couple of tenths of a second. Where can Mian try and find an overtake on the number 8 rider just in front?
Yeah, the only person who can beat Munoz at this point is himself. In the battle for 2nd, Garcia holds the advantage. It's nearly out to half a second. But the battle for 4th, this is anyone's game. Archie McDonald has been pushed back outside, and I think Corey Tinker's aggressive coming up on the inside. 44, Adrian Rodriguez leads this one in the battle for 4th position, but it is not over yet. The number 82 of Mayer, is it coming through again, or is he lining up? Yes, another move in the at the chicane. We'll soon find out.
It's 2 by 2 as they go into turn number 4. It's Rodriguez and Mayer with a little bit of a gap between Tinker and McDonald after their little kerfuffle at turn at number 1 at the start of this lap. Back for the battle for 3rd. It looks like it's all going the way of Garcia as he's got a 6/10 of an advantage over Mian, who's at 11.1 seconds behind Daniel Munoz. And a change for 6th spot as McDonald finds a way back in front of Corey Tinker.
Yeah, the battle for 4th is raging on here. Number 44, though, of Adrian Rodriguez looks like he is in control here. Back out the front, Danny Munoz cruising home to, yes, another victory at this class. He's coming around the final corner now, the Parabolica, Ayrton Senna. The celebrations can begin for the number 17. He is the opening stock European Championship 2023 race winner.
Absolutely brilliant there from Daniel Munoz. Nobody saw which way he went. Here's the battle for second. Who's it going to be? Garcia has it by a couple of tenths of a second. And he crosses the line and holds on for second spot ahead of Mian. But it's a battle for fourth we want to look at, because they come across the line. It's all chopping and changing. It's so close. Who's going to win the drag to line in the slipstream? The 44 of Rodriguez or Mayer, the number 82.
Oh, Mayer has pipped
finish.
him.
He's just in it, has Mayer. And Corey Tinker has almost pinned McDonald. McDonald just holds on to it. And sixth spot ahead of Corey Tinker. What a battle that was for fourth position. Those four riders can hold their head up high, because that was a stunning ride, as it was by Daniel Munoz, who is today's race winner, the first race winner of the Stock European Championship, as they are now a solo class. So Daniel Munoz, that was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, pops a wheelie, and he was given a bit of a gift at the beginning when Eric Fernandez crashed out, but he took it with both hands as he ripped off a couple of tear-offs. He put in such a classy ride, pretty flawless out front to cruise home to another victory. Marco Garcia, well, we haven't enough plaudits for him, holding off the challenge of Alex Mian under a lot of pressure during that race, and he did not crack once.
Well, it's been a long day in the hot sun for many of these riders, and Chris has just pointed out that Marc Garcia has been dropped back to, I think it might be an issue on our timing monitor, saying that Rodriguez is in second, Mian's still in third, but Garcia's dropped back to fourth spot, so not quite sure what's happened there. We'll have to get some confirmation about that one, but one thing that is not in any doubt is the race victory of Daniel Munoz. Number 17 SP57 Racing Team rider took a commanding win here today ahead of Marc Garcia and Alex Mian in third place. So as the sun sets here on the stunning Estoril circuit, it's been a full 6 hours of racing action. Can you believe it? 6 races here today, and it's come to an end with the Stock European Championship and the most, well, enlightening way possible, with Daniel Munoz showing all of the pre-season hype, and he commanded that race after he was given a bit of a gift from Eric Fernandez. You can imagine Eric Fernandez will be bouncing back in Valencia in just a couple of weeks' time, and him and Daniel Munoz will be embroiled in a championship battle throughout the entire season. But before we get to that point, it's going to be celebrations all round for today's race winner, Daniel Munoz, as he congratulates the team. Big hugs all round. Can't imagine it'll be coming any bigger than that, as the celebrations will begin long into this Sunday evening. Some congratulations from his family as well. Mother's Day here as well in Spain today, so a lot of the riders will be dedicating all of their victories, all of their podium, to all the mothers in Spain, and of course around the world. So we'll see exactly who comes into Parc Ferme, as it was Marco Garcia and Alex Mian who took second and third position. There is Marco Garcia, the number 8 rider. Well, he put up a strong defense of his second position, coming under attack from Alex Mian throughout the entirety of that race. And well, every time Mian closed up within a couple of tenths, you had Marco Garcia managing to open it out ever so slightly again. So it was a battle of time rather than a battle on track, but very well done. He shoots for glory, does Marco Garcia, and of course he'll be well and truly within the battle from here on in throughout the entirety of the 2023 Stock European Championship. Must say, another great result for Alex Mian. He took a very hard-fought third position, but you must admit, commiserations to Eric Fernandez. Was leading that race, was coming under a little bit of pressure from Daniel Munoz before he tucked the front at turn at number 3. But he will be back, and we will get to see him racing once again in Valencia. So the celebrations of Daniel Munoz crossing the line, nobody was in the next foreseeable future for the Spanish rider. He comes across the line, celebrates, looks over his shoulder as the rest of the field are still not even finished the race yet. Pops a wheelie for good measure. And yes, he'll be practicing more of them, you can imagine, throughout the rest of the season. Yeah, he's wondering where everyone else was when he turned around there Daniel Munoz, a commanding victory by 10.9 seconds. It was a lot bigger than that at one stage of the race, but you can imagine he did roll off in the last couple of laps just to make sure that he got home nice and safely. And well, the last race winner of today, we head down to Parc Fermé with Chris Jordan. As you can hear the celebrations in the background, he's with Daniel Munoz.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. The celebrations are in full flow, as you can hear down here in the box in Parc Fermé, and it's all because of one man. Danny Munoz put in a very commanding ride. Danny, how are you feeling after that? It was an excellent ride, and you held your composure the whole way through.
The feeling is so good because I need this victory for me, for the team, and thank you for they and my family, that because they are here, and thank you for all. I'm very happy.
Y ahora tenemos que hacerlo en castellano. ¿Me puedes decir cómo te sientes de la primera victoria de la temprana?
Estoy muy contento porque veníamos de una carrera complicada y va a venir bien para mí y para el equipo. Y agradecer a la familia que ha venido para acá a verme y nada, estoy muy contento y gracias a todos ellos, a los patrocinadores, a todos.
Enhorabuena, Danny.
Well, the final race of the day got underway in brilliant fashion under the Portuguese sun, with Daniel Munoz taking the whole shot into turn number 1 ahead of Eric Fernandez. But it wouldn't be long before Fernandez retook the lead on the opening lap of the race, opening up a gap over Daniel Munoz before the rider closed him down. Tinioto crashed out of the 6th spot at the chicane before your race leader went down into turn number 3. Disastrous start to the season for Eric Fernandez. That left Daniel Munoz clear and in command, as he could only ask why it happened. Daniel Munoz had a clear advantage at the front of the field, but the battle for 4th raged on, with Mir, Rodriguez, McDonald and Tinker all battling it out, and that would go on until the very end of the race when the checkered flag waved. It'd be Rodriguez, the number 44, taking 4th spot back once again, but he wouldn't hold it for long, as McDonald would come back past him later on in the race. 4 abreast down towards turn number 1, Corey Tinker, the number 37 in the background, as the number 82 of Mir darted for the inside past McDonald. And as you can see, they were all chopping and changing lap after lap and corner after corner. The run to the line, it was Mir who would take over 4th spot once again, as Rodriguez would try and hold stationary, but McDonald, late on the brakes, would try and take 4th spot. But it was Corey Tinker that moved into 5th place, just behind the leading rider from the group. But no one could put a glove on Daniel Munoz. He commanded the race entirety after Eric Fernandez's crashes. He came across the line to celebrate with his team. He picked up the first win of the season ahead of Marc Garcia, who held off a charging Alex Millan. And the battle for 4th raged on until a photo finish between Mir and Rodriguez, with the number 82 of Mir just snatching it on the line ahead of McDonald and Corey Tinker. But it was all spoils for today's winner, Daniel Munoz, and the number 17 SP57 racing team. He came back into Parc Fermé to celebrate with his team, the first winner of the European Stock Championship in 2023, and you can imagine there'll be plenty more of that for the rest of the season. Daniel Munoz is your race winner today. Absolutely brilliant scenes down in Parc Fermé with Daniel Munoz after he was just interviewed by Chris Jordan. He looked like he'd had a bit of a tough afternoon underneath the sweltering Portuguese sun, as the sun is starting to descend here in evening time. It's now just gone 19 minutes past 5, but that won't stop any of these riders from celebrating what has been a very well-earned podium in today's Stock European Championship. Daniel Munoz makes his way onto the podium, the top step of the podium, and he better get used to that one, because you can imagine he'll be up there many, many more times to come. The SP57 racing team received the trophy for the best team, for the winning team here today, and they kiss the trophy and point to the sky. It's been a fantastic day in the office for the SP57 racing team, as it has been for Alex Millan, who holds his trophy atop, and he almost looks like he can't believe he was there. Well, you better believe it, Alex, because you'll be there for many, many more races to come this season. In second spot is Marc Garcia. Put up a full-on effort. Oh, as he drops it, he's broken the trophy. That from an almost perfect day in Portugal, it's all come to a crashing end on the podium, breaking his trophy. Maybe someone has some super glue. They can hopefully glue that back together. But no such problems for today's race winner, Daniel Munoz.
Vamos agora para o hino nacional de Espanha.
Congratulations all round for the top three on the podium. They'll stand for their post-race podium picture. And as you see there, Marc Garcia is trying to fix that trophy that just broke. So yes, he'll be making sure that when he takes that back to Spain, it'll be all glued and he'll be holding that high atop the mantelpiece and he's home.
Yeah, hopefully there's a little bit of glue lying around. So Dani Munoz is your stock European Championship 2023 race winner here in Estoril, ahead of Marco Garcia and Alex Millán. Mario Mayor, Adrian Rodriguez, Archie McDonald and Corey Tinker were all involved in that battle for fourth. And they line up, as said, Roca, Marcel Moreno are 8th and 9th, while Michal Florov completes the top 10. Kilian Estola, Jack Bednarak, Gonzalo, home hero Gonzalo Ribeiro, Javier Del Olmo, and Nazareno Leonel Gomez Arieta complete the point scorers from today. So this is how the championship looks, and surprise, surprise, it's as race one went. 25 points for Daniel Munoz, 20 for Garcia, 16 for Millán. Mayor picks up 13 crucial championship points as he beats Adrian Rodriguez on the line to fourth. Archie McDonald takes home 10 points. Corey Tinker, the best of the Brits, on 9. Roca with 8. Mexican rider Marcel Moreno on 7th. Bulgarian rider Michal Florov on 6th, with Nestola, Bednarak, Ribeiro, Del Olmo and Gomez Arieta completing the points on 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 each.
So it's Daniel Munoz who took top honours here at the Circuito do Estoril in the Stock European Championship. The number 17 came across the line to celebrate what will be the first win of many here in the Stock Championship. Join us once again in Valencia in just a couple of weeks' time with Kiko Giles and Steve English as they bring you more of Junior GP action. you.